Folks, it's Tuesday night here on World Class Bullshitters. It's been just time for the High Council. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is my co-host, Caffeinated Wolf.
What's going on, Jeff? What is going on, chat? It is a Tuesday night. We're back with the best show on a Tuesday night in this space, and I'm happy to be here. Love all your faces. We got a good show for you.
Folks, we do have a great show lined up for you tonight. Now, we have our guest, he's really just a third member of the show, Script Doctor. He'll be here in just a minute. But, folks, we know that your time is valuable. You don't have time for garbage. You only have time for the best bullshit that is world class. So we didn't want to make you wait any longer. And we thought we could have some fun with the word of the day. We could do our catching up. And we could say hail to everyone in the chat, like our wonderful mods, like Miss Ninja Julian, Darian217. We also want to give a shout out to members like TLJ Screwjob. A shout out to Susan Dolan, Chris Mills. We also have our friend, who else is up here? We got a lot of people like Trebles08. There he is as well. Tastier back in the 80s. You know, I hope you send more messages because I've been reading about people talking about foods tasting better in the past. And I've been really fascinated with watching these people on YouTube try to make taste-alike recipes for old food that doesn't exist. So
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a random thing to tell people, but hey, welcome into the show, everybody, including John Thomas, Aurora Uplinks, and Libra Wolf. We got a lot of great repeat listeners and viewers. So, folks, thanks for coming, spending your Tuesday night with us each and every week here on WCBS. We ask a couple things before we start tonight's show. One, hit that thumbs up button to let YouTube know that you enjoy this content. Two, share it anywhere counts. That's what helps. And three, get ready to have a good time. And, say hey to your fellow members in the chat. Says, I love your Ollie's videos. Well, thank you very much for the love that you give on the Ollie's videos. They're one of my favorite things to make. I love toys. Obviously, they're behind me. Let me turn off these lights real quick because they might not look good on camera. There we go. We'll keep it like that. But clearly, I love my stuff. So you found the right channel if you're passionate about collecting comics or anything entertainment. WCBS is your place to be. But thank you, folks, for joining us tonight. And a couple things before we start tonight's show and asking how Andrew is and catching up with everybody. Few cool things, folks. We've been growing on Twitter like crazy, thanks to a couple things. So you should go and check out our Twitter. I had box seats for an AEW show. I know, right? High bar. But we went and made a little video from it, and it's really kind of blowing up on our Twitter. So hi, new wrestling fans. It's like when we don't think wrestling content's going to be a part of the channel, here we go. So welcome to all of you, and thanks for the 3 million impressions in an afternoon. It was awesome. But folks, we want to do more on that platform because that platform is being very generous to us. So contact us over there, ask us or tell us what you want to see and get it. So you can follow us here on YouTube, over on X. We are live on Rumble as well. We're on Facebook. We're pretty much everywhere you want us to be. We even have a TikTok page. If we get more engagement, we'll do more TikToks, aka we're making more shorts tomorrow. So look on our TikTok for more of those shorts. But folks, thank you for joining us here on the channel. Now, another thing, tomorrow will be our X-Men 97 day. Every week has been an X-Men 97 day on Wednesday. So join us as always through the entire series. And we're on week 6. Now, Andrew, I know you're a little late to the yet, right?
I have not watched it yet. You're roboting a little bit, but I have not seen it yet. It is actually pulled up on my to watch list. I just haven't gotten around to it because I've been so busy. But I do intend on watching it. It's
You're
literally
not
been
regret
your videos. It's been your videos, and then my good buddy Mav, who's the editor-in-chief over at Bounding Into Comics, he's been recommending it as well. And so I'm like, well, gosh, all right. Two guys whose opinions I respect are saying that it's worth a watch, worth my time. I may as well. I don't often watch things on other people's recommendations, but this is going to be one of the exceptions.
Well, I'm glad you're going to give it a shot. Now, folks, I know you like those videos. So tomorrow I'm going to try to get that out a little early. Get up, watch it, edit it, and review it and edit it and bring it to you. So make that a part of your Wednesdays. Also, too, we have a new show coming in a couple of weeks. I don't want to tell you anything yet, but I've been working with a lot of people on this one outside of the channel to bring you guys something cool, new, and unique that no one else is really bringing you right now. And, well, we might as well put the WCBS spin on it and make it world class. So join us in a couple of weeks. It'll be on a Wednesday. We'll have cool guests, and it'll be a new show moving forward. That's all I can tell you for now. A lot of things have been changing here at WCBS headquarters, and I don't mean the wall. Have I added any new toys this week? No, sorry, I've been a bad collector, but WrestleMania happened. Had to take care of business expenses, taxes, all the responsible stuff, and to make sure the finishing touches on Wokebusters were ready. And so, speaking of toys, guys, I got a toy-related Wokebusters ad for you guys, you fans, you collectors, tomorrow. So go to Twitter, go to any platform you follow WCBS on, and I will share you the the Wokebusters card back art. It features Wokebusters action figures, and if you want to know more about the Wokebusters, including their hideout, their car, their weaponry, aka their gear, like their proton pack, check out social media tomorrow. I actually have a little diagram. It's a fun way that I came up with to tell you the story and show you toys that will be here maybe one day in the future. So WCBS on Twitter. I guess that's a long way of build it up, trying to get script here, but we'll talk about Star Wars in just a moment. One last thing I guess I can bring up. The Acolyte. I have a video on it. I'm not really feeling anything, and I kind of did just a whatever opinion video just to talk about it a little more so we can have a conversation here on the channel. So that'll be coming out in a couple of probably tomorrow as well. But if you want to see different stuff, let us know. Tweet us, message us. Is it still tweeting on X? Is that the verb associated because you don't X on the platform?
I think it's just called posting now. I still, for the most part, just call it Twitter and still call it tweeting. I can't be bothered to change my habits. If I'm to be completely honest.
Well, that's all you can be at this point. I mean, who cares? It works. Yeah. That's all I can say.
The platform's the platform. It's a tool. It does what I need it to do.
Well, there's a lot of tools on the internet, so I'm glad you found one that's tolerable, man.
Only a few.
I almost want us to do a segment where it's like tool of the week, where you just are like, this is the biggest tool I ran into on Twitter, and then we just read the tweet and laugh.
That would be a hysterical segment, honestly.
If you're comfortable doing it, I would do that. If you want to start that next week,
I am totally down for that. Let's freaking go.
All right, cool. Then we've talked about it off air, folks. New segment, tool of the week, coming next week. Who do we think is the tool of the week?
And
then we'll nominate tool of the week.
That's right. Maybe we pick a few and we have the audience get involved and help vote for which one they think is the tool of the week.
I like it. That's how we should do it. All about the audience. Now, the audience, obviously, controls a lot of the show, including the word of the day from our friend Shrebbles08, who says, the word of the day is fartlek. How Stella got her fartlek back. Back to the fartlek. Star Wars Episode 10. Return of Ray Fartlek, Palpatine, and a fistful of fartlek. Okay, so
Honey, I shrunk the fartleks.
Fartlek
Saints.
Ooh, I like the Fartlek Saints.
The Fartlek father.
Fartlek gun. The Maltese Fartlek. Hey, script, that's the word of the day. Fartlek from Shrebbles08. So we're
romancing the Fartlek.
Good, the bad, and the
I
fartlek.
like that one. What was that?
Romancing the Fartlek's a good one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm late, gentlemen. I had to just wrapping up another show, but happy to be here with you all on the High Council this evening. Lots of fun stuff to talk about, I'm sure.
Oh, of course. We're happy to have you, man. We have just been entertaining the audience, reading the word of the day, and letting everybody know about all the exciting stuff here on the channel. But now that you're here, would you like to start talking about some of our topics for tonight? Because something that you shared on Twitter really ties into something that caught my eye today as well. And I thought we could create a really great conversation for the audience tonight about economics. Yes, folks, we're going to be really boring. No, I'm joking. What we're going to talk about are a few things, and you definitely want to be a part of this conversation. So make sure you stick with us the entire time, because this is something that affects us all. This isn't complaining about wokeness. This isn't complaining about anything. It's about everything together that creates a negative impact on something that we all consume, entertainment. So let's start talking about Star Wars and the lie that a lot of people like to live, that the Disney Star Wars films are big, big winners. But according to Forbes, oh, and by the way, folks, when I say big winners, everyone says how profitable they are. There was an article that dropped a few weeks ago that said Disney Star Wars has grossed X amount. Was it $12 billion or some crazy amount? And we're like, oh, like that, okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, what's its net?
Yeah, exactly.
What did they actually take home? Well, what was that? Crickets? Got it.
Well, that is according to Forbes, Disney Star Wars box office profits fail to cover the cost of buying Lucasfilm. So here we go. This is the thing we've been talking about for God knows how long. I mean, seriously, folks, WCBS has been around since the beginning of the Disney Star Wars era. We had this show, 2 months before episode 7 dropped. Our first episode's about the MCU. I think our fourth one's about Star Wars. But we get the Star Wars, we're there for it, and we know that it feels kind of funky. And so here we are all these years later talking about it, but we're finally getting the information that we have always known, but we're getting it confirmed. And of course, you want, reputable sources. Forbes, maybe. Sometimes. Let's talk about it. So, box office profits generated by Disney's Star Wars movies have fallen $2.8 billion short of covering the media giant's purchase of the sci-fi saga creator Lucasfilm, according to an analysis of recently filed financial statements. Disney bought Lucasfilm for $4 billion in 2012 and soon gave the green light for a new trilogy of Star Wars movies that teamed up rising stars Daisy Ridley and John Boyega with Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, and the late Carrie Fisher, who headlined the original movies more than 30 years later. All the stars aligned when Star Wars The Force Awakens, the first film in the new series, was released in 2015. According to industry analyst Box Office Mojo, it grossed a staggering $2.1 billion, causing Disney to commission 2 spin-off movies as well as the 2 sequels that were already planned. However, as the series continued, there was a disturbance in the Force due to an over-reliance on CGI and a lack of the gritty, quirky characters who made the original movies smash hits. In 2019, The Rise of Skywalker, the third installment in the new trilogy, hauled around half as much at the box office. The Force Awakens was that film. The series had soon had a renaissance. Just a few weeks before the first case of the Rona was discovered, The Mandalorian debuted. It was an instant success, and I know they're trying to talk about that. But we understand how successful it was. The Mandalorian was watched a lot. It racked up over 5.4 billion minutes of viewing time during its first run. It had a 92% score on Rotten Tomatoes, and it was unsurprisingly, renewed. Excuse me. And there's a movie coming out. But the declining interest in Disney's initial trilogy of movies seems like a distant memory. I don't think so. That's where we're finally getting the information, because as Disney Lucasfilm wants to push forward and bring us into a new era of Rey, which is that movie actually happening? I think it was filming. I don't know. I have to look more into it. But we're talking about a series of movies that we all thought were terrible, that we were all called terrible things, and we all were kind of right at the end of the day. These movies, this trilogy was not profitable, and now we're here.
The trilogy lost money.
Yes. Now, obviously, we've known this. So to ask you guys, what do you think, is crazy. We've known this. We've been talking about this for a little bit. But how does it feel to just see it from Forbes and go, yeah, there's numbers. It's always been there, but there's really no, that other side of the coin has kind of lost its teeth in the fight. Even though there's still there's still a fight somehow, they're kind of done. There's no more excuse.
Well, I think it's emblematic of the state of the industry right now, because Disney has been kind of like that untouchable sacred cow, right, for a long time, where it felt like you cannot talk negatively about Disney, and that's why people who did, got so much flack and guff, and that you would only really see kind of the mainstream shills get any kind of push and positive reception. Now, you look at how most of these online publications have treated the Disney box office performances over the last several years. They were treating them with kid gloves at best. Like, anybody that understands business, economics, and certainly anybody that understands Hollywood, like somebody like Script, you could take a look and pick apart their language very, very easily and say they're being very careful with their wording here. So as not to tell an outright lie, but they're being very misleading in terms of how successful these projects are actually being. This isn't a surprise. This is, I think what's really important to touch on is the fact that we're actually at this point now where we're seeing Forbes actually, they're not calling Disney out in terms of oh, you put out crap products, that's why the trilogy lost money. They're not going to say that. But they are at least acknowledging the fact that it has not been a profitable venture. It has not made Disney's money back of that purchase of Lucasfilm. And that, to me, that at least says something. That says that we're moving in the right direction in terms of, all right, so a lot of the access media now, or at least some of them, are starting to, I don't want to say wake up, because they knew. Like, they can't pretend like they didn't know. What it is now it's more socially acceptable for them now to acknowledge it out in the open. So this isn't new information. Obviously, as you just said, Jeff, it's not new information to us. And of course, it's not new information to them. They know. That's why they were very particular with their wording in all these articles over the last 5, 6, 7 years, because they need to make sure that they're not making Daddy Disney, that gives them their access as access media, you know, putting them in a bad light.
Yeah. Now, what do you think about this script? There's a little more that I'll read, but I just would like to know what you think
Sure.
of this so far. Or, to respond to Andrew.
Well, when you make God bleed, people stop to believe. And that's what happened with Disney. So one thing that you're going to get, not just from Forbes, but even from Pro and Valiant and stuff, is that they're going to report certain financial numbers of what was lost. Those numbers are technically inaccurate. And the only reason they're inaccurate is because there's one set of numbers that nobody has been able to find out for sure. And that is the pre-sales. Pre-sales are really important. If you know the history of The Lord of the Rings, Bob Shea pre-sold the movie for so much that the movies were bought and paid for, to the point where as soon as they were released in theaters, all that box office, what they took from the box office that wasn't shared with the theaters, was pure profit. That's really good. Like, they even paid for advertising. That is how good of a pre-sale deal Bob Shea got for doing Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you're dealing with something like Disney, which has already started to gain popularity because of their partnership with Marvel Studios that started to actually make waves at the box office, when they got Star Wars and upped their essentially credit rating on the international box office market, they were able to pre-sell Star Wars movies to all the territories for a lot more than what they would have ever done had they not had Star Wars or had they not had Marvel. That has to factor into their budget. We don't know what those numbers are. And until we find those numbers, saying Disney lost $300 million on Dial of Destiny is technically wrong, because we don't know how much they got in pre-sales to pay for the production, including how much that money was used for also their advertisement. So we don't know that. When we find that out, it's going to show us some very interesting revelations. But right now, what essentially they're able to say with those numbers, that as we have them, are this is the potential profit loss that they had. It is subject to change as more information comes up. When you spend $4.04 billion on a IP like Lucasfilm with Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Willow, and a few others, the only way you would never be able to make up that revenue, even with low budgeted feature films of Star Wars in theaters, you make up that revenue through merchandising sales. And Disney did not have anything in those movies that would also move merchandise. So there is no way they were ever going to make their money back if they didn't have that secondary component. And that's something that has to also be addressed. There's no Star Wars toys or merchandise that people would buy in the same frequency that occurred, of course, over the course of the 80s and 90s and early 2000s that worked well for Lucasfilm. That's just the way it is. The toy companies didn't see the stuff selling, so they pulled back on their own contracts with Disney. Video game companies, Disney had to buy a video game company to produce Star Wars video games again, because third party, they shut down LucasArts, which is stupid, and all the other third party licensees, including EA, was like, well, we've got the contracts already and they're doing well for us now, but we're not going to extend or continue those on because the new stuff that Disney is putting out is not generating additional growth or interest in the stuff that we already have for customers currently. So that is a real big factor into it there. This is something like, we have Cannes Film Festival coming up in a few, maybe a month and a few weeks. I'm going to be trying to fly out there so I can actually use the film market that happens in at the same time to pre-sell my indie film so that I can pay for production and score a distribution deal. It's going to be really hard. I'm probably going to fail because it's not an easy thing to do. But you go into that market and you say, hey, this is my pitch. This is the cast I have. This is the script I have. And I need X amount of dollars in order to pay for this movie to get made. And for me, it's probably like under $60 million and like 20 to 30. But I only have 50 countries in Europe to do that. So I got to figure out a way where I can get enough money from each of those countries in a distribution deal to cover the expense of making the movie. And then if I don't get enough, I then have to find a country I can shoot it in where the tax credits will allow me to make up the difference that I wasn't able to get in pre-sales. And that's just as an independent
That's how
producer.
that works.
Yes.
Oh.
And that's just how an independent producer works. But guess what? The studio systems do the very same thing. And in most cases, especially when you've got some huge billion-dollar box office successes under your belt, regardless of how much you spent to get there, that allows you to quote higher. And if the higher you quote, the less money you're going to lose. But it doesn't change the potential of profit of what you would gain if the movie sucks. And that's really the core of the story. So those are my thoughts of it at this point. To consider.
You know, I want you to succeed. I believe in you. And secondly, if you do get to go, like, tell me the cool stuff. Like, just like, I don't know, well, message it on Twitter. You can just tell me about it. Cause I'm like, man, that sounds awesome. The Cannes Film Festival, just all that cool shit. That's just something I want to see one day just for the hell of it. So if you make it, let me know, because that would be really cool.
France, beautiful. I've been there a few times. Beautiful country.
Did you run into the Coneheads over there?
No, no, I couldn't find any Coneheads, but I did find a lot of women that have cones.
Oh,
like nice, perky cones.
So real quick, Monsters Year One, like I always say, Woke Busters, I've been done on the penciling, inking. We're waiting on the last just couple, like honestly, it's like about 4 pages to get colored. I keep sharing. Follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram, follow the channel on Twitter because I post updates all the time, and follow us here. Like I have said, last week we gave a big update. So, well, not last week, the week before. So I answered a lot of questions. I think I answered it fairly early in the stream, but that's the word. And the word is, I'm excited.
Yeah.
I don't know how to talk about it outside of, hey, it's really great when you get everything back and you're like, this is exactly what I've been hoping for, more than I dreamed about. So it's like, yes, it's awesome. I'm excited, and there'll be a whole big launch, and everything will be taken care of very soon. I just want to make sure everything's as close to, I can't say it's close to perfect. I just don't want to be not ready, because when I do this stuff, I want to be able to go, hey, this will be to you within like 60 days is going to be a turnaround I'm shooting for from when the thing ends. So yeah,
that's a good turnaround.
Soon. You know what? I get it though. The thing is, everyone's excited because they're interested in the project. They're interested in the stuff. And so I know what it's like. When a movie's coming out, I'm counting down the days. When Xavier to God sent in that message a second ago about Spider-Man, and I'll tell you the little story when we read the super chat, like, believe me, I know about anticipation, and it makes
that's
me feel
in
really
my
good
new local theater until I think through this Thursday. I totally forgot
Lucky.
that was out this week. So I gotta go see that. And then the 22nd is when Spider-Man 2 starts showing. So I gotta schedule out my movie going times this month, because I'm gonna go see all 5 of them.
Buddy, you have just reminded me to go ahead and check my local theater, because I thought I missed it. I thought it was a 1-day event only, and now that I'm like, wait, shit, I can go see Spider-Man maybe tomorrow, maybe. So wait, it was 1 day here. Fuck. Okay, I can't see it anywhere else. Oh well.
Damn. I'm sorry.
Damn it. All right. But yeah, that's the update on that. And sorry to cut into our conversation. Just saw a question and I wanted to address that. But Script, we were talking about the film market and everything we're talking about and how to sell stuff. I'm glad that you always bring the film knowledge to let people know that there's more to the story, but it doesn't undo everything else. There's a lot more to this. It gets either worse in a lot of cases, can be better, but it's far much more interesting to see exactly how these things work. And in this Forbes article where they're talking about the numbers, they go on to mention how the UK government, they have to get their tax credit, they have to report these budgets. So,
yep.
And that's public knowledge. And so people are getting to see just how expensive some of these things are. I mean, I don't know if I read the part where it said that The Force Awakens cost $537 million to produce, but like,
yep. Well, what's funny is
that
I told Valiant Renegade that 4 years ago. Well, I wasn't sure if it was 530 because I heard around it was over 500 million, and the lowest I heard was 510, and the highest I heard was 550. And
It's
the
an
reason I
ungodly
know it
number.
was that is because they shot the Rise of Skywalker twice.
Mhm.
And that means that you're getting double you're spending essentially double your budget. And their initial budget, I think, for the Rise of Skywalker was around 280 or so. And so their second film that they did was around 220 to 230. And that's not, and then again, actors had to renegotiate extensions on their pay. So they get their flat rate for their film, but then if it goes back for reshoots, there's, other stipulations in their contract that says, well, if I'm coming back for this, that's taking me away from another potential job. So I need a premium on that. And, that's just part of the negotiating process. And so prices go up and it's not to their benefit. The other part that's also interesting is that J.J. Abrams kind of invented this model of inflated budgets over at Paramount when he did Star Trek 09, because there's no reason for that movie to have been around $200 million budget.
Was it
Most
really
Star
that
Trek
much?
films are around like $30 to $40 million. And guess what? The Star Trek 2009 made around the same amount of money that the other Star Trek movies would have made, but because it cost more, Paramount lost money towards it. But guess what? J.J. Abrams figured out that the more money you get up front, the better it is for you. Then to heck with negotiating points on the back end, just get as much up front. So he used his production company and he billed the studio for all the resources there, and he collects all of that and he gets a payment from that. And he did the same thing with his Star Wars films. And guess what? Disney is the one that foot the bill, and they're stuck with it because they made choices based on reputation as opposed to merit. And J.J. Abrams had a really good reputation at that time. He's mostly known as a producer. He doesn't direct much. When you take a look at his directing credits, they're very slim. But he knows how to sell stuff. One thing I will never criticize J.J. Abrams is that he is not a bad salesman. He's a really good salesman.
He knows how to make something look exciting, at least at first glance, and that first glance is all that's necessary to
just
catch
get
your
butts
attention.
in the seats. And if they don't come back, who cares? We already got their money.
Exactly. I mean, as somebody who I've admitted this 1.5 million times on the channel, I've never been a Trek guy outside of growing up watching Next Generation all the time with my parents, which I love. I love Next Generation, but I would never consider myself a Trek fan or Trekkie or Trekker, whatever the hell it is y'all call yourselves. And so, like, when I saw the trailer for that 2009 Trek film by him, both my dad and I were like, yeah, let's go see that. And we saw it. We had a blast with it. He has some issues with the new films. I mean, he grew up watching the original series as well as as a kid. But he knows how to cut a good trailer. He knows how to make something look flashy and snappy, and at least, like you said, get the butt in the seat, get those first tickets, and then all right, cool, we got their money.
Well, it's sounds
a
like
storyteller that he's not much of one.
It feels like he pulled the old mystery box on the people that he makes the movies with.
Yeah.
Yes. That's what he does.
Which kind of makes me laugh. So, good. I don't like his movies. I don't hate the first two Star Trek movies, but I don't talk about them. I don't watch them regularly. They're just there.
Well, he didn't do the third one anyway, didn't he? Right? Wasn't it James?
No, he did
James Wan do that one? Or am I misremembering? Okay.
Yeah, definitely James Wan.
But he produced the third one still, and he's trying to get the fourth one done, which it's not gonna happen. I listen. I hesitate to say it's not gonna happen, but statistically speaking, it's not gonna happen. He has pitched more Star Trek 4s than there have been Star Trek movies.
Oh yeah!
Wow. Well, I mean, all of those actors are doing their own shit now. Like, they're doing other things.
They're also more expensive, except for Zachary Quinto. His quote went down, but that's okay.
His went down?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was famous for Heroes.
Yeah, he was famous for Heroes, for sure.
He got some great headway with Star Trek, but after that, the stuff that he shows up on is like smaller films, television shows, cartoon voices. It's not really, he's not doing Chris Pine stuff, and he's not doing Carl Urban stuff, and he's not doing Zoe Saldana stuff, and Simon Pegg.
Well, and Zoe Saldana would definitely fetch a premium now, and she's been Gamora in the MCU for years now.
Gamora and Avatar, and
yeah.
She's got a good
Absolutely.
quote.
Chris Pine even like he could command a premium. And I like Chris Pine. I thought Chris like he made those movies for me because he's just got kind of an infectious energy. I think he's a fun as hell performer. But yeah, no, I think that's a really, really accurate way of putting J.J. Abrams' stuff, Jeff. It was, he mystery boxes the people that he's trying to get the money from. It's like, here's the pitch. All right, cool. Yeah, that sounds really interesting. No payoff.
Listen, he's a scam artist, and he's learned from the best, which would be his parents, who are real estate agents. And real estate agents always screw you when they're selling you property. They don't tell you all the things that you should know about the property. They just air it under mystery. They don't tell you if it's under eminent domain or not, because then they'll lose the sale. They don't tell you if you have proper plumbing collected to the sewer systems or not, or if it's a septic tank, or if you have to have a private water pump, or if the region that you're buying in prohibits you from doing your own personal water collection. They don't do that because it costs them the sale. They obfuscate all of that for you so that they can land the account, land the scale, get their commission, get the hell out, and leave you with a money pit, to quote the Tom Hanks movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good movie too.
I enjoyed it. Yes.
Oh, sorry. All of a sudden, I'm just looking at certain weird YouTube fluctuations. So I've been trying to check out. Okay. Thank you, Rambo Raff for life. YouTube is glitching. All of a sudden, we lost more than half of the people, and I went, what the hell just happened? Sorry, I try to keep the flow of the show going, folks. I don't like to disrupt. But there was, I guess, a YouTube outage or something. And thank you, Jay Summer. Okay. I agree 100%. Again, this platform, I don't know if it's our name or what, but maybe we get too close to the truth. But yeah, we're not stopping anytime soon. So just, keep hitting that thumbs up button. We ain't giving up ever. I was raised better than that. But yeah, sorry. I didn't want to seem disinterested, guys. If I was looking away, I've been trying to check stuff on the back end to make sure something's not going wrong. So YouTube's having issues. That's what it is.
I was going to say, I'm seeing the numbers right now, and I'm like, what in the ass?
That ain't right. Yeah.
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 Okay. So
it happened to Hypnotic earlier as well. Okay. So it means they're changing the platform again. For some people, it's really good. For a lot of people, it's really bad. So hopefully YouTube treat us like Twitter does. That's all I'm saying. I can't believe I literally just said that out loud.
Right? If this was 4 years ago, we called you crazy.
I know, right? But
yeah,
it is what it is. So folks, if you're having a lot of glitches, we would ask you to watch us here first because it helps us the most. We'll just tell you like that. But if you'd like to help us out on Twitter, if you go like and watch a lot of our stuff, we are really close to monetization. Honestly, if everyone here and that was here watched just a couple of things, we'd be there tomorrow. We're that close because you need to cross a big number, and something we did crossed a huge number. And so we're this close, folks. So you guys can help us out.
15 million engagements, 50 million view engagements, something like that?
It's 5 over a 90-day period, according to the data we have now.
Cool.
So
yeah, I think Elon recently lowered the threshold, is what I remember him posting about.
I know if you have 2,500 verified users, you get a free blue check mark and all the premium bonuses on the base tier, but not the highest tier.
Yeah, not whatever it is, Twitter Blue Plus or whatever they're calling it.
Yeah. So all you verified guys, go follow me so I can save $8 because it's $8 US, which is really expensive in Canada.
Yeah. All right. Unfollow script. Just kidding. What a dick.
Yeah, thanks, Alexander Knox. But by the way, thanks, folks, for letting us know what's up. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure the internet wasn't going down or something happened, and this was like the end times, and we're like, all right, here it is. Let's do this. No, I would not want to be on the air. That'd be all. It's like the world was ending and the high council's here, and it keeps going up in viewers, but it's like, do I stream the end of the world or do I go do something I want to enjoy it? That'd be funny.
Right.
Yeah, we only have 7 people watching, apparently.
Some people seeing 7, some are seeing 3. I'm seeing 11 over here. Yeah, YouTube.
Yeah, I've got 11 here.
YouTube, you got to get your shit sorted. All right, figure it out. You're owned by Google. Figure it out.
Yeah, you're listening to us at all times through our phones, and we're not crazy. I mean, how many times do you talk about something and an ad pops up for it? So it's like they there's the resources out there. It's out there. It's crazy. But you know what, though, folks? It doesn't matter. It's a YouTube glitch. There's a huge audience of almost 200,000 people out there that want to watch us at a later date. So we're going to continue on the show and keep this thing rolling because WCBS bows to no man or algorithm. But let's check in with the audience. Well, know what? We got a little more to say about Star Wars before we move on to that. So back to the article. Excuse me, folks. Professional face on. So I misquoted the number. It says 567.3 million for The Force Awakens. So I said 536, I believe. So that was a mistake on my part. Now, I'm trying to find some number data right here to make things more interesting. But as we've talked about on the channel, movies went from grossing 2.1 billion to barely over a billion when The Joker made that much money. Now, Script, this is just all conjecture, but how do you think someone would feel if how do you think an executive would look at a movie like Rise of Skywalker and Joker? Like, would they just look at them both like the fans do? Like, fans of these things would go, they both made 1.3 billion. Or would the how would the executive look at it and talk about it? Would they kind of treat it as a huge flop, or would they just think it was a hit?
They would never admit it's a flop. They would basically say we made this much gross at the box office and ride that wave as long as they could until someone found out the truth.
Well, a lot of people are economically illiterate and they don't differentiate between gross and net. A lot of people will just hear the dollar number and like, oh wow, look, it made this much money. That'd be great, but they spent this much money more, right?
Exactly. They forget that it's not just the 4.04 billion they spent, it's also the budget of the movie as well. So you have to add that on. And the smart strategy, as always, is you spend as small amount of money on producing the new product as you possibly can to basically pay off that debt. And Disney didn't do that because, again, Disney's creativity lies in their technical inventions of how to make stuff as opposed to storytelling, because a lot of their archives are mostly public domain stories that they have rebranded and Disneyfied so that they can retain the copyright and market that and make money. They didn't have to pay the Brothers Grimm for Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It was public domain. They grabbed it. But if you want to try and use the names of the Seven Dwarfs, the Dopey, Happy, Sneezy, Sleepy, Doc, Bashful, whatever, those are owned by Disney.
Yeah.
And if you use that without a license, they will sue you. So that is how they own part of, quote unquote, Snow White, or their Snow White. The blue and yellow dress that Snow White wears, guess what? That is invented by Disney. They own the copyright to that part. If you do your own Snow White movie and you put her in that dress, they can sue you for a copyright infringement, even though it's a public domain story, because guess what? It's not the story that Disney's copywritten. It's the small little attributions they made that make it their version of that story. And this spreads all over the place. So they did that, which means they had no expenses on the content of no expenses on the creation of the story. All their expenses were on, okay, well, we came up with this new rotoscoping technology that allows them to animate more real lifelike figures, which is awesome. They came up with
their animation innovations were phenomenal.
Their chroma key technology that they did, which Corridor Crew did a video about it over a week ago, which I saw when it dropped, and it reminded me of the film school stuff that I did, 20 years ago, where we're like, oh yeah, they used yellow light in order to have a better chroma key. Why don't they do that now? Well, number one, they lost the prisms to do that. Number two, doing that with film cameras is really tricky these days. And number three, controlling light at that, getting those types of light were relatively expensive at the time, and the newer chroma key technology, the blue screen and green screen, was just vastly cheaper. So they're like, well, it's cost effective. Sure, we lose a little bit of quality, but it costs us a third of what it would be to do the other version. But nowadays, you can do that for cheaper than chroma key. And I guarantee you, we're going to start seeing independent studios and some Hollywood studios using that new method, because it is going viral in Hollywood right now. People know exactly how to do it, how to replicate it for cheap with new LED lights that can actually be programmed to certain areas of the color spectrum. Makes it incredibly easier than buying the actual halogen or the gas lights of that type. And you don't need the prism anymore. All you need is 2 cameras and a mirror, and you can do it. So there's that in hand. So the technology is really there, but Disney when it came to story, when it came to developing stuff, it wasn't in their wheelhouse. And when they got Star Wars, what did they do? They didn't come up with a new story. They took the superficial story points of A New Hope, actual Star Wars, and then reoriented them and slapped another coat of paint on it and sold it to the audiences. And guess what? A lot of people really liked it, and it worked. And they figured, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. And then they do Rian Johnson's Last Jedi, which, granted, far more original story, but didn't meet the authenticity of what Star Wars was. And then what happens when you get The Rise of Skywalker? Well, not only do you get story lifted points from other movies, and especially the ending where they literally lift and rebrand the last two lines of I am inevitable and I am Iron Man to I am the Sith and I am the Jedi. You really are, creatively bankrupt.
So bad.
And that's the problem. Like, listen, Disney was not able to create and capture the boys market, which they desperately have wanted for the last 40 years. And the moment they get a brand to do that, instead of hiring people that know how to sell that brand and write that brand, they got people that would just toe the company line. And guess what? Every studio, every corporation does that. If you are employed, you are a representative of that company to some extent, and you got to toe the company line or else they're going to get rid of you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's simple as that. And what did JJ do? Well, he towed the company line. He says, yeah, Star Wars is great. We're going to do all these great stuff. We're bringing back Palpatine. Don't you guys like Palpatine? He's dangling the keys of Star Wars.
You remember Palpatine, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
And
you remember Star Wars?
And nothing of it was doing anything to try and spread merchandise. They were so focused on the box office that they're like, well, we need to get the toys to sell. But nobody was buying them. So how do they do that? Well, they got the wrong creatives to do that. Joe Dante knows how to make movies with toys that sell.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that is the best point, because I still have my Small Soldiers toys. I bought into that before the movie came out.
There's Rocketeer action figures.
I have one of those from my Rocketeer figure was like a gum canister, but it was shaped like a man and it had movable arms. So I kind of played with that. I never had like the official release, but it was still a Rocketeer toy, and I loved that thing.
Exactly. And that's the aspect too. Like Disney, again, Disney as a studio was really just a commercial for its parks. Because again, going back to the innovations of technology that Disney did, Epcot is cool, right? The Disney parks, the immersive, the haunted house, the Tomorrow World, all that stuff is technology-based gear. It's gear porn, but it's cool and it gets people in there. What is it? What do they do on the movies? Well, not much. Mary Poppins World, yeah, good story, but again, they didn't write it. That's based off of another person's story. Same with the Von Trapp family, Sound of Music, someone else. They hired someone to write songs who actually knew how to write songs, which made it work. Disney didn't do much in that part. They just foot the bill. They bought the Edgar Rice Burroughs catalog to do Princess of Mars, and they did John Carter. They screwed that up. Couldn't make any action figures for that movie, even though there's a lot of cool stuff that would be in that franchise from the books and comics and other adaptations that make it incredibly valuable for the franchise. Tron, they screwed that up by basically not knowing what to do with the hit that was Tron Legacy. Like that.
Yeah,
blew up,
that was a property they had no idea what the hell to do with.
Yeah. Heck, even the video game they had was okay, but they missed all the opportunities that could come with it. And then the toys themselves, they didn't invest enough in, so nobody had any inclination to buy, a Data Disc or Tron action figure or a Reznor or a Flynn or any of those guys. And then when they did the Tron Uprising cartoon, they got rid of a writer that actually figured out how to do Batman Beyond for Tron. And then it just kind of went way off the rails, and then not renewed, not used. Disney XD was like, no, all of a sudden people aren't watching this anymore. We're canceling it. And then trying to get a third Tron made has been a nightmare. And now here we are, a little over 10 years later. And I think they started production on the third one. But guess what? It's not going to perform that well.
Did they really actually start production on it?
Yeah, there's Jared Leto in the costume that he's wearing. Photos have been released already.
Jared Leto's in it?
Yeah. Which makes it even worse because Jared Leto, listen, he's a guy that seems to be fighting time, but he's not a good actor, in my opinion. And I even though I never met him, I technically worked with him on Suicide Squad.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Did you get one of those dead rats?
Our department did, but I never saw it. All I know is that the head came in, saw the thing, didn't look inside. He just was like, nope, not today. Because we'd already heard the stories at that point, just immediately tossed it into the trash.
Not today, Satan.
Yeah. So
it's so nasty.
That's like method actors, man.
I was going to ask you this, both of you guys. I've seen people talk about how method acting is lazy. Where do you guys live on that? Real quick.
Yeah.
It is? Okay. Andrew?
It's totally lazy.
Any acting workshop I ever attended and any acting instructor I ever had called it lazy. They said, you know what you're supposed to actually do when you're in front of the camera or when you're on the stage? Act. If you act, you do it well, you're going to convince the audience. You don't have to actually be that person outside of it.
Right. Just
you
live
have
in
to
the
be
headspace of the
talented
character,
enough to
do
convince
it.
the audience while you're supposed to be doing it. You don't
Laurence
need to go
Olivier.
home and act like the Joker.
Yeah, right. Laurence Olivier told Dustin Hoffman, hey, how about you try acting?
Yeah, exactly.
And Dustin Hoffman actually did that, and he's become a way better actor for it. Jeff Daniels actually does a lot of method acting, even though he's actually pretty good at it. But the thing is, like, it's way more. It's a lazy aspect of things because it's basically saying I'm going to divorce my personality from who I am and inhabit this other person's personality, and then you have a difficult time getting back to your core personality, or you don't know what it is. And it reminds me of I think it was a Twilight Zone episode or it's another sci-fi episode where a character was able to take on the images of and faces of other people. And by the time he was exposed and he had to revert back to his original face, he couldn't because he couldn't remember what it was because he'd been living so many other people's lives. And
that sounds awesome. And like an episode, it sounds like an issue of Spider-Man as well with the chameleon. But
chameleon, or like with Matt Hagen's Clayface, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But it's definitely, I can't remember exactly where it was, but I remember it vividly. I just wish I could remember the title of the show or movie that as vividly as that moment. But yeah, that's method acting and its point. And I remember hearing before I even got into the industry from other actors and stuff, I remember hearing actors who did method acting would have to go to a psychologist to kind of reorient themselves into who they were and affirm their identity, recapture their original identity. And it's like, why would you put yourself through that? That's stupid. Just act. All you have to do. Who's the character? What do they want? Why do they want it? Great. Get into the headspace of that and deliver. Like Kurt Russell has the best ones. Hit your mark, say your lines. That's as simple as you got to be.
I love Kurt Russell, by the way, just for many reasons, but I like how, his views on a lot of this stuff. Because wasn't it a couple years ago that Kurt Russell said we're just actors, talking about when people give their political opinions? Doesn't he think like, oh, we're just actors, we should act or whatever? Like, isn't he of that mindset? Didn't he say that?
He gives his political opinions in private to his friends and family, but he doesn't like to do it in public. Like he's got some crazy right-wing conspiracy theories, and even though he's a conservative, but him and John Carpenter, who are good friends and are opposite on the political spectrum, get along beautifully because they like to entertain each other with those crazy conspiracy stuff.
To be a fly on the wall in that conversation would blow my mind. That's what I would experience.
Do you know how he got Goldie Hawn? She was walking by him and he said, "Hey, you got one hell of a figure." That's how he got her. She like turned around and was like, "Oh, thank you," and then just went off from there.
And here we are, 60 years later or 50 years later? No, they haven't been together that long.
40, a little over 40 years later. Yeah.
Wow.
Damn. Overboard, a movie I like that I don't know why I like it, but it's pretty good.
The remake's terrible. I haven't seen it, but I know because you don't remake Overboard.
Well, when we talk about it in a minute, that economic or not economic video, because I don't want to make it sound boring, folks. I try to label things in the way they're supposed to be talked about. Like we're talking about the movie money, so economics of entertainment. Long story short, though, that kind of ties into what we're going to talk about in just a moment, because we're talking about remake culture. And, CinemaCon was last week, and we talked about that on the podcast proper. What was it? Not Total Recall. Highlanders getting a remake and something else. Like 5 things. We're just like, why? And, because we don't want to take risks and do anything new. And then we're stuck with remakes like Overboard, where, it was nice when you had a conversation. It's like, oh man, I just watched Ghostbusters, and people understood what you meant. And now it's like, which one? And they don't mean Ghostbusters 1 or 2. They mean which Ghostbusters. I hate that we have multiple movies named multiple things as well, especially when it comes to like indexing or cataloging on the internet.
It's a
You have to
big
put
old
that-
pain in the ass.
You know how many
fucking
movies are named
parentheses.
Midnight Sun? And there's
Ugh.
so many, there's lots of movies with lots of common names. That's why all the listings now have to have the year associated with it as well. Because again, some people just aren't original enough with names. I like names where, like, one of the things I appreciate about the James Bond franchise is that every Bond movie is completely different title that happens to be part of James Bond. It's not James Bond and or something. It's just On Her Majesty's Secret Service, A View to a Kill, GoldenEye. They're all very specific names, and they're pulpy in style. I'm like, I really wish we had more of that. But
nah, dude,
we don't.
We're gonna get more Ahsoka.
Well,
we're gonna name the whole thing after the main character. That's it.
That's Disney's thing, yeah.
Well, I like the way Bond has it because it's like, if you really read the posters, everyone actually says Ian Fleming's James Bond in blank. And like, that would be like that stupidly long, elaborate title. But here's the thing. I'm not saying that I disagree with you. All I'm saying is I prefer those types of titles. I don't need, like, I get it. Star Wars is a episodic thing. But even back in the day before episode 1 came out, we just all referred to it as Star Wars, Empire, and Jedi. Nobody was going episode 6, Return to the Jedi. They were just 3 movies, and they were like, honestly, most people went Star Wars Empire Strikes Back or Star Wars Return to the Jedi. I think even in the trailer, that's how it's said, like, publicly from them.
A New Hope wasn't even A New Hope for the longest time, let alone episode 4. It was just Star Wars, right?
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I really wished is, like, superhero movies did that. Instead of, Batman and Batman Forever and all that stuff, I would have preferred if it was just called Mask of the Phantasm and not Batman Mask of the Phantasm, because it'd be better to do the marketing that you said, which was, it's Kevin Conroy is Batman in Mask of the Phantasm. Like, that sounds cool. And it's traditional and pulpy. Same thing with, like, you go, Christopher Reeve is Superman in Man of Tomorrow. Or Man of Steel, if you want to go that. I mean, I like the idea that they did Man of Steel back in 2013, but aside from the title, everything else in that was, atrocious, right? But I'm like, that could be interesting. It was a good movie title that can work out. That plays into the character, or do a Superman movie called The Green Glow of Home, and it's about his first encounter of kryptonite and stuff. People may not be like, well, is it a Superman movie? It's like, no, we already have the existing model. James Bond did it. People recognize a James Bond movie because they have the 007, which is a trademark logo. Guess what? Superman has a trademark logo. Batman has a trademark logo. All those superheroes have one. Just give us a really interesting title that conveys a little bit of our story as opposed to just the basic marketing of their name. And people will be actually interested in that. And also, you'll be able to diversify your movie titles a bit better, because you won't just say, hey, I love Batman, and be like, man, I really like Mask of the Phantasm. Man, I really like Feet of Clay. Man, I really like Heart of Ice.
The Dark Knight works for that.
Dark Knight works for that too.
Yeah.
I thought that was a real, like, when the third one came out, I thought it sucked and ruined it. But I really liked how that trilogy was Batman Begins, very on the nose, then The Dark Knight, because very few characters have so many monikers that are publicly known. Like, I always use this example. Even my grandma knew Batman's origin story. So it's like Batman had reached that level of ubiquity that we could do that. And I do wish we had more stuff like that. I mean, hell, you could think of how, well, it wouldn't work for Zelda since every game series is like Legend of Zelda blank. But you could do fun Nintendo movies called like The Mushroom Kingdom or something like that. You could do all of that shit. I would like that. I think movies that you could do that with, okay, this is a hot take, so maybe whatever, but like movies that you could do that with, the titles should have sequels. Movies where you just got to be like the brand name in part 2, that's kind of fucking boring. Like, if you made another Goonies movie, I wouldn't want it to be called Goonies Part 2. Like, even Beetlejuice is slightly better than Beetlejuice 2. Or I think they were going to call it Beetlejuice 2024 at some point, right?
I think that was their initial registration for it. In development stage, because that was their target release date, but could have been. Like, again, here's the funny part about Hollywood. Sometimes when you have a script ready, they register multiple variations of what that title could be, plus code names, all for advertisement production and also to test to make sure they're not infringing on another trademark.
I actually like whether or not the movie ends up panning out to be any good at all. I actually like them going with Beetlejuice, because to me that's kind of like an in canon, in
Yeah.
world thing, right? So they're playing off of something that's part of that world's lore. I like that.
Yeah.
I
So
like
for
it
instance,
too. And you can't do a sequel with the name Beetlejuice, because we'll all die.
exactly. Well, one of the things that's kind of interesting is that so Robert Meyer Burnett, he produced a movie called Tango Shalom, but it's no longer called that. And it's not has to do with any copyright infringement or anything of that nature. It's just that because of certain context going on in the world, political aspects, they don't want to hurt the brand of that movie or the message in that movie, which is a very beautiful message of unity and compromise and solving problems. So they had to rechange it to another name, which I can't remember because it's not as catchy as Tango Shalom. but the thing is, like, that's just how naming stuff goes in Hollywood and film and television. It's never 100% where you expect it is. In fact, Ghostbusters 2016 is no longer called Ghostbusters or Ghostbusters 2016. It's now called Ghostbusters Answer the Call. And that was to protect the integrity of the Ghostbusters brand, oddly enough.
I
think
I
of
always
protecting
remind folks.
the integrity of the Ghostbusters brand would have been to
Oh yeah.
make Ghostbusters 2016.
Well, I don't want to make excuses for Sony, and I'm not gonna try to, oh, it wasn't that big a deal. It is what it is, and everything I said I stand by. But it is nice to watch a company scramble to fix a mistake very publicly, because it's not about my childhood or nostalgia. It's watching a brand, and I even know I take and treat movies like art more than a brand thing. Hear me out. This is watching a brand go, we fucked up in real time as they're trying to change it, and I love it because Hollywood never. Hollywood's not a person. If it was, it would be a very bad person. My point is, you never see public companies like flat out apologize, unless it's like the oil spill or South Park making fun of the oil spill. You rarely hear "we're sorry." But if you read between the lines, Hollywood, you can hear you folks. You can see a lot of the message that they put out there, good and bad. But that movie, 2016, was such a failure, and I love it. Afterlife was like an apology, like, please come back. And then there's Frozen Empire, which you might like or you might not like. But
yeah, you don't see that often. But what you do see when it does happen, so the rare instances that it does become a thing, you see it rewarded, right? Like, look, Afterlife performed pretty well, right? I haven't looked to see how Frozen Empire is doing. Is it doing decently?
160, I think, is what I saw today.
It's actually still in the top 10, I think. It hasn't dropped out.
So it's doing like
it's
doing okay.
It's doing
right?
okay.
It's not doing
it's 90,
gangbusters.
No, it's 97 domestically and 63 international. So yeah, 160. So it's a little bit lower than the previous one. But I'll tell you this, they're guaranteed to sell the merchandise sets.
Sure.
And I'm pretty sure Sony has already made a great deal distributing it to Netflix. And again, as I mentioned on this show, Sony, when they were in production, before they were in production for this, they just had the critical success of Ghostbusters Afterlife and Spider-Man No Way Home, which was part of their Sony production. So when they went to pre-sell this alongside Madam Web and Craven and what have you, they probably managed to pay the expenses of this film before it even reached theaters, which means that all we're seeing now is essentially profit, with the few exceptions of like additional advertisement. So
and you
they're
can
probably
look at
not going to spend this much money on a follow-up Ghostbusters film because they realize that they know what the actual audience intake is going to be. But I would be really shocked if they don't do a third one, of this new area.
I think one of the best examples is the Sonic the Hedgehog film, because I think that was actually one of the most blatant examples and just overt examples of a studio not just showing an apology, right? Like what Sony did with Ghostbusters Afterlife, but also like speaking it, right? When they saw the fan reaction to that initial trailer with whatever that design was for Sonic, and they were like, yeah, we messed up. Give us a little bit of time. We're going to go back and we're going to fix it. And then what happened? They came back, they fixed it. They put out the kind of revamped trailer, and people went nuts. They're like, yes, that is Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm going to go see that film. And those people that said that went and saw that film.
Well, they were
In some
very
cases,
lucky
multiple
they could do
times.
that, because if they shot an in-camera Sonic that looked like that, they would never have been able to fix it,
Oh, yeah.
because it
No,
would cost
they
way too
definitely
much to
lucked
do.
out with the way that they had done it, for
They
sure.
lucked out, because that's the
Absolutely.
other part too. Like if they did say, if the Last Jedi trailer came out and we saw a trailer that showed some of the things that people had criticisms from, there is
Mhm.
no way Disney would go back and fix that, because it would cost too much money.
Mm-mm.
Which means that they would just have to double down
Yeah.
and say, this is what it is. You
Yeah.
have to realize, audience, that even when you criticize a trailer, they're not going to fix it for you if it's not fixable in
Yeah.
a reasonable time and budget. You are damn lucky that Sonic was a CG insert character that they could change the model to.
Yep.
Because guess what? The movie is okay, but but they didn't change the movie. They just changed the model of the character, which means that if you were able to look past the model of the character, you probably would still enjoy it. It would freak you out, but all the other
It was
aspects
a
there,
mortifying design. Like
yeah, it was a mortifying design. But guess what? It's the same movie. They didn't change anything. They didn't rewrite
Right.
anything. They didn't reshoot anything. They didn't
But the
re-edit it
point
in a
is
different
that
ways. They just replaced the one thing that they could to
right.
make
Well,
people happy.
and that one thing that they could replace was the thing that was so important to Sonic fans. Like you got to have the character
Yes.
look like the character, please. And they were rewarded with not only that one being successful, but the sequel being successful. I have a feeling that the Knuckles spinoff will probably do pretty well on Paramount Plus. And then the third Sonic movie, now that they've announced Keanu Reeves is voicing Shadow, I think that movie is also going to at least be equally successful as the first two. And so
Absolutely.
now they have a film franchise on their hands that is consistently strong in its performance. It's not doing like incredible gangbusters. It's not putting up $1.5 billion or anything like that, but it's reliable. It's doing well, and it's selling Sonic merch, which
And
Sega likes.
it's budget controlled too. Like
Yes.
again, Paramount is a mixed bag, because they're making some good decisions in some areas, such as Sonic and Ninja Turtles. You know, even though I didn't like the recent Ninja Turtles thing, they're making money off of it. Same thing what they're doing with the Taylor Sheridan programs, the Tulsa King, the Yellowstones, all that jazz. Even their South Park deal is still making the money, but then they go and they do all these other mistakes, and you're like, well, what the heck is going on over here? So they are a house divided. But
Mhm.
again, I strongly encourage the audience out there. I understand that if you don't like something, trying to say that they could do what they did with Sonic is incredibly foolish, because they're not the same. If
Oh
it's a
yeah,
computer
no.
animated movie, probably they could. But if it's a live action film and it doesn't look like it want it, like maybe I mean, here's another example of live action that actually cost a lot of money and they got very lucky that they were able to pull it off. A movie called All the Money in the World. It originally had Kevin Spacey play the main lead, but Kevin Spacey went through a controversy and he was pulled out of the film, and they decided to reshoot all those scenes with Christopher Plummer. That increased the budget and made it very expensive. And they were very lucky that they had good distribution deals in place and they had a decent box office reception, because it allowed them to not lose as much had they just thrown the movie out there with Kevin Spacey, and people not wanting to see him in a movie because of the controversies that he was associated
Right.
with would have hurt the bottom line.
Yeah.
That was a rare
That
exception.
was
You're
a
not always going to get that.
well, that was a balancing act for them. They're like, okay, so what's going to weigh more here? His potential negative impact because of his presence due to this controversy on the performance of this, or us going back and reshooting this with somebody else. Like
And
that's a you don't always
you don't always get
luck
that.
out with that.
And guess what? Speaking of Christopher Plummer again, who came in to save another movie, The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. Why? Because during production, Heath Ledger passed away. And in order
Yeah.
for them to save that movie, they had to get other people in, and they created a new angle on the film where Dr. Parnassus is played by different actors at different points in the story to
Mhm.
to correct that tragedy that occurred that I had no control over. But I will say this: that tragedy did not stop Christopher Nolan from implying that The Dark Knight was the last performance of Heath Ledger, getting all that accolades and attention. Pretty scummy in my opinion, but you know,
It's kind of messed up.
worked
But
out.
Christopher Nolan, I think, kind of sniffs his own farts. So
Oh yes, he does.
you're muted.
Josh.
Good. I'm glad you couldn't hear what I actually said then. Never mind.
Oh, come on. Now I want to know.
No, all I'll say is actually no, I wasn't saying anything super crazy or funny even. It was just about Nolan and the Oppenheimer thing. But no, I remember the Joker, Heath Ledger's death being promoted as like the Joker's his last movie ever. This is it. This is it. Like people were getting so pumped. I acknowledge that it's a good movie. I don't think we would still talk about it had he not died, though. Like,
Yep.
with the
I've been
Crow
saying that
and
forever. He
other
had
movies.
a really good performance for the character that was written, and the movie is good, but it gets overhyped because Heath Ledger died.
It's a
Tragic
communist ending, though.
That's a tragic ending, or tragic tragic result. to him.
Tragic ending for Heath Ledger. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you know, the Dark Knight has a commie ending, though. Lie about Harvey Dent so the state can take control over the people. That's what ended up they were doing. And then they delivered on that in The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
We have a whole culture around how Christopher Nolan likes to catalog his farts. So, folks, thank you. If you can come up with is it the Dewey Decimal System for Christopher Nolan's farts? We'd like to know more. Maybe we'll build up a year 35 style canon with
the Dookie
Christopher
Decimal
Nolan.
System at that point.
The Dookie Decimal System. The Dookie Decibel System, because you can hear a fart.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
what we're going with?
Yeah,
There you
I think
go.
that's good.
There it is.
This is terrible.
Christopher Nolan's BDS.
I want a nickel every time I hear it used.
Oh God! I hope it's not taken. Nope. I don't think it exists. Does it? No, it doesn't.
Well, it's gonna now.
Yeah.
Copyright.
We're gonna go on Urban Dictionary tonight. The Dookie Decibel System, part of World Class Bullshitters. Oh, all right. So there we go. I guess YouTube's back. We got nearly 400 people. So thank you to everybody who's watching, and we keep on rolling up. Thank you for joining us. So out of tonight, we've developed that. But I like Nolan. I don't really go. I'm not going to go off on a tangent because I don't really feel the need to defend him. I like his movies. Is he my favorite filmmaker? Hell no. He's good. But
I think some of his movies are enjoyable, but I just think that his movies script. I think you and I have worded this almost the exact same way on multiple occasions. Christopher Nolan relies on people being stupid for his work to look smart.
Yes, he does.
and I cannot think of a better way to put that.
I've never looked at him as this smart filmmaker. For me, I like the style of the movies. I like the way the people look, not necessarily the actors, but I like how the people are shot, how they're dressed, how they move. There's something about that.
It's got a very cool visual style.
That's all I like out of it. I hated Tenet. I thought that movie was shit. But
Wasn't the sound design supposed to be super bad in that too?
Well, Nolan is notorious for having the worst sound design of any film. The fact that he was nominated for Oppenheimer for sound design was laughable. I don't think he won that one, did he?
I don't know. I was happy it won Best Picture, but I don't ride the Nolan train to work every day where I'm like, yeah, he's going to get everything because he's the greatest. It's like, he's made good movies, but that's it for me. Like,
I was happy to see RDJ win something.
That's different. That's different.
More important to me.
Same. Dude, it's the greatest comeback story in the history of film. There you go.
Yeah.
Now you're rich 100%. Enough to make your own studio.
Well, he's actually was rich enough to make his own studio with the Marvel deal coming up to the Infinity War and Endgame contract. But he has his own studio, technically Team Downey. That's his own production company. That's where he finds work and co-produces and finances thing. Really cool stuff. Susan Downey runs it. I've met some of the people that work there. I only met one SJW crazy-haired nose-piercing lady there. I don't think she's still there anymore.
I like that he credits his wife for his stability and.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, he had friends that were actually encouraging him to be the vagabond, drunk drug addict, and when he met Susan, who pulled him out of that, and she started saying, "I am going to control you just a little bit, and to protect you from these other people," because she doesn't want him to die.
And at that point, also from himself too, a little bit,
because he was actually pretty much okay on his own, so long as he didn't have some of his friends to encourage him. And basically, what Susan Downey saw going on was what happened with Chris Farley. If you got Chris Farley on his own without his friends around, he'd be fine. But you get some of his friends around, they're like, "Hey, do this, let's drink that, let's go party here." He was all for it. And I remember talking to some of the people that used to be partiers with Robert Downey Jr., and they're asses. And I completely and they were like so disappointed that, yeah, I used to have a great time with RDJ. Then Susan came along and now our whole party and fun time was gone. It's like, you were probably one of the people that would have led to RDJ's death had it not been for her. So go to hell.
Yeah. We would have been robbed of a fantastic performer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, his move, just, for what he brings, he's one of the best. Like, even during his return process, we all loved, outside of Iron Man, there was Tropic Thunder, there was Kiss Kiss Bang Bang,
He was
Scanner
good
Darkly.
in Zodiac.
Oh, yeah, Zodiac. That was, I think Zodiac was, I didn't see a couple of those I mentioned until a little later, but Zodiac was the first thing I remember, like, oh, Robert Downey Jr., cool. Because I didn't see Kiss Kiss Bang Bang on 05. Was when that dropped. I didn't see that right.
I saw it in theaters. It was so much fun. Him and Val Kilmer just killed it.
He has a minor role in Chef, and he's good in that.
Well, that's post first Iron Man, but he was in a Disney movie, I think, called The Shaggy Dog with Tim Allen.
Oh, okay.
And
I think I've heard that movie title, but I didn't realize that either of them were in it, and now I kind of want to watch it.
Well, here's what's the funny part. So Tim Allen is well known as being relatively conservative. He's considered a step or two right of center. But Disney really likes him, and he's done the Santa Claus series with him, like the Disney Plus series, and he's done other stuff with them. The only thing that he and some other people at Disney didn't understand is why did they use his voice for the Buzz Lightyear thing? Like nobody understood that. But Tim has no ill will towards it because again, that movie sucked, so he didn't have to worry.
Yeah, I was going to say he's probably grateful to not have his name attached to it.
But he's going to do another Toy Story.
Are they doing another one?
Yeah.
Why? Oh, never mind. Disney. That's why. I forgot what we were talking about.
And what's funny is that Disney only owns Toy Story because they bought Pixar. Pixar made that movie on their own and had a distribution deal with Disney to release it.
Well, yeah, because it was strictly Pixar until Toy Story 3 was around the time where Disney had bought it. The first
2006
two films
is
were
when Disney bought Pixar.
Okay, yeah. So the first two were strictly Pixar.
Oh yeah,
yeah, and that's why the first two are phenomenal films.
What was hysterical is that I remember in 1999, Pixar had made so much money, they were actually entertaining the idea of purchasing Disney so they'd have Buena Vista distributions.
Oh, man.
Because again,
now Disney I need a what if comic line. What if
could you imagine
Pixar had purchased Disney?
Yeah, could you imagine if Pixar purchased Disney, what Disney would not have any of the infrastructure it has now. It'd be Ron Lasseter and his entire thing. Disney would actually have been huge, good decade earlier, if that would be the case. However, Disney was at that time, Eisner. The reason I think Pixar wasn't able to do is that Eisner had already started buying other sort of properties and building Disney up as a bigger company, making it more expensive. And then when Iger took over and then bought Pixar and Power Rangers and then had to sell Power Rangers and then bought Marvel and then bought Lucasfilm, they were all short-term acquisitions. And as you can see by this chart here, I mean, that we have up, it really is showing like how those are not good numbers when you factor in the expenses around them.
No,
they're atrocious.
And the one thing I do want to say, because, Script, you always bring the pre-sale numbers in. To be honest, we've always talked about this with our videos. When it comes to the merchandise, you got to remember Disney makes their money in licensing. Of course, they get a cut of certain things, but that kind of stuff is never really publicly released. And also numbers. Like, there's no documentation unless, like, I've missed the boat on this, but I wouldn't have because I'm really interested. Like, I don't know where to go find, like, how many Wolverine figures of Wave 6 has sold. Like, they don't ever release, like, oh man, Han Solo and Bespin gear original release sold, 48,000 units. Like, those numbers aren't publicly really out there. And so I wanted to say that
by the retailers. Because again, it's sold to retailers and then retailers sell it to customers. Retailers don't track those. I mean, they track the orders that they have to refill, and then they extrapolate a sales number from that, but they don't need to share that with anybody.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't have those details.
And a lot of these toys will share a SKU number. So, like, if you're going to try to use, like, oh man, this SKU number moved X amount from whatever you can maybe find from a Target computer, you may be also double dipping because that SKU might be on like Han Solo from like this year, and then like 6 years it might be on like Jango Fett or somebody. So, remember that, folks, too. A lot of those SKUs come out there.
Yeah, so some SKU numbers are limited to like six character numbers or 9, and then again, because there's so much product out there, they have to cycle through. So then they discontinue the SKU and then they re-SKU it under a new number with a new description. And then if those reports are close enough, that to use SKU again skews the numbers, so they don't really know what's going on. So yeah, that's why the UPC codes at the back are always so distinctly different, and they have various different combinations. But we are probably getting pretty close to the point where some UPC codes will actually be very similar to previous UCB codes from like a decade or so ago. Because again, we just have that many products.
And now, I would love to actually have that transparency when it comes to merch. It's not something I don't think, especially right now, we are not in an era where we're ever going to see that because the merch for a lot of this stuff is not doing well. And Jeff, we've talked about this on the channel all the time. The merch is a great measure for the health of your IP.
Right? Absolutely.
And obviously we can surmise that, a property in a toy line's not doing well because you'll walk into Ollie's every couple of weeks and you'll see stacks on stacks on stacks of these same figures over and over, and they don't move.
Well, that's one thing I did want to say, though. That is the case, but it's also a case where Disney gets paid a licensing fee from Hasbro, so they've technically made their money. What they're doing too,
right? It's like
is they're hurting. Yeah, but they're hurting just like comics, and they're hurting other industries. Hasbro's laying off 1,100 people towards Christmas, or the department's gone, or this person's losing a job.
They're really losing their ability to afford that licensing.
Yes, that's what Star Wars is the prime example of how to do everything wrong. And I know you think, oh, how can you say that from X whatever? I can make fun of Star Wars and make a bigger profit margin than they have on any of their fucking movies. Like, Stealing Solo may have not grossed billions of dollars, but it's almost, it's well into the profit for years and years and years.
It made more money than Solo the movie.
Yes, it made a bigger profit than Solo the movie. One man who drew this comic in another house, did that. Like,
Stealing Solo made more money than Solo a Star Wars story.
And folks,
if you stole Solo's profits.
And if you want to hurt Disney more, look at Steal Solo's profits more. Go to stealingsolo.com and get yourself a copy. We have a couple of these left. Okay, I'll get you a couple cases, but once we get rid of this version, I'll make you the sequel. And I really want to make you that sequel. I know you do, because I told you I want to make the third book, and you can't make the second or the third and not do the second. So we got some drawing to do, folks, and you got to help me spread the word. Give these as a gift. Wokebusters is coming, but you can stick it to Disney that way. But long story short, I wasn't saying that to build myself up or put in a comic promotion. What it was is these toys are hurting other industries. Bad decisions made from Disney hurt this industry. It's all really, it's the old adage of it goes downhill. It really does. And it's hurting people. Bob Iger's still living large at the top. But think of all the people that lost jobs at Hasbro. Yeah.
He's chilling.
Steven, I agree. Hasbro needs to work on Transformers. They need to work on a lot of their properties.
I'll tell you what I'm actually excited for, and Hasbro's going to get a little bit of my money this summer. They're releasing for the first time since, I don't know, the early 2000s or late 2000s at the most recent, a Carol Danvers Miss Marvel figure, a Marvel Legends one with her Warbird outfit.
Is it wrong? Ooh. I thought of you the second I saw that figure and went, Andrew's gonna buy this, or at least talk
it's
about
not wrong at all. I've made no bones about how much of a fan I used to be of that character, and that specific iteration, the mid 2000s Brian Reed run of Miss Marvel. Down here, I've got my hardcovers. Right here, of this whole thing. There's 10 of them, 9 of them, 1 of them. I freaking love it. And that makes me really excited because, like, dude, I never actually took much issue with her being called Captain Marvel. I was like, all right, well, you're going to do it. You're going to do it. You're going to change the suit. Fine. You're going to change the suit. But the most important thing for me was they took away what made her a likable character for me. Her characterization, her personality. All they did was just take away anything likable about her and turn her into a bitch. And I was like, where's my character? So now I get to have a little piece of merch from an era where I actually liked the character. So
They also
I'm
demoted
excited.
her rank. Wasn't she a colonel in the Air Force?
Yes.
So,
Yeah, she
Colonel Marvel
outranked
would have been better.
yeah, she outranked Steve
Steve.
Rogers. Which there was a funny interaction
Well, I mean,
between them. And the funny thing is, like, back it was there was a conversation about that even before she became Captain Marvel, I believe, where like they mentioned that she technically outranks him, but it was a very lighthearted interaction that it was like nobody felt any way about it. Like nobody was tripping. Like people were just like, that's a funny interaction because you could tell both of the characters were like just acting in jest. Like neither of them cared. Like these two people, they're friends, right? Like they don't care. That's not important to them. But now, like if they're going to do that, you know, Kelly Sue DeConnick does that with Captain Marvel, right? Is a different matter. So yeah,
Sorry,
that was
I'm
my
just-
short aside when it came to the toys.
No, don't apologize. Sorry, this comment got me. This Tastier back in the 80s. I think you might have won listener of the stream. So folks, always here's how you win. Get our attention in a positive way, and you will be listener of the day. We'll do listener of the week. We're bringing back meme of the week. So folks on the podcast, have a meme ready, because go to our Facebook page, go to our Twitter, tag us in a meme, and if you make us laugh, we're gonna show it on the stream. So please do that.
What do you think about this idea real quick? This goes back to something we talked about earlier, I think before Script got here. Maybe Script had gotten here about the tool of the week thing. If you see a particularly toolish, like this is grand toolery here we're talking, DM it to us on Twitter.
Please.
And we might pull it up. Maybe we'll compile a list.
That would be a fun little thing to do. I like your idea,
audience.
Man. Yeah.
Involve the audience.
Folks, there we go. Help us find the tool of the week here on the channel, all throughout the internet.
We'll add new tools to our tool belt every week.
What we should do is we should keep an index of it, and then at the end of the month we do like a toolbox stream where we go back and we just look at everything like this guy right here.
That's a great idea.
I'm writing this down so we actually do it, because I've been on this kick. It's like, do everything you say. And I don't mean like, I won't say stupid shit like, oh, I'm gonna go run to France. That's not fucking possible. But stuff like this is possible and cool. So I'm adding this to the list. Tool of the week, and then the toolbox stream. There we go. I have a feeling the toolbox is going to become like a oddly popular podcast where it's just
it
for
very
dudes on the
well
internet
might
talk
honestly.
shit for hours. Oh my god, lots of tools is right there.
Maybe one caveat: it can't be other content creators. Like,
we're
not in the business of drumming up drama with other YouTubers, streamers, Twitchers, whatever. That shit's
I mean,
gay.
if it's super egregious though, like, you know, this guy goes, man, I really hate bacon, and then I'm like, oh man, you've crossed the line.
All right, but at that point, you just deserve to be shoved into traffic. Let's be real. Like, I don't trust people that. What?
Oh, sorry. Speaking of running to France, where's Diddy? Sorry, this is what I'm laughing at.
Did he do it?
Did he did it? I don't know. What did he do? Well, join us next week, where I'm sure. Look, folks, we're going to talk more about Diddy on the podcast because, you know, Dion's black. I'm something out there in that range. We've been talking about this a lot.
You're a percentage.
Oh, that's how I'm going to describe myself. This person's black. I'm a percentage. There we go. I'm marginalizing myself to a number. Look, folks, numbers are easier than letters or feelings or emotions. Jeff, what are you? I'm a percentage. Leave it at that. And I walk away.
Just no clarification whatsoever. Percentage what? Of what?
Yeah.
What are you? Just a percentage. That's all you get.
I'm Jeff. Trace XL is correct, is what Trace XL is. He says bacon is life.
Trace,
so
my brother, always speaks the truth.
Is there anything that you guys would like to address in terms of Disney stars? Now, folks, here's something we're changing up for the good on the channel. we're going to do, this is our first topic we're going to do it for. And I'm saying it out loud, so I make myself do it. But we're going to do a condensed version of what this topic is like a 1 minute short. Maybe we'll drop that on our TikTok as well. But then I will have this clipped somewhat in a couple days. We're going to make sure we structure things so we can make the show more accessible, all of our shows across every platform. So you guys can help us do that too by giving us topics that you'd like us to cover that would be fun clips, crazy shit. Dick of the week, or not Dick of the week, sorry, Tool of the week. You can't
Look,
well, if you call somebody the Dick of the week,
your tool, but that's not the one we're talking about here.
No. Well, it's always been implied. I mean, come on, man.
Save those for the streamers that you simp for or something. No, don't even do that.
I was watching this guy on the internet talk about, what is it, PTP or whatever. If you give people creativity time, the first thing they'll always draw is a penis. So it's like, you make a joke, everyone's mind's always going to go in the gutter. Yeah, that's a thing some developer said. I watched a clip of it today.
Oh, that's from Mythic Quest, the TV series on Apple.
Okay. I was just like, somebody sent me this clip. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it's real. That makes sense.
Yeah, because there's this gimmick that they do on one of the early episodes where the programmer thinks that she has solved a problem where you can actually like dig out stuff and expand the map. And everybody's like, yeah, but people are just going to like make shapes of junk. He's like, no, I found a way where it can't be done. And then
somebody, of course, found a way, right?
Of course, the gamers, found a way.
Look, gamers, oh, there it is. Like, look, Ian Malcolm said it best. Life will find a way. Gamers will find a way. We're wily as shit over here.
When I watched it, I was
neighbors with Roman Polanski now? Or?
Ooh, that's a deep cut that not a lot of people are going to get. I like that type of joke. That's dark, actually, when you think about it. Anyway,
dark.
Yeah. Anyway, I hear so many like rumors and allegations about that dude every single day from people around me, and I'm just like, either the internet is way more bullshit than even I thought, which probably is, but this is the craziest story I've heard in years. Like, if even a fraction, if my percentage of this would be truth, I would be blown away by this. Would be the craziest story I've ever heard in terms of like celebrity debauchery. But gotta wait to see what's up. Everybody loves a good story, right?
Well, the music and model industry is way worse than regular Hollywood.
You say the music and the model and the music industry?
The music and the model industry, or fashion industry, if you want to be more precise, way worse than Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
What's the situation with like, I guess like in the music industry, could you find like more old school crime and stuff like to enforce things to make things happen than in Hollywood? Like, is that possible?
Well,
do you think
both of those industries are technically stepping stones to Hollywood? So, and that's why. So much like with the parallel to the independent sphere, you're going to get more predators there because there's more desperation, because that's the stepping stone to get in. What's interesting when it comes to Hollywood, especially when you get the higher areas, you've got so much power, you've got so much money, and you have so much access, you don't actually have to coerce anyone to get what you want.
Right.
And that's why when you look at a lot of studio films and studio executives, they don't have as many skeletons in the closet in that area when you compare it to people on the independent side of things that you've never heard of before, people in the music industry who you may have never heard of before, and people in the fashion industry, which most people never hear of before. Nobody knows all the fashion people that help make some of the more recognizable fashion brands what they are and the things they do there. No, some of them don't even know the most prestigious photographers or publicists that work in those fields that do horrible things because you have desperate people who want in on that job so they can facilitate other parts of that job. It's way worse. I mean, that's why I was so happy when I started getting to writing. It's like nobody ever wants to sleep with a writer. So, nobody's going to come after you.
Wow.
Well, I'm like, well, that's weird. And it's like, well, what about actors? Like, listen, if it's going to be on the actor side of things, it's going to be in smaller productions where everybody's desperate, not a big studio film. Because if you're big enough to get a studio film or audition to a studio film, you are not easy to be coerced into favors of that nature because you've already you've already proved your value and worth. But if you're, a cute little thing from Southwest Texas moving to Hollywood to try and make it big, you're not going to get a studio film. You're going to get an independent smaller film. And guess what? The guy who's in the independent smaller film doesn't have a lot of money, doesn't get access to a lot of people, probably doesn't get laid a lot. So they're probably going to take advantage of you in order to facilitate some sort of gratification, short-term gratification, in the hopes that maybe they will get you up there.
Control of something.
And all you as an actor have to do is just say no and walk away, because you will find other people who won't want that of you, because there's way more of them than those of the others. And that's the bad truth. I mean, listen, make all the PDF jokes you want about Hollywood. It's not where you think it is. And the only thing you have to watch out for are any companies, whether they're entertainment companies or private institutions elsewhere, that promote family values in children. Why? Because any company that does that is probably going to be perfect prey for the predators to get in and have access to what those companies are promoting. And they're actually going to be chewed up and spat out. And guess what? Disney is the big one. That's why all the scandals you hear don't come out of the other studios. They come out of Disney. All the Mickey Mouse kid club members, how many of them survived into adulthood and not messed up? And like Lindsay Lohan was a Disney starlet that actually had a lot of potential. She went through 10 years of hell because of what Disney was doing to her. And now she's finally got her life back in order.
Took her a decade.
Was Britney Spears a Disney kid?
Yes.
Yeah, she was part of the Mouse House.
Yes,
along with Justin. Mickey Mouse
Christina Aguilera.
Christina Aguilera, Justin Timberlake. Yeah.
I've literally never watched an episode of anything like Mickey Mouse Club, and I've never listened to Spears by choice. I'm sorry to the people out there that are like, Jeff, I thought you were a man of culture and accepted every type of music. Sorry, Britney Spears has never been my cup of tea. But
then take a look at, say, Emma Roberts and Lily Collins. They weren't really associated with Disney, and Emma Roberts is a legacy from Julia Roberts and Eric Roberts. So you cannot prey on that kid without the whole world coming down on you. So yeah, you've got to be careful with anyone that promotes X amount of values, because they're the people that would violate that would be attracted to that company and work for it to have access and do bad things. And guess what? The screening process in Hollywood is only, are you valuable enough to me to make me money?
Wow.
And that's it.
It's
pretty sad.
Find scandals out of Paramount, NBC, and Warner Brothers on the level of what you would get for Nickelodeon, which was with Disney for a little bit, but it's there because there's a documentary about them, and Disney Channel and Disney in general, with all the children that they had and in their productions. Oh my God. If you're a person that likes children, where do you go? Disney. Why? All the children are there.
That's what was
really
so
scummy to think about.
It's nasty.
That's so
why my parents didn't want me ever watching Disney stuff, because they're like, you can't, they're all horrible people.
That was the hardest thing. And I know we joke about it was hard to watch Star Wars, this and that. Quiet on the Set, the Drake Bell part, it was the hardest thing to watch. It was like, do I even continue to watch this? This is just
right.
And Drake Bell was accused of being one of those too. I remember. He was the first.
I remember that.
And it was Peck. I can't remember what his first name is, but Peck. He was the guy co-star with Bell in that show.
Brian Peck.
Brian Peck. He's not related to Gregory Peck or the Peck family. Just similar last name.
Gregory Peck was the first name that popped into my head. I was like, that's not correct. That's a name, but that's not correct.
But he was actually fat shamed while working for Disney, and then he eventually got into better shape in his adult.
A lot better shape.
And then he did the show Turner and Hooch on Disney Plus, which was actually not bad. He wasn't great in it, but the show overall was good. Nobody watched it. Matt Nixon.
Oh, you're about Josh Peck.
Josh Peck, yes, that's the guy, right?
That was after my time.
But isn't the guy that? Hold on, isn't Brian
Gregory
Peck
Peck's
the guy
grandson is Spock, and then there's another Peck that was with that Drake Bell guy.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, never mind. It was. Okay, so
Paramount
here's the
has
confusion.
Brian Peck. There we go. Okay.
But here's the thing: there's Josh Peck and Brian Peck, and they're both related to Drake Bell. That's why I was confused, because Brian Peck's the guy that got went to court for the the stuff with Drake Bell, and then Josh Peck is his sidekick on the TV show. That's why all of a sudden I went, hold on, wait a second, who's working where? That's why I got confused, because we're same last name, no relations.
And I remember when Drake Bell was about to be a big star because he did a comedy movie called superhero movie with
I remember that,
Leslie,
yeah.
Nielsen. And people were like, oh, he's going to be on the rise. And some people even thought he was probably going to be the next Peter Parker for a bit because he kind of has that look. And then his scandal broke, and then that killed his career.
I was a little too old for that generation of the Nickelodeon stuff they talked about, but it was just really awkward today when I went out to get lunch and I heard one kid go, "Oh, look, iCarly, can we watch it when we get home?" And I was like, "Oh, that show's still like for that generation." I basically, what I'm trying to get at is I wonder if there's going to be a point where people just kind of stop watching it because of this kind of information gets out, or I wonder if it's one of those situations where it's just kind of too late and people are like, well, it's not in the show type of thing, so they just kind of look past it. What do you guys think?
Probably. I mean, I could never get into those shows.
iCarly was like on the tail end of me being like, yeah, sure, I've got a younger sister that's 3 years my junior. I'll sit here and watch TV with her for a little bit, right? And that was on like the very tail end of that. So I only caught very brief instances of that show. So I couldn't really say.
I was guilty. I watched Drake and Josh for a little bit when it first came out. I was like, I liked Keenan and Kel. Maybe this is going to be like that. And so
Keenan and Kel was my shit.
Oh, mine too.
Keenan and Kel.
I didn't have back then, though.
That was our generation. That I watched.
That is
same
10 years
same
behind me still.
Same with all that and all of those like that.
Like I missed Saved by the Bell at the time, and I was apparently the target audience for that. I didn't see that until my high school girlfriend showed it to me in grade 10. So that'd be like what, junior year?
That's what makes it so strange though, Script, because you're only a few years, and I mean a few years, like we're still within the same decade.
Yes, we are definitely born in the 80s.
Like that's when you say stuff like that, it makes me think you're way older than you actually are. And then I'm like, no, he actually let slip what age he was the other week. And I'm like,
yeah, I'm 39.
We're like 3.5 years apart.
Exactly. And the other part too is, again, the reason I guess I sound a little older is my parents raised me on on music and television. That was stuff they liked when they were kids and teenagers.
I mean, I grew up watching reruns of The Jeffersons. I grew up watching the Andy Griffith Show. I grew up watching, a lot of those. I Love Lucy, the Dick Van Dyke Show. Like I watched all that old stuff as well.
Oh yeah, I saw the Jeff Benny program, the Phil Silver
I have
show.
A abiding adoration for that stuff. Like I'm so grateful that I grew up watching a lot of those because that's formational to who I am. But it's always funny when you talk like you're so much older than you actually are. It's like Script's always talking like the only versions of characters that exist are the golden age. The dude's like 85 and a half. Like
Script is actually okay. Andrew, let's just be honest. He's our robot friend. He's a life model decoy. He's ageless. He's like the Vision. So
no, he's not like the Vision. He's like Robin Williams in
Bicentennial Man. That movie sucks though. Shout out to our new listener in the chat. Actually, a lot of new listeners. Hey guys, seeing a lot of new names. Thank you for joining us.
Please subscribe to the channel. We're trying to get on the fast track to 200K.
See, we're on that fast track. I'm on the fast track to 1 million, folks. See, I always looking out at the distance. This goal is to be celebrated massively. Don't worry. We're going to give you a party. It might go on for 12 hours. Who knows? We might stream for a day. I don't know yet. It's going to be big. But remember, I want that gold play button. You see all these cool toys behind me. They're great. But I think a gold play button would look good right next to the Dragon Zord. Like, it's gold. It's metallic. It's cool. There we go, folks. That'd actually be a bitchin' piece of art to do a YouTube play button that looks like the Dragon Zord. Maybe when I get one, I'll get it painted or something. That'd be cool.
I'm waiting for a good, decently priced Dragon Zord figure.
It's out now.
Don't tell me that. You don't know how much money I just spent on Godzilla figure pre-orders, Joe.
Did I not put that one on the shelf? Okay, so I got. Oh, I didn't buy that one. Shit. Okay, I don't have the one that I was telling you is decently priced. I have the original and then the most expensive one. You need to get the Super 7. It's a really nice figure because I got the Megazord and it's awesome. It's the best Megazord I have. So, or my favorite one for the minute. So you're not getting something bad for
Toy
it.
Store and look, regret.
Actually, okay, this is what I try to impart to everybody that's a friend and a listener. If a toy's a little older, don't go to Big Bad Toy Store. Google it because a lot of places will want to move their inventory, so they'll slash it. And those Super 7 toys have been purchased for as low as $39. If you can find it close to that price, do not pay more, folks. Sorry to cut into anybody's profits out there, but I'm for the consumer first. So because we're going to come back and buy your products at full price.
You said
Super 7.
Super 7. Okay, $55. All right. And then there's also the Lightning Collection one's 160. Is that that's the most expensive one that you were talking about?
No. Look up Soul of Chogokin. Mine was what was it, $299?
Holy!
It's made of metal.
$360.
Oh, for the re-release. I wonder what the original one goes for. Yeah, I got that and the Megazord. They're just chilling over there. So I'll show it to you later if you want. It's not hard to reach. But if I start playing with it, then it's going to be like a Dragon Zord stream where all I want to do is talk about the Dragon Zord and the Green Ranger and the Dragon Dagger and the rest of the team, which is chilling back there. Like,
oh wait, is this
that's my childhood
show. Soul of Chogokin one? Is this an actual metal alloy? Is that why this bitch is so damn expensive?
Yeah, it's made of metal. It fully transforms. It connects with the Soul of Chogokin Megazord, which is made of metal and transforms. And then I didn't buy it because I don't like Titanus, but it's out there. So,
damn it! I should.
One of these days, I'm just going to get some Power Ranger people on the show. Like I lived around the corner from Walter Jones. We went to the same bar. It's called the Oaks. But if you want, folks, we could get some people on. I would love to. So I respect the actors and shit. They're cool. I'd like to talk to the people that like were in charge of making it, like localizing it and like all the weird crap they had to deal with.
So there was Power Rangers instead of Super Sentai?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
If you know David Yost and Amy Jo Johnson, you might be able to get Shuki Levy because I think those two still talk.
No, get Amy Jo Johnson. Get her.
Yeah, she's easy to get. She has a YouTube channel. She even advertises. She's doing a live read with David Yost on some of the Power Ranger comic books that came out recently. I remember someone mentioning that to me the other day.
No, but get Amy Jo Johnson because she totally wasn't my first crush when I was 5.
I was the
Walter Jones is also easy to get too. I mean, they're all very accessible. If you go to a Ranger Con, they're showing up. And you say, "Hey, I got a channel with nearly 200,000 subscribers." They will jump on the board to talk with you.
Well, we announced that we, as the Rippaverse, we're going to be going to Denver Fan Expo, and Johnny Young Bosch is going to be there.
Ooh,
so there are a few people. Andy Serkis is going to be there. I'm going to buy a whole new copy of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, like a hardback, something really nice, just for Andy Serkis to autograph. And then the actors that played the twins in the Harry Potter films, they're also going to be there, and I'm going to get a hard copy book specifically for them to sign as well.
Now, is it like, are they going to each sign? Never mind. You're going to get one book signed by both. I was going to make a really pointless joke. Anyway, I'm excited for you, man. I got excited because I'm signing up to work the Cincinnati Comic Expo, and guess who's going to be a fucking guest there?
Who?
Chuck Norris, of all people. Like, exactly. Dude. My reaction. Chuck Norris is going to be here.
It's not. No. That means it's not Cincinnati Comic Con. It's Chuck Norris Con.
Thank you. Featuring the Cincinnati Comic Expo. Like
featuring Cincinnati. Like featuring the whole bitch is the guest. Chuck Norris is the main draw. That's fantastic.
Love Chuck Norris. I just like geeked out. I'm like, what Walker Texas Ranger things am I going to buy to get signed? That like I will have Wokebusters physical copies at this show, and our books are. I'm lucky enough to sell books all the time.
To sign.
I was actually thinking about that because I liked that movie. Ironically, well, unironically, excuse me. I liked it as a kid.
I would be that guy that brings like a still from Enter the Dragon of Bruce Lee killing Chuck
Oh,
Norris.
Way
Here,
of the
sign this.
Dragon or Return to the
Chuck
Dragon?
loves
Yeah.
that.
Was Way
I've
of
heard
the
Chuck
Dragon?
loves those pictures because he and Bruce Lee were good friends. So
Maybe I'll just draw a piece of art with Chuck Lee and
Ooh,
Chuck
do
Norris and Bruce
that.
Lee fighting each other. There
No,
we go.
seriously, do that. Use your same style that you did you and the guys' whole like profile stuff that you did for the channel. That's super kind of like it. This is a horrible way to describe it, but the best way I can
You
do
mean
it
this
is
one that I used for
calling
my
it like the
icon?
yeah. It's almost like a GTA style in that it's very realistic while still being
Oh,
animated.
buddy,
Right?
you don't have to use GTA as a pejorative. It's the intention of the logo. You know, when I was a kid, I thought, man, if I could draw like Grand Theft Auto Vice City, I'll be the world's greatest artist. And then I got to a point where I'm like, this isn't hard to copy. And I went, I'm like 20. I better set my sights a little higher. But I honestly, that was me as a kid. I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yours is better. It's like you took the GTA style and you added just a little bit more realism to it. Just enough to where it's not like that, like it almost looks too real type of a thing. So
thank you.
that would be cool as hell.
I should, because basically because I don't color my own stuff. I said to him, the guy's like, I'm gonna draw more realistic. I want you to color it like GTA, and he got it, and that's why. Because specifically, our logo is meant to be GTA, because we're like
I
the
could tell
counterculture version
by
of
the
pop
font
culture.
and all of that.
Well, yeah, too. It's like we're gonna talk about this stuff in a way that most like when we started doing it, every geek culture podcast was like sponsored by Collider type of shit. So I was like really fed up with it, and so I was like, well, I like Grand Theft Auto, and it would be a really, because I did a poster as a joke for the guys, like when we had 8 people on our show. So people are like, why are all those people on the old GTA shirt? Because that's the original poster that we made 7 years ago. That was our first t-shirt, was that logo. So I was like, I'm going to keep the design on here because it's a design I'm proud of. I did the color on that one. But like, you know, I love Grand Theft Auto. I never take it as a dig. If like people are like, oh, that reminds me of this. Thanks. It means you like this thing. I must be subconsciously inspired by it, or to be in the same conversation makes me feel nice. So I never take that as a dig. I think some people are too sensitive about the artwork that they make. It's like, I get it. You know, you put your life and time. I do too. But if people talk about it a certain way, just have fun and be happy to be seen. Like, you know, don't hide it. Embrace it. Oh, so I clearly feel like we've hit that Star Wars wall where we need to move into our next topic. So should we check in with the audience? Because
let's do it.
I think the rule of thumb is if we haven't talked about the topic in like 30 minutes, it's dead, Jim. Okay.
Dead, Jim. I've given her all she's got, Captain.
So I don't know how you guys feel about the original series, but I've been going through it, and season 3 is really bad. And I understand why it is, for budgets and changes and, you know, different stuff. But I'm having a good time watching it for how bad it is. And like
season 3
original series.
Trek. So one of the
Star Trek original series. Gotcha.
So one of the writers, or I stress writers, but one of the writers that got involved to lead the show in season 3 is notoriously bad. He's so bad that a few years later, for some reason, he was hired to scribe or help scribe the second season of Space 1999, which is why the second season of Space 1999 also sucks.
I need to see that show, since it was the design that they almost incidentally ripped off for the Millennium Falcon, just for that reason.
Here's a fun fact. So Shout has a YouTube channel, and they are doing 24-hour streams of Space 1999, Captain Scarlet, all the Jerry Anderson stuff from ITV. And it's constant. I stumbled onto that the other day because I needed something to listen to as I was doing a notes consult, and it just popped up randomly on from the cycle that YouTube has when a video ends, it just automatically loads another one. This one popped up, and all of a sudden I'm hearing the Space 1999 music, and I'm looking at it. So it's a live stream, and it's showing all the episodes, like one after another, back to back, over and over. And I click on the Shout YouTube channel, and it's running like 7 or 8 live streams at the same time of all the other shows that they have. And these are high quality broadcasts.
That's the future I like to live in, man. Because it was like, look, I'm a proponent of physical media. I never wanted to go away. I'd rather buy a box set than stream it every time.
Dude, I'm already planning to pre-order the freaking $100 or whatever it is 5-film 4K Blu-ray collection of the MonsterVerse films when that comes out later this year. I get it.
You know, I was okay though. I
Actually,
gotta
you were the
say,
one that showed me that, weren't you?
I am.
Yeah.
Look,
I
I'm a
credit
sucker
you.
for this stuff. Kino Lorber's running their holiday sale. I may or may not have wanted to get the box set of Columbo for some fucking reason. Because I was like, Columbo, that's a good show. Let's get it.
I'm waiting for a paycheck because there's so many things I have in my shopping cart for various different like websites and even stuff I have on hold at stores that I want to get. Columbo, the 4K Columbo is one of them. Even though I have an HD DVD version of it, I want the better because Columbo is awesome.
If it's something I like, I want the best version possible. If I could like time travel and just sit next to the camera and watch these shows be filmed, sure, I'd like to do that. But until then,
I'm literally staring at the
discs.
4K Steelbook edition of Godzilla 98 on Amazon right now. I'm like this.
Pull the trigger because you like
that,
it, and that's
a lot of fish.
That's a lot of fish. I rewatched that movie like a week ago. In fact, I might have watched it exactly a week ago, and I unapologetically love that movie. It is not a Godzilla movie, but it's a fun as hell monster movie.
You enjoyed that we had the week off while I was returning from WrestleMania and chose to use your time to watch Godzilla. So I'm hoping that every time we don't do a show, like, you know, maybe it's travel or something, you watch Godzilla. Will you make that your tradition of when there's no high council, you're like, I want to watch Godzilla.
Andrew's
98.
Watch Godzilla. That's going to happen. That's the thing.
Or at least message me and tell me that you did.
Yeah, I'll do that. I won't lie though. I will be far more likely to actually watch it than I will to lie about watching it.
Good. You're a man of integrity.
I love that movie. It's so dumb and it's so fun. And the steelbook case is also the freaking the image of just the eye.
Oh, okay. The design of all the advertisements were awesome. And
dude, the Taco Bell ad.
Yes, here, lizard,
I need
like
a bigger box.
Okay, so anybody that's younger than us, like Xavier to God, when we read your super chat in a minute, one of the hallmarks of the late 90s was the big budget movie and the Taco Bell tie-in. That was like the thing. Once it wasn't McDonald's. You know, people think, oh, Happy Meals in the 90s. That was the early 90s. Once you got to the mid to late 90s, it was all about the Taco Bell.
It had the more charismatic mascot, that Chihuahua.
Oh, they had the better stuff too. Like, I don't know how many people remember this, but Taco Bell had a Batman the Animated Series toy line for their Happy Meal equivalent. Now, I will acknowledge that the McDonald's one's superior because of the little figures, but the Taco Bell one had shit like a bat signal flashlight and it was a Mr. Freeze figure that was soft rubber and you could squeeze it and turn it into a water gun. And it was the same scale as like the Kenner figure. So I used to make Batman fight that.
In the early 90s, awesome. I had I'm pretty sure it was Burger King, the Burger King Sonic the Hedgehog toys.
Yeah. I remember that.
Like Knuckles was in like a cloud, and if it was like he had wheels, like he would spin around.
I still have mine.
Yep. I've got all of those in a box in storage.
I never got rid of my childhood stuff because it's your life. Like, I don't measure my life in terms of like actual things, but I can go on this shelf, and on this shelf, yes, and the most of my collection, I can literally tell you when, where, either how much or who gave it to me. Like, pick something, I can tell you, and I would never have to bullshit because it's just that's what I like about the collecting. It's not always about just having more stuff. Some of this stuff I collect is like who give it to me. It's like, this is from this person. Some people are dead. It's like, oh, this is a nice thing. I'll never get rid of it because it reminds me of that. So there you go, folks. There's a nice look at my collection. It's not just
my
toys.
Best friend growing up. Haven't talked to him in years, but my best friend growing up gave me one of my very few Godzilla toys that I had growing up as a kid. He gave me it was the 98 figure, but the one that had like the little button in the chest. You pressed it and his like upper body would shift and move, and he had the Godzilla iconic, roar and all of that. And it's a big figure too. Yeah, it's like a good 10 to 12 inches tall. Like, it's a big figure. And he was like, I don't want it.
That might have been the one I always thought was cool because there was like the smaller scale one that would like interact with Matthew Broderick. Look, I get it. They're not in scale with anything, but there was like the people and then there was Godzilla that would have been like this tall. And so I don't know what the point was, but there was that bigger talking one that I thought was cool. I didn't get that one because was it summer 98? What was I into? Oh, that was Small Soldiers summer for me, man. Like Godzilla was cool. It looked fine. I didn't see it till it hit tape, but Small Soldiers, like we saw that one in theaters. That was life. Like it was pre N64, so I was like kind of out of games. I was getting ready to become a gamer, and Small Soldiers was life. So thank you, Joe Dante. That movie was, it should have been better. I'm sorry. I go back and I watch it, and it's like,
Well, one of the reasons why I have so much of an abiding love for that 98 Godzilla film is because I did see that in theaters with my dad. Just like with how much I love Phantom Menace, right? There's an extra sentimental attachment there. And I just love that movie. So fun. It is not a good Godzilla film, but it's a fun as hell monster film for me.
well, you know what? I would like us as a society to eventually get past the qualifiers. Like we all know what good and bad movies are, but when you're talking about these, you're talking about great experiences, and you can't replicate an experience you had with a family member or a good feeling associated with something. Like I'm trying to think of a really bad movie that, like, I always say the greatest experience I ever had was the Avengers in theaters, because it was like this group of people and we did the whole, at that point, MCU thing.
That's
something
like that's never going to be replicated, at least not in our lifetime.
And it was awesome to be there.
Maybe. I mean, you never know, because again, our parents got to see Star Wars and the Avengers, and like those, they never probably thought they never would have seen another thing like that again in their lifetime. And within 30 odd years, they did. There's always that possibility. You never know. Someone out there will always surprise us. There might be another event. Like, heck, I don't know what's going to happen with the Superman movie, but if it's really good, that might be something like the moment that you had when you saw Spider-Man for the first time, or the Avengers for the first time. And if it goes a distance and you get a Justice League movie that just dwarfs what the Avengers did, there you go. You have that other experience. All that potential is always going to be there.
DC has the better characters to work with. They just don't know how to use the tools. In terms of a team, like you can make different arguments for like just characters as individuals. Like DC's not going to have much that can, stand up with Spider-Man, right? Like Spider-Man.
I would say they don't have anything. I don't think anybody has a Spider-Man, because I think he is I know he's my favorite, but I think he was like the perfect superhero, because he can be, just from a marketing standpoint, he can be for little kids, he can be for adults, he can be for this age group. Like Spider-Man can be
got
anything,
a broad spectrum appeal.
Yeah. Well, because Peter Parker
more so than any other fictional character, I think. Like maybe Hello Kitty, but that's like more. Is Hello Kitty more niche, even though it's everywhere?
Well, Peter Parker is the everyman, and so he's immediately and uniquely relatable on a level that none of the other characters in Marvel's pantheon of heroes is. And he's a character that you can, just as you said, Jeff, you can tell so many different types of stories with him. You can tell stories that are accessible to a younger audience. You can tell stories that are meant for a more mature audience. DC really doesn't have much that can like do that. They have, ironically enough, Wally West, my favorite Flash, is DC's Peter Parker, but they don't use him. Character-wise, personality-wise, they're extremely similar. And ironically enough, DC has allowed Wally to do the thing that Marvel won't allow Peter to do, which is like mature and have a family and still do the hero thing and like have to learn to balance all that crap. But they still don't use him in a forefront capacity, because with DC, it's a branding thing, right? Like the Flash just isn't as important of a brand to them as, say, Batman, Superman, or Wonder Woman, the Trinity. Like they're focused on them, just as, Marvel would be focused on Spider-Man and the X-Men, or at least you'd think, though they haven't really utilized the X-Men much in the last decade and a half. So if DC utilized Wally West to the same degree and capacity that Marvel utilizes Spider-Man, minus them making 8,000 different copies and variations of him, the Flash would be DC's equivalent of Spider-Man.
Well,
and I would argue that he would be as popular, because those two characters specifically are designed very similarly. They're deliberately meant to be just immediately relatable for a very broad swath of people.
But what's the Flash's theme song?
All right, listen.
I run real fast, I run real fast, I run real fast, and then I run real fast. It's like, all right, cool. I run real fast. I run real fast. I run like it's not an indictment of the character. He just runs real fast. He runs real fast. That's all. He's just fucking with you. Xavier to God, look, dude, you suffered enough. I don't have to make fun of the Flash. You saw last year's movie. I'm sorry. So that's
pretty horrible. Yeah.
You know, I can always talk
Thank you
shit
for
about,
reminding me of that.
and I don't know if there's any Spider-Man movie as bad as the Flash. Is there?
No.
I
didn't
hate
think so.
Far From Home with a loathing hitherto unseen, but it's still not as bad as that Ezra Miller movie.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Xavier to God.
So no, Flash fans have had it bad.
Xavier God, thank you very much. He says, yesterday I got to see my favorite movie of all time in theaters. It took 21 years, but I never thought I would have gotten to see Spider-Man in theaters. Xavier to God, I love this story because I too
got Xavier.
I know, right?
That first film was what, 02? 03?
May 3rd of 2002 is when it dropped because I counted down the fucking days. Like I was, I would always doodle in my notebooks, but I would draw, anything really. But then when Spider-Man was coming out, I got How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. And I was like, I need to learn how to draw comics. I don't know why, but it was something like I was excited for the movie and I needed to learn how to draw comic books. I don't know how 13-year-old me put it together, but I did. And it was awesome. But Xavier to God, I was there I didn't see it on the first day. I was in grade school, so I had to wait till that Sunday. But I saw it opening weekend. It was awesome. It was the first movie I ever saw. No, I take it back. I did see episode 1 twice in theaters. I kind of remember that now. But it was but I fell asleep in it the second time. So it was the only movie I ever saw twice in theaters that I stayed awake for at that age. I loved it. And I wanted to show you this too. I pulled it down from a collection. This is the actual one I had from a kid because you can tell that the joints are starting to fade. Here's my OG. Here we go. Let me give myself a full screen for a minute. Here's the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, dusty from my mom's house. But that's it. That is the original one. You can see it's still in good shape and I don't have any loose joints. I kind of would draw pictures of this. I didn't really play with toys after a certain point, but I'd still buy them because they were like 3D models of things you wanted to learn how to draw. So yeah, this bad boy still got all his paint. But yeah, this is my actual one that I got from Walmart as a kid. And
I got one that's similar to that, but it's from the animated series, and it's actually hanging on my wall right now from a
this point on due when it comes to
but it's
toy purchases.
Same model.
Hold on a second. I heard two things at once.
Oh.
Okay, Andrew, you show me yours, then script. I want you to say what you said because I think I heard it, but I want to get clarification. Andrew, I got 2 of those in my closet. I just haven't taken them down.
I even bought his stupid ass. All right,
is this
I had to have the whole set. All right.
Is this an arms race for Spider-Man movie merch? Because
no, listen, we know you're gonna win that one. Okay, like I'm not.
All right, here's the 18-inch Spider-Man from Spider-Man 2. This thing's like $500 now. I may have got it when it was $34, and all of my shit's gone up because I bought it when it was new and don't do anything with it. So it's like it doesn't have loose joints.
I got the 14-inch Spider-Man Tobey Maguire figure. Well, it's kind of like a doll because it's got a fabric costume on it and you can remove the mask. And it's
I remember that one.
Yeah, I still have it still in the box.
I mean, Andrew, do we need to make it further? Do I need to go pull down the hot toy, or do I need to pull down like the new hot toy?
I know you have more Spidey merch than I do. I am aware.
Well, you have to have some of the animated series figures too, right?
Oh yeah, right here. I'll go get one. Hold on.
So I do in storage.
The fun fact is that Spider-Man movie figure that Jeff just showed is the same model from the animated series. They just put on a different paint job, but they also added on the ribbon.
Well, you can tell because of the what you can tell
it's the elbow, the arm joints, and the midsection. That's got like a little rubber in the middle, so you can bend around.
Yeah, that build was not Tobey Maguire's build.
No,
that build was definitely ripped from the comic.
Since you brought up the one with the rubber band in the chest.
Yeah,
that's the one from the cartoon with the rubber band in the chest.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Now
I have this one.
That's the one I got hanging on my wall right now.
I have one that's
toy,
like,
man.
I want to. I don't even think it's 6 inches tall, but it's metal, and it's in storage. I wish I had it with me.
Is it super articulated but made of metal?
No, it's not. Like, it's barely articulated at all,
okay.
actually. So
Okay.
it's only
Okay.
articulated at the main joints. Like,
Oh, I know what you're
doing
talking
this,
about. It's smaller because they came in 2-packs.
that might be it. I've had it since I was like, I don't know, like 7, maybe 8.
I thought you were telling me that you had one of these about this size made of metal because that's like super, super rare. I don't even have that
No,
one.
not
It's
that
thousands
lucky.
of dollars.
Oh, I wish
That's
that's the one
like
I had now.
that's one of those like items where it's like I'd have to luck into finding that at a good price because I would not spend $1,000 on an action figure. Like
No, not a
I have
chance,
rules
no.
of collecting, dude. Like for example, my number one rule that I never really promote: I will never pay more than $1,000 for a fake toy car because my real first car cost $1,000. So like all these deluxe Batmobiles and shit, like I got Hot Toy Michael Keaton, but the car is $1,000. It's not too expensive. I just have that principle. Marty McFly's chilling back there. There's a small DeLorean because I'm not spending $1,000 on a toy DeLorean when a real car that I bought that got me through
That's
high
a good
school
rule.
was $1,000.
That's
It's
a
just
good
a
rule,
ridiculous
actually.
principle I have.
No, I don't even think that's ridiculous. I think that's a great principle to have. I respect it. I absolutely respect it.
Hold on one second. I really like Xavier to God. I want to show him one more thing from the collection.
All
I'll
right.
be right back.
Cool.
I'm all for seeing more geek shit. Let's do it. I'm here for it.
So
Absolutely
Xavier to
here.
God. Hold on. Oop, almost dropped Spidey. Let's put him over here. I got this from a Christmas gift from a friend. It's the Nintendo Power that dropped when that movie was brand new. Hold on a second.
Remember that issue.
So let's see it real quick. So obviously, so this is not my original one, but when I was a kid, I did have a Nintendo Power subscription. So I did get this magazine back in the day. And one of the cool things, Xavier to God, that I wanted to bring up is you weren't there for the movie, but there was, the internet, and we didn't have YouTube. So finding the trailer was a little hard. You could find the hidden one. But this cool art was created for Spider-Man. Like there's tons of these drawings and they were on everything. And that was kind of out before everyone saw a trailer or there was a big media blitz. So like, if you want to know what it was like to be around back then, you would see pictures like this on merchandise. You would hear people talk about it. They would show a select few clips. They would constantly show the part where Spider-Man swings around the bridge, where he swings at the end. They would show the scene where he swings and kicks into the camera and a couple things like, I'm trying to give you like exactly what it was like. Since it's your favorite movie, man, like this is what it was like. And it was everywhere. Everybody liked it. It was this thing, it wasn't like geekdom was a thing anymore. It was Spider-Man's the big hot movie. And so here you go. This image was on tons of shit, man. This specific drawing of Spider-Man, you name it, it was on M&Ms, it was on cereal boxes, it was everywhere.
The coloring on that is fantastic too.
I loved it, man. Like this movie suit, it's cool because it takes a classic design and turns it into what was then, modern, with the Matrix and all this shit. And look, here's a fucking Pop-Tart ad. These would just be everywhere. Yeah. And so you would have that other image on the box, but then you'd see, this pop up. And I don't recall, but I'm pretty sure I ate these as a kid because I ate at my mom's house. I got the Spider-Man cereal box. So there you go, man.
Sonic the Hedgehog SpaghettiOs. Remember those?
Ate everything branded. I
got free Sonic comic subscriptions through that shit. Like,
so I wasn't a Sonic kid. I watched the show because I understood that it was Steve Urkel's voice. But I was a Mario kid, man. I didn't have a single Sega game until like 95. And I was
a Sonic kid, man.
Going back,
I had more friends with Genesis than I did Super Nintendo. And so one of my first experiences gaming was on a Genesis. And I had already been watching the Saturday morning cartoon.
It's a good show, man. Sonic Says.
Show. It's Sonic Says, talking about like, hey, if somebody tries to touch you, like,
yeah, you're like, okay, I'm a kid, I'm gonna listen to this. Like Inspector Gadget would teach you like not to light a forest fire or some dumb crap, but Sonic would give you that advice. You're like, oh, okay, I won't talk to strangers.
Don't let no adults start diddling you. All right, got it. Thanks, Sonic.
P Diddy at a distance. Back then he was just Sean, but they knew.
Back when it was Sean, yeah.
But Xavier to God, thank you for sending me that super chat. Yes, Spider-Man was a very impactful, important movie to me. I'll tell you this too. One last thing. You may know this, you may not, but around September of that year, they did a double bill with Spider-Man and Men in Black 2. And I was so close to buying a ticket to go see it just to see Spider-Man again, but I didn't. But there's a weird trailer out there that shows like the final swing and Men in Black. It might actually show both movies side to side. I don't remember exactly what it is, but that was a thing. Like Spider-Man, yeah, it was a weird window, but there's even like numbers. You can look up what it made on a re-release weekend. It's just a small little thing, but I mean, also too, Xavier God, one last thing you can look. I don't know if you can look this one up, but like the song Hero from Spider-Man was popular enough. You know, it came out, everybody knew it, kind of like that summer song. But then after 9/11, that song got, at least in my area, they associate it with like the heroism of all the people like, you know, coming to rescue and stuff. So it like took on another meaning and it stuck around, at least here, forever. So I heard that song way longer than anybody else, but I don't hate it. So
we heard
that's
the
a bonus.
Aerosmith cover of Spider-Man frequently up here, and it was awesome.
I'm sorry. I'm joking. I like it. I like that Joe Perry's a Spider-Man fan and he gets to be a part of it because, you know, he's a great guitar player.
Oh yeah.
And I like the theme song from the cartoon where he's actually the voice and he's playing the guitar. And I'm just like, I didn't know who Aerosmith was at that point, but I knew that song was cool.
Yeah.
I would, that'd be the first thing I'd ask him if I ever met Aerosmith. It wouldn't be like, hey, you know, tell me about Dream On or something like that. No, it's tell me about your Spider-Man song because I'm a big nerd. Dragon's Blade 79, thank you for becoming a member. Folks, we appreciate you guys being members of the channel, being patrons. By the way, on Thursday, we're going to name our new patrons. I forgot. Actually, in my defense, when I read the emails, we weren't getting those specific emails pushed to the top. We get other Patreon notifications, but not new members. So I'd like to apologize to the new members. We'll give you guys your shout outs and accolades on Thursday night. Don't worry, we never forget about you guys. TLJ Screwjob, who's been a member for 14 months. This is a two-parter, so I'm going to read it like that. But thank you twice. I recall in the month before The Rise of Skywalker came out, the WCBS guys, specifically Kendo, saying that the trailer for The Rise of Skywalker was not yet rated. As we all know, JJ saying in an interview 2 weeks before it came out that they had just finished filming. No shot they spent under $500 million. We were talking about that, because everybody
not yet rated because not yet completed.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what we took away from it.
48 hours before it was accessible by theaters to download and screen.
That's crazy.
And it shows
for a film of that notoriety.
Well, like, it's because at that time, almost every SFX house in Hollywood and outside was commissioned at a premium to render as many special effects shots as possible to make the deadline because, again, they completed shooting around 2 weeks before the actual release date.
You cannot convince me with any amount of money that that movie made anything on net.
No, it didn't.
You cannot. Like, nobody could convince me of that. Like, you could put a balance sheet in front of me, I'd be like, that those books are cooked, man. Like, I don't trust that. There's not a chance.
48 hours before. That's what happened, script?
Yes. Well, here's the fun part. With the invention of digital, you can actually shoot and edit and complete post-production of a film right up until 48 hours before release, if you so chose. Not a good idea to do.
Probably not the best choice. Yeah.
You can do that because
ill-advised.
You give 48 hours for the theaters to download the movie from their portal so that they can get it all set up with a projector and do all that type of stuff. But it's a possibility in the event that, you know, they make a movie and all of a sudden they realize, oh crap, the original file we have is either corrupted or there's some sort of error with that we didn't account for. We need to fix that. And so they can and do it without having to essentially reprint film reels and then ship them all over the world, which is what they used to do. So yeah, it makes it very more convenient, but it also subjects it to be abused, which means that some filmmakers, especially when they work at Disney, can literally be shooting and producing shooting and finishing post-production right up until the last 48 hours before a release date.
Talk about bottom of the ninth finishes.
Yeah. And the worst part is that technically The Rise of Skywalker never got any preview screenings or any sort of test marketing stuff, at least the most recent cut. I don't know about the first movie that was ever made, because I think that one got people were able to go do test screenings, friends and family within Disney. But that one that we got to see, at least, of course, I didn't go to the theaters to see it. that one nobody got a chance to get a preview or a test screening of before it went to
It's 'cause the
theaters. You
movie
guys
was
who
It
bought
shows.
tickets thought was the test screening.
Well,
Oh my
it's like somehow
God.
Palpatine returned. Somehow this movie was made. Like, no script. I have a serious question. Outside of selling my soul to the devil or harming myself, how do I go about getting in the right position to see that film? Like, what job, what schooling do I have to go through to see that other cut of the Rise of Skywalker? Because somebody's got to bite the bullet, and I have to see this thing, man. Like, I got to know. How do I do it?
My first suggestion would be look at the credits of the Rise of Skywalker and catalog all the the post-production special effects houses that did it. Then apply to work at them, and they might have archives of the raw stuff that they worked on prior that you could watch. Because here's the other part too: they all have private backups, and it's not really allowed to do, but people are
Of
actually
course
really
it's not,
beneficial
no,
for
but
it
they do it
because
anyway.
Toy Story 2 had one by accident and allowed them to save Toy Story. So a lot of them on the digital effects side of things kind of keep them around. In addition, the assets are actually really useful because they can sell those for merchandising, whether it be toys or video games, or if they want to reuse them in the next version of the film and then just export a higher, more sophisticated render of it. At least they have the model built and they can build off of that to make it more detailed. So yeah, a lot of stuff is still around. You might be able to find that first version of it somewhere, but if it hasn't leaked by now, it probably means that a lot of it's in various sections. So you would most likely have to end up working at every single one of those to find that footage, copy it yourself, go to every single
Yeah, there's
company,
probably
and
not
then
a
once you get it all, put it together.
version. Yeah,
Put
there's
it
probably not
together.
a completed version with all the
Okay.
post stuff done on it.
Is that the fourth Stealing Solo book? Like, after we do all that? No, all joking aside, I would just look. I would
Stealing Star Wars.
Yeah. What I would want to look at, I would be very
Somehow
obvious.
Star Wars returned.
Well, dude, you would know what I'm doing because I would keep getting hired and fired from and quitting these jobs within a couple of days. It's like, all right, I got all their Star Wars assets. That ain't the movie. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna like use. Oh, I got a job here. Can I get a job here? And just kind of literally bounce. You just bounce from each place just to get that. Would that make me crazy? Yes. Will it make me the greatest Star Wars fan? No. But it'll be fun to watch on YouTube, folks. It ain't happening.
And you can do it faster with the four of you guys. I mean, that's the thing. Like you just.
Oh yeah, I forgot. There's more bullshitters. Fuck. There's even a secret one we keep behind the scenes. So we have 5 technically. But TLJ Screwjob's got some good news. I didn't know this, and I think I know what I'm going to do on this specific date now. Wait. Fuck, I got SmackDown tickets. Maybe I can do it in the morning. Aliens 45th anniversary is near me on April 26th. I love Alien.
Oh,
I'm going to say something. I'm going to hurt somebody's feelings here. I like Alien more than Aliens. Just saying. I prefer that one, even though they're both 10 out of 10s. I'm going
That's supposed to hurt people's feelings.
Oh, so many people are diehard Aliens over Alien. It's not funny. Like,
I love both films. They're two completely different films. One's an action film and the other one's a horror film.
A lot of dudes that are in the military looked at that movie, and I get that. That's a different beast. But it's like, I just think Alien is legit creepy, and the concept of the xenomorph.
It's the only one in the franchise that is.
Yeah, and when you have so many xenomorphs and you have them that they can be taken out in hordes, it kind of reduces the perfect killing machine into cannon fodder. And so I don't feel like the people are really ever in danger outside of being overwhelmed. But when you're stuck on this single lone craft in Nostromo out in the middle of space, and this one thing is systematically hunting you down and evolving, I don't recall, like, to me, there may be influences to Alien, but Alien's the thing that introduced me to that kind of a story. So that story is more impactful. Long story short,
what did you think of the trailer for the what did you think of the trailer for the new one that they're doing?
Well, okay, I approached it like I approach every movie. That trailer looked pretty cool, to be honest. But then I thought of the last, like, every Alien movie except the first 2 are bad. I said it. I fucking stand by it too.
Alien 3 and Resurrection are so bad. I'm one of those people, and y'all can crucify me if you want. I actually really like Prometheus. Alien Covenant is just like a rewrite of the first film. It's basically the Force Awakens of the Alien franchise. It's like they took they took all the beats from the first film that inspired it, and they just did it again with, I guess, prettier effects, but it didn't hit the same. It's like, dude, like those types of like tonal moments have to be handled so carefully because I saw the original Alien when I was like 7 years old. At this
It
point,
gets you.
you're not going to scare me or give me a sense of dread with an Alien film. It's not going to happen. That's why it was such a smart move for them to shift into Aliens, I
Mhm.
think, because it's like you're not going to replicate that. You're just not. And obviously, mileage may vary. Some people are alien purists and like they don't even like or entertain aliens, and other people are the opposite direction. Um, I love both of those films, but Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection are so bad. So I would say Alien Resurrection is a worse movie just across the board on pretty much every level. Alien 3 though pisses me off more because to me it's a bigger example of lazy writing because the writer for that film, and I can't even remember his name at this point, is he basically looked at the ending of Aliens and it was like, yeah, I don't know how to tell the story I want that follows everything that was done in this first film. So I'm just going to throw out everything that was done
Well,
in this
there's a
film that came before it, and I'm going to kill off everybody like right at the beginning for no reason.
look into the production of this movie because there's a lot more to why it's as bad as it is. Like there were other things they were going for. Like there was this wooden planet with priests on it at one point. It was like a way different beast. Personally, if I was gonna book the Alien trilogy, it would end with an Earth battle. Like that's what Alien 3 should
Yeah.
have been. It should have been a hybrid of the first two movies where you introduce this rogue element to Earth and you get that horror element, but then it starts to replicate at a level where you have to fight it off in hordes, and then you can bring in, Ripley or this or that. Like there's a way out there, but that's kind of where the story goes. It's one alien, countless aliens, and then it's a threat that's bigger than just we all die. Because what are they on LV? Not LV 420. Is that the planet LV 426 in Aliens, or is that the
Yep,
original
it's
planet
same
that
Yeah,
they
planet.
that's the
find?
one that's the one in Aliens, I'm pretty sure. That sounds
Okay,
right.
whatever the planet is they're all on, it's like I know there's a bigger threat that they can colonize and do other things out there, but like if the people died in that movie, they all died. But like I want a stake where it's like if they don't win this, the whole planet is wiped out with a swarm of these things. I think that's it. After that, you can't go any bigger, and maybe they knew that. I think maybe like Aliens got such a finite franchise, and it's been 38 years since it's been good. I think it's time to write it off. Like Aliens a past expiration date by a decade. Because Prometheus, I didn't like it, but I didn't hate it.
Prometheus is one of those things that's like super divisive. People either really love it or really hate it, and it's like 40% of people really love it, and 60% of Alien fans, if not more, and then that percentage obviously is skewed, really hate it. I think it's a really cool film. I like what was done with it lore wise, but I get why a lot of people don't like it. I think that this new one that's coming out, and it's a series, not a movie, right?
It's a movie. It was supposed
Is
to
it a
be a
movie?
series at one point, but it's
But they
directed
changed it.
by
You mean
yeah,
Romulus? Yeah.
yeah, Romulus.
Okay, yeah, Rami.
Yeah,
'Cause
the
that
Neil,
trailer
sorry.
tonally was like right on point. I was like, oh, that was a surprisingly good trailer. I was actually very confused after watching it the first time. I
Noah
had to watch it a
Hawley's
few more
thing
times.
is the series that's coming out much later. As far as I know, it's still in development. Noah
Oh,
Hawley's.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That might be where my confusion was. Yeah, because I saw the trailer and I was like, what that looks good? What? I was confused. I was really surprised because I was like, wow, tonally that maybe kind of feels something. I was like, wow, that struck the tone kind of the original Alien film / like the Alien Isolation video game. And as I understand, it's supposed to take place in between Alien and Aliens, if I remember
That's what I've
correctly,
heard.
is what they're going for. And if they're doing that, I think that's where that's that area where you can still kind of play with it. Because I think to your point, Jeff, what you said was very true. It's a finite franchise because once you reach a certain point, it's like, okay, so we either wipe them all out or they wipe all of us out, and then we're done.
Yep.
One way or the other. Like, there's only so much room to play with there, right? And so I think that's one of the reasons probably why they've been going backwards in time because they really did, like, where are we going to go? Oh, we're going to do Alien versus Predator. We saw how that worked out twice. Like, so they're probably trying to milk it as much as they can. I hope it's good, honestly. I hope it's good and they manage to strike the tone of that sci-fi horror that I haven't felt since I was like 7 or 8 years old. Because that would be really
dread.
cool for me. Yeah, no, it was like, that was a really, seeing that when you're that young, like, that's creepy, man. Like, that's really creepy.
Dude, watching making of for Alien as a kid would always get me because they would show that on like the Fox movie channel. They would show Alien, but then they would show like essentially it was just the DVD special features that they would broadcast after the movie.
I
in a
never got
window
to
of
see
time.
that.
Yeah, and they would also do this one on Fox movie channel where it was like they would run it with DVD factoids. Remember pop-up video on VH1 where they'd give you did like it was essentially pop-up video for movies. And so that's actually how I became such a diehard nut because they would show that movie a lot. And I liked it, but I would like reading the factoid. So I would basically just watch it at any point it was on just to see if I had read that. So it took me like 10 viewings to catch it in its entirety. But I loved it. Fox Movie Channel was the shit because we had DirecTV, but it was not a premium movie channel. But they were uncut movies without commercials, and they were just only Fox movies. I thought it was the best one because when they would show good ones, they'd show. They never did Star Wars though, but you know Lucas has got his own deals here and there. But
yeah,
God, I missed the Fox Movie Channel. There you go. There's really my trip down memory lane.
That's really freaking cool. Actually, I don't think I ever got the chance to do that.
Yeah, well,
that reminds me of watching all of the featurettes and makings of, though, for the Jurassic Park films growing up as a kid.
Nuts. Dude, I am a special feature junkie. Like, that is why I like physical media. Beyond having the tactile thing, the safety of knowing it's going to play. Like, I buy a movie for the movie, but it's only like 70% of the reason why I got to get the disc right away. Because it's like, I want to watch the bonus features. Because if I like a movie enough to want to own it, I like it enough to want to know more. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You could give me alternate cuts of a movie on a disc. Like, I would kill to see like a pre-special effects cut of Star Wars just released on in a box set. Like, that's how you'll get my money. Anybody, just give me like even Kevin Smith. Everybody can shit on him, but like he was the king of the DVD because you got every deleted scene, you got every commentary, you got every commercial, every piece of merchandise. If it was a thing that could be on a disc, he maximized it. And
I might not agree with his approach on everything or his opinion on everything, but I know he's a movie fan. He loves movies.
I love the view.
I can give him that much respect.
Yeah, I feel like I think everyone's justified for being so upset with Kevin Smith, though. And by the way, folks, I apologize. This is the hot jacket. It looks cool, like it's from the 80s, but it is really fucking hot. Anyway, Kevin Smith, warm. It is. It's what is it? It's 73, and it's also almost midnight here. It's been a hot day. It was like 89 here, so it was a hot day in the old town tonight. But I digress. Anyway, let's talk more about the audience. TLJ Screwjob says, not even into horror, but it's a classic / big screen. Folks, I recommend you see all the classics on the big screen as they were intended to be, because I own Jaws in 4K. It's a great watch, but I saw it on the big screen 2 years ago for the IMAX anniversary. It was the best screening I've ever seen of Jaws, and it changed my views on the movie for the good. Jaws went from a movie I didn't like as a kid because I was afraid of sharks to a movie I liked because it's good to, wow, Jaws is one of the best adventure movies ever.
Sharks are the only damn thing I am.
You haven't seen Jaws until you've seen it on the water.
On the water. Nope.
So in Canada, in the Toronto area, we have the waterfront, which is to Lake Ontario. So, I mean, you're not going to have a shark in that body of water, but you get to sit into an inner tube. You got a big screen at night. Looks great. Looks beautiful.
It's all my nope. And then I'll borrow
watch
some
it that
nope
way,
from somebody else.
That's how you have fun.
I would love to watch it that way. My brain would understand that, oh yeah, this is, I'm not going to get eaten by a shark, but younger me was like, also too, the main reason I was really like impacted badly by sharks is there's a famous case. It's Virginia Beach, 2004, right? 04, where like a shark, it wasn't like a great way or anything crazy, but it was some shark that got up on the shore and like bit a kid's arm off, and then he bled out and got brain damage. We were at that beach the day before, so that was like, oh man, we were right there type of thing. Like, I was already kind of like bothered by sharks, but then that happened. I'm like, no ocean. I've been on the ocean, I'll get in it now, but like there was a window of time where I'm like, no thank you, Jaws. See, Spielberg fucked a lot of people up with sharks. didn't Peter Benchley feel guilty about that? And didn't he eventually become like a shark humanitarian, or he would donate the nature causes because of the ecological impact Jaws created against sharks? Is that a thing, or am I making that up? Okay.
Here's the really funny thing. So I don't like going in the ocean because sharks. I don't like when I'm playing a video game and I know there's sharks in the water or something in the water that would be like the equivalent. I can't handle that. Like it freaks me out. But I will watch the shit out of shark movies. Make sense of that.
Buddy, I'm glad it's not just me with the underwater anxiety. When I was a kid, I hated going in Zelda to Lake Hylia because you go down into the laboratory and there was a shark in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, is the shark going to break out and eat me? I'm really slow and Link sucks at swimming. So I had this sense of dread. And then I'm an adult and I played, I'm like, oh, it's just a fucking picture. Like,
yeah,
it couldn't even attack you because it's not even rendered in the game. But
Yeah.
like that, anything that can like, I like that sense of dread, but when it's in the water, it's like extra heightened. Even if it's like a fun, like a Mario level in the water, I'm like, I got to get out of this quicker because
dude,
maybe
Mario,
it's a psychological thing where I'm
Pokemon,
like, I might
the
not
newer
be able to breathe.
Pokemon games that are open world and you can go into the water and whatever. You're going across the water on the back of your Pokemon or whatever, and there are aquatic Pokemon in the water, some of which are pretty freaking big, man. It there's something about it that messes with me. But I can watch shark movies like all freaking day, like no issue. I don't get
Have
it.
you
Like,
played
I
GTA 5 at all?
I've actually never played a Grand Theft Auto.
Okay, so if you play GTA 5, stay out of the water because the way they police you in the game is if you swim out beyond the barrier of the game, a shark comes and eats you and you die instantly. So it's like once I heard that or read that online, it's called.
Are there
I just
different
never did
types
it.
of sharks?
It's just like one, like it looks like Jaws. It's like a little Jaws. It just comes up
Okay,
and
so
eats you.
it's just another great white. Okay, I would have thought that maybe they would have done like different types of sharks because they did the shark cards or whatever, the shark cash for their in-game currency. So they'd have one for each of the different types of shark card currency that they did or whatever.
You're
bullshit
giving them
that
way
made
too
them a
much credit.
crap ton of money.
You're giving them way too much credit, man. But
I
there
am.
is a shark in GTA, and I've never tempted it because I'm like, I like this game. If I go too far, I'll get eaten by the shark. So I'm like, I'll just go back. Like, I don't know. It's not just you. But
Okay,
let's
good
keep
to
on
know.
rolling. Troubles Await says, I'll take a message and a Joe Rogan high as fuck, please. Man, we haven't had a message button in a while. That's one of my favorite ones. So, folks, remember, you can always request a button here on the channel. And here is Troubles Await.
Message! Message! Message!
That is a good film because it has a. And then here you go. Here's your other button.
Imagine if you gave a white supremacist 5-MeO DMT, and then as the first one, as they're exhaling,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
what a rush!
Thank you very much to Troubles 08 because I love to watch Joe Rogan melt down. Enrique Vasquez says, I can take Mission Impossible 2 and laugh at it, but Mission Impossible 3 pisses me off. I don't like either film. I actually had this thought today.
I got a headache watching Mission Impossible 3 in the theaters.
Mission Impossible 2 is the weakest of them. I like Mission Impossible 3, actually. I like the personal story that it tells.
That's the one where he gets married, right?
No, well, yes, right at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing is him trying to save his wife. It's a kind of a one-off in the franchise in the grand scheme of things. It's a far more personal story. He's not like trying to save the world. He's just trying to save his wife. And then that kind of changes how he moves forward in the like forthcoming films as a character. I can have fun watching all of them. However, the one that I'm usually most anxious to get through is Mission Impossible 2. I'm usually like, okay, can we? All right, like I can have a level of enjoyment with it, but I'm usually looking forward to just getting to the next ones, the rest of them. That's whenever they come out with Dead Reckoning Part 2, I'm holding off in the hopes that they release just a big ass
4K collector's box set of all of them, then I'm gonna buy that.
And that'll be
That's
the
my-
last one, right?
I suppose. I mean, Tom's getting
Because
up
there's a
there.
4K box set of them out now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there is right now, but I mean, it would make no sense
want
for
the
me to do
deluxe
it
one.
now.
I
Well, it would make
know,
no
I
sense because we're missing part 2, right? It's a 2-part movie.
I'm the only one I ever get nostalgic for and want to watch is the first one. Like I like 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and whatever. I guess we're on 8 now. Like I like everyone but 2 and 3. 2 I don't ever want to watch again, and 3 I don't ever want to watch again. But like the first one is just like oddly important to me. Like I remember watching that as a kid. I had the video game. Like
That was like
maybe
7
that's
years
the
old when I
thing.
saw that movie.
And it
Same.
does.
I used to-
and that first one does exactly what Disney did to Star Wars for Mission Impossible, and yet it still keeps going.
Yes. Now, okay, so I didn't have. I guess it's a generational thing, but I don't. But you would okay. Well, Hold on though, a second. You're adapting a television show and creating a film series. While Mission Impossible has iconic elements and recognizable characters, does it have anything of the level? Like, I get that there was a spy craze on the day, but does Mission Impossible reach the characters? Does Jim Phelps and the other ones actually reach a level of Han, Luke, and Leia? That's what I'd ask.
I don't consider that a 1-to-1 to like
It's
A
not.
New Hope
It's
and,
different.
and Force Awakens.
It's
It's not
very
the same
different
thing.
because Mission Impossible was a Disney production that ran 7 years. It was then relaunched as a sequel series alongside Star Trek: The Next Generation, and it was doing so well in the ratings that CBS at the time thought, "Hey, we can actually compete with the Cosby Show," and they did, but they bit off more than they could chew. And unfortunately, that sequel series, which was in the late 80s, was canceled. When they were making the first Mission Impossible films, they approached the original actor Peter Graves and Martin Landau and all of them to reprise their roles. And the only reason they didn't do it is when they read the script and realized that all their characters were being killed off and that Jim Phelps was the guy to orchestrate it. They said, "No, we're not doing this. We disavow." And no, seriously, that's what they said. And that's why John Voight played Jim Phelps in that show. And there's in that movie, there's a whole brand new team. And even when that movie came out, the diehard Mission Impossible fans, for which there were many, were really upset because of how they treated Jim Phelps. It was the identical reaction to Han Solo's death in The Force Awakens and Luke Skywalker's turn in The Last Jedi. It was just felt like it was on a smaller scale because the internet and social media did not exist in the way it did in 1995, 96. And as a result, because the movie did perform well, it was able to continue on. And guess what? If we did not have the internet and social media and YouTube at the time of The Force Awakens went, the Star Wars movies would probably still be going very frequently over and over again because there'd be no one publicly able to comment on how terrible they are to unite people who are unsure that they were bad.
I don't know if I entirely agree with that. I do see where you're coming from. I'm not going to write it off entirely, but I also won't attempt to compare the popularity of the old Mission Impossible television series with the just immense gargantuan cultural phenomenon that was Star Wars. I think they're two different beasts. I'm like I said, I'm not discounting what you're saying, and I definitely understand how those television series fans might have felt some kind of way about that. And had I been in their shoes, I can fully empathize with it, not just understand it. I could empathize with that. But as far as just on a grand scale, I think the scale is very different. The sentiment, I think, is absolutely similar. But I think the scale is drastically different. Star
It's
Wars
hard to equate.
was something
Well, Star Wars
wild.
didn't dominate the 80s like some people misremember because there wasn't a Star Wars movie between 1983 and 1996. Its merchandise, its books, its other stuff was doing fairly well, but it wasn't active. It was considered a completed franchise on the film side of things. Its rebirth that happened in the late 90s definitely galvanized the franchise that was otherwise considered fairly profitable, but not where near as culturally important as it was at that time because other movies took over the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you this: before Star Wars came out in '77, Mission Impossible was one of the biggest franchises in the world at that time.
Okay. Well, I'll have to take it on the word of an 85-and-a-half-year-old.
It's just the fact that there's a great parallel between those two franchises in regards to how things went.
I'm
The
not
advantage
writing you
that-
off, by the way.
No. The advantage that Mission Impossible had was that there was no social media to unite a bunch of people that were upset together to essentially send a message to Paramount that they screwed up. Whereas 20 years later, we have systems in place where, yes, enough people can unite together to say, hey, Disney, you screwed up. and it didn't. And on top of that, unlike what Paramount did, which Paramount was always budget conscious with their films, Disney wasn't. So bring it back to the start of the show, Disney spent way more money making those flops than Paramount did spending on Mission Impossible series, making the first movie, which was objectively entertaining, but had that one stigma to it, which is it betrayed the character of Jim Phelps. And
that's fair. And I don't have an attachment to that character because, like I said, I was like 7 when I saw the original film, and so my attachment was to the character of Ethan Hunt, right?
Exactly. And
so
you know what? Younger Star Wars fans of the sequel trilogy never saw the original trilogy. Their first exposure was that, and that's why they're fans of it.
Right, and that's why I've never actually had an issue with fans of those, so much as people who attempt to act like, this other stuff that came before doesn't matter. I don't have an attachment to the characters from the television series for Mission Impossible. My attachment is for the films because that's what I grew up with. But my dad's a bad example because my dad's the one that got me into the movies. I watched the first movie with him, and he and I love the movies and have a tradition of watching them together. So, okay, he's a bad example. But in a what-if scenario, if my dad had been both a massive fan of the TV series and therefore taken issue with the presentation of the characters in that first film, I would be able to understand that. I definitely get it. That's not an unfounded claim.
Yeah, because what would your dad do? He'd be like, hold on, kids, you need to really understand this. I'm going to take you back and watch those classic episodes.
Well, I mean, that's what he did with me for Star Wars, right? Like, my first Star Wars film I saw was Phantom Menace. I saw that in theaters with him when I was a little kid. And then, like, immediately after, and I say immediately, it was like within a month or so, like, I saw the original trilogy with him on TV. Like, he was like, hey, you like that Star Wars movie, right? Yeah. Okay, well, watch these. And that's how he got me to be a fan of the franchise as a whole.
See, you know what would have been better for Mission Impossible instead of John Voight playing Jim Phelps if he played Dan Briggs, because nobody liked Dan Briggs. He was in the first season before John Phelps replaced.
I've always looked at Mission Impossible like I think of the other guy, the dark-haired one that's like real cut in the chick, like was it Barbara Bain's character, and then Martin
Barbara
Landau.
Bain and Martin Landau,
yeah. I enjoy. I like the team element. I thought it was interesting that they killed off the entire team, but I like that's the part of Mission Impossible I like the best. Like when Ving Rhames and Simon Pegg pop up, I'm like, here we go. This is gonna be cool. Like
I love Ving Rhames and Simon Pegg in that franchise so much. Ving Rhames is one of my favorite actors.
Script though, I gotta tell you, I always love that you bring up the Mission Impossible comparison because it just reminds me that I should watch the show. Like it's on Paramount. I like it. I've seen probably half of the series when it was on Netflix, so I can't say I've watched every episode, but I'm a Mission Impossible fan. I love all 60s spy stuff. Man from U.N.C.L.E., The Saint, The Avengers, you name it.
Yeah,
oh, man, you saying Man from U.N.C.L.E. just makes me sad that movie didn't get a sequel too.
I blame Armory Hammer on that.
Weirdo.
I loved that movie.
But yeah, like the one thing that I really liked about those classic spy shows is the whole idea was to get away with it without leaving a trace that they were there. And now the spy movies are, no, we're going to have big explosions, crazy set pieces. It's like people are going to realize something was up over here. And it doesn't play into the beautiful suspense nature that a classic spy film has or a spy show had.
Even Bond had that suspense that, obviously went away as the movies got crazier. But there's something about that. And I guess I don't want to go back in time. I don't have that interest, or that desire, but it would be interesting to watch it during a Cold War when there is that bigger dread. I know we have other issues that we face with the same superpower even, but it was a much different beast back then. And I wonder what it would be like to watch a show. Because, I mean, we talk about a lot of political stuff here on the channel in terms of entertainment and what it represents or what they're trying to say, but a lot of it is divisive. I wonder what it would be like to talk about stuff, or specifically that show, in a way that would be more universal in the spy genre. That's just me rambling on, thinking about stuff. Maybe I'll work on a spy series in the future. Don't worry about it till now. But this is the tweet that the message I've been wanting to read because it makes sense of all of our new growth. He says, TLJ says, you guys, Tony Khan meltdown tweet was shown on a WrestleLamia video yesterday as breaking news. WWE champion to vacate title, The Rock next match. Sad state of AEW wrestling news at 2.08 million subs. I watch WrestleLamia most days. I didn't watch that video. Cool. We're on WrestleLamia.
That's awesome. Congratulations, man.
Thanks. Welcome to all the new people. Folks, if you like wrestling, I've been watching wrestling for 25 years. We can talk about this shit ad nauseum in a way that most people that make YouTube content can't, because we're all long-term fans. I'm not here to dig on anybody. I like WrestleLamia quite a bit. So it's cool to be on that because I've been watching since they had less subscribers than us. They've been very dedicated. So thumbs up to WrestleLamia. And thanks for sharing that because you're helping us. So I was already a fan. Now I'm a double up, thumbs up fan. So shout out to WrestleLamia. Dude, you got a cool voice. Maybe in the future you'll live stream and then we'll watch that too. So
maybe in the future we'll get you on the channel.
Yeah. Of all things, like I told you guys, I just was at a AEW event. I got free. Okay, so sometimes you get free tickets to an event. Like, somebody's like, hey, I got 2 tickets to give you. I got 16 free tickets, and I had to do a mad dash. Okay, so this was my Saturday, because I'll tell the story on the show for the wrestling segment, but it was I went and saw Civil War in the morning, and I was having this great day, and I knew I could possibly get 4 AEW tickets, and then my hookup at Pepsi's like, oh, you got 16. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. What do I do? And then I just started calling everybody on my phone, and we had a great time. Hell, my friend actually wrestled a match for the Ring of Honor portion of that show. But at the end, because this is why the video exists. It was supposed to be a 10,000 seat arena. They had under 2,000 people. I'm not there to make fun of AEW because they're trying. So that's that. But people kept leaving during the show, and that's what I found funny because nobody stuck around. They gave you so much wrestling to watch, and people were like, "Fuck it, I'm tapped out." This was a Saturday night. This wasn't you go to a Monday Night Raw and you got to get your kids in bed or you got to get to work at 7. No, this is Saturday night. I want this company. Dude, I want this company to survive. That's something that people don't understand. I may laugh at AEW, and it's funny too. Everybody that watches the video thinks it's me heckling AEW. That's my buddy's voice. If you watch the channel, that's not my voice. But I want them to do well, but they do not entertain me, and they keep doing really stupid stuff. For every Tony Storm moment that's cool, it's like the Jungle Jack Perry shit that ruined AEW. I'm not a CM Punk fan, but the crap that went down with that. Come on, guys. Come on. But TLJ Screwjob, thank you for letting us know. Kendo is a fan of that channel. We'll talk about this a little more. Maybe we'll do a response video. TLJ Screwjob, again, thank you very much for 2 super generous super chats. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. TLJ Screwjob, thank you twice. Talking about The Dark Knight reminds me of all cops in Gotham going into tunnels in The Dark Knight Rises, as well as Mass Effect 2 fitting your 12-people squad of bodies or badasses into shuttles that fit 5 to facilitate the plot. Why? Yeah, Script, I'd like to hear your opinion on all the cops in Gotham just magically getting captured by Bane in the sewers.
That's Chris and Jonathan Nolan for you, man. They don't think beyond the set piece. I mean, that's really just the case. It's okay, great. So you've got them on the sewers. All right. So are they trying to dig themselves out? They have equipment with them. Batons and guns are useful. I mean, they're not. I mean, I wouldn't recommend trying to use a gun to shoot rocks away, but you've got batons that can help you chip away at rocks and stuff to dig yourself out. The other part too is when they do emerge after several months, they're clean shaven.
Yeah.
And they look actually pretty fine. Like it's like they've been inconvenienced for only a couple of hours as opposed to months on end where food supplies have been lowered down to them from manholes, which is like, well, wait a minute. If you can lower stuff down to feed them, surely you could find some equipment and just bust that hole to be wider to get people to come out.
But buddy, why does Batman exist? To fill in the plot holes. Look, I always thought that was a dumb thing.
That's just not a good movie, as far as I'm concerned. Dark Knight Rises is not a good film.
It's like the inverse of the Star Wars sequels. I know we're making everything about that, but the title of the show helps it fit tonight. But it's like you come in from Batman The Dark Knight is this iconic, legendary film that gives that the nice bump, and so the next movie makes more. The Last Jedi is so shitty that it hurts the next one. It's like the flip of that. And so Batman Dark Knight Rises is always going to be looked at because it followed the
propped
Dark Knight.
Up because of Dark Knight.
And like we're all like that movie's in the most recent memory, so it's not like we have to like remind people like remember when this came out, this is what it was like. No, that's not how it was. Oh, by the way, Xavier God, look up the Spider-Man Singular ad. It's an old cell phone provider that doesn't exist anymore, but they took the CGI from the movie and rendered it into a commercial. So it shows Spider-Man swinging through like California. He's on a bridge and then he's like swinging to get lower rates, and it's all the CGI from the movie. It's really bizarre, but it's out there.
I remember that commercial.
I used to want to get a Singular phone. I'm like, hey man, Spider phone, cool.
I remember that commercial. Holy crap.
Dude, buddy, when it comes to like anything from that movie, like they should have just drew my face with a target on it because I was the target audience. Like, I don't think they used Spider-Man to advertise for alcohol because, I don't think. Why would you? Have you seen all these weird Coke bottles with the superheroes on them? On our trip to WrestleMania, there's like Wolverine and Deadpool on Coke, and I'm just like, okay, that's cool, I guess, but it's like a thing. People are collecting Coke bottles because of the Marvel heroes.
It's one of these. It's a Hail Mary right now. Disney is trying so hard to push that film because it is genuinely their best shot of having an MCU film make good money for the first time in a while.
And it will. It
more than likely will do well.
Primed.
Will it do $1 billion? I don't know. But I think it's
not an R-rated movie like that. It's not $1 billion movie.
It's really hard for R-rated movies to cross $1 billion. Only one has done it so far. Joker.
But that's the thing though. Joker set the precedent, and here's the thing: Wolverine and Deadpool, mainstream wise, maybe not necessarily with comic book fans specifically, but mainstream wise, Wolverine and Deadpool are more popular than Joker.
So, you think? I disagree with that. I don't think anything.
I don't know.
I think
because of the films.
I still disagree because you got to remember the Jokers existed in different forms of media for 80 years. Wolverine doesn't even have a unified face. Like there's cartoon, comic book, and everybody knows Hugh Jackman. I'd agree Hugh Jackman's more well known than like Joaquin Phoenix, but Joker has the built-in reasoning of why is everyone talking about this movie? Oh, this is high art superhero. You're going to get a lot more curiosities from high art film viewers because of the people associated with, because of this, because of that. I think Deadpool Wolverine is like the equivalent of like Independence Day. It's not gonna, it's not high art, but it's still going to be a fun time, hopefully. But I don't think it's going to cross that because it doesn't have that.
No, I don't necessarily think it's going to cross $1 billion, but I think of any MCU film that's come out in recent years, it has the best shot of doing so because of the characters and the actors attached.
Oh, I agree with that.
The first Deadpool movie did incredibly well. So
did the second one. They made like really close to each other, like 700 million change.
Yeah, Logan did well. Hugh Jackman is well liked, like just genuinely, right? Like people like him, like people like Henry Cavill, right? People like Henry Cavill. There's no like attachment to any one specific thing. People just like the guy, right? And so tack onto that characters that people, general audience people like these characters, or I should say, they like the presentation and iteration of these characters that they've seen on screen. I think a lot of those people are going to be gravitating towards seeing this movie.
Dude, I agree that a lot of people are going to go see this movie. I'll be one of those people, and I think a lot of people are going to see it for Easter eggs and other things beyond the story. If this doesn't hit right, because I'm guessing, based on what I've read, this is going to be one of those, oh my God, there's this cameo and that cameo. No one's going to give a shit about the story, but everyone's going to care about the cameos and the member berries.
It's the
like
MCU's Flash.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I kind of hope
and if
that
they
it
don't
fails
do that well, it'll shit the bed like the Flash did.
I wanted to shit the bed like the Flash because I really hate self-aware superhero movies. Like, I get it. We're all fucking aware that it's a comic book. Tell me a story that I don't think about. Hey, this is adapted from Avengers #4. It's like, cool. But like when I watch some of these movies, like Winter Soldier, that's a good one that I just am in the story. I don't sit and think about crossovers or this or that. I'm like, this is a good story. Good choice. Like,
I love that movie.
Top 4 for me.
Right behind it is Iron Man 1. Like I'm like, we're talking like.
So I think your top and my top 4, like if we do a top 5 MCU list, we're gonna have a lot of crossover because my top 5 does include Civil War and Iron Man. Then I'm gonna throw First Avengers, and then I'm gonna throw Infinity War, and God, what's my 5th favorite MCU movie?
I don't know if I'd say Infinity War. Maybe I'd say it. If I said Infinity War, it'd probably be my number 5 because
I like Captain America First Avenger a lot.
Well, yeah, I would say Winter Soldier, Iron Man 1, Captain America First Avenger, Avengers the first one. So my number 5. No, honestly, my number 5 is probably Thor 1.
Damn it, I was going to throw Thor in there and say, I'm going to give you a weird one, pick Thor. But then I'm like, no, people might think that one's too crappy, but this is my list. I like the first Thor.
The first Thor is a fun movie. It doesn't do anything special, but it's just fun. And it doesn't do anything really poorly either.
The thing I liked about phase 1 of Marvel is they captured the 60s feel of Marvel. Like, I don't know how they did it, but I felt when I read those original runs of books, and I had read them all at that point. You know, I loved reprints. I didn't care that they were recolored differently. I loved, the bright, garish Jack Kirby artwork. And when I watched those movies, it just felt like they were building that universe on screen. And that's why it was exciting. Like, that's why it was fun.
Phase 1 was so good.
Yeah, we all wanted to be a part of it because it felt new and exciting. And like, because it made so much money, we're still trying to fucking, dust it off. Hey, kids, remember me? I'm your old pal. You know what they need to do is if there was an AI program, I would do this myself, but I need to get Dean Winter to play Mayhem, but he's talking about superhero movies. So it's like him, hurting himself and all these like joke set pieces, because that's what superhero movies have become. They're kind of just a parody. And you watch them and you're like, a third of the audience is on board and a third of the audience is laughing and a third of the audience just doesn't show up anymore. That's really what it is. That's where it's like with Star Wars, they just disappear, they vanish, nobody cares. And that's the dangerous one. Script in that video you sent, the guy talks about he essentially uses a synonym for it, but he says apathy is more dangerous than hate because it's the opposite of hate.
Yeah.
Well, because hate, you might be curious enough just to bash it. And that's something that those of us who have been in this space for a while are very familiar with. But apathy, when you reach the point where people just flat out don't care, it's like, no, I'm not giving them my time. I'm not giving them my energy. I mean, that's like, to use some wrestling terminology, like you want to either get like good pops or you want to get heat. If you get zero reaction,
that's called X-Pac heat. And they want you to go away.
Yeah, you do not want to get zero reaction. You want to either get heat and have that inform how you move forward, or you want to get pops and have that inform how you move forward. But
now, I like that analogy.
You're in a bad space.
Now, Script, because of the length of the show, do you want to go into the topic we discussed with the economics? Let's just talk about it briefly, because I don't want to honey dick you, have you come on and say we're talking about this economic thing and not get to it. I feel bad, but we always have conversations. I almost feel like we should just go, we're going to talk about kind of these things and then just go from there.
Here's what we're aiming for. Whether or not when we throw that dart it hits somewhere in the vicinity, We'll see.
We're Ray
Sure.
Charles with a shotgun. We're just hope we hit something.
Yeah, we'll hit a
But,
target or something. No, I mean we
Yeah.
can cover that very quickly though, because I mean it's a short video, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have seen it. But yeah, it really, like, some of the stuff that he says is 100% bang on, but then he misses everything else that actually makes that thing work. Because he makes an argument, and I would love to one day to have a conversation with him, but he won't hear this or see me or anything of that nature. But his approach to understanding economy and how it works in Hollywood is very uninformed.
Mhm.
Because he's talking about the expense, which is fine, but what's the one rule of economic models? Whatever you make, sell it for more than how much it costs to produce. That's it. Simple principle. So it doesn't matter that he thinks the WGA
Maintain a profit margin.
It doesn't matter that the WGA's agreement that he may not agree with because he doesn't see it sustainable, because he's not thinking about, well, how do television shows and movies make money? Well, a TV show, if it's on network, makes money through ad revenue. And how does it able to, and it's not a flat rate, it's proportionate to the amount of viewers that show gets. So if your show is not getting enough viewers, you're not making enough ad revenue, guess what happens? It gets canceled. Doesn't matter that you've got 6 producers for a staff of 6 for 10 episodes, 3 of which are executive producers and writers, and that comes with a high cost. It's irrelevant. Because if you put it on network and it's a hit show and you can charge more per commercial ad, you are paying that off without any problems, and you're in the win. This is a model that has been used in Hollywood since the dawn of television, 60 plus years.
Well, that's basic economics. That's business
For him
101.
to say it's not economically sustainable is the dumbest thing he could say, because he's clearly not informed on how things work. Now, if it's going to streaming, that's another problem, because again, streaming only has one main source of revenue, which is the subscriber, and they're trying to integrate ad revenue. So yes, that too is probably not going to be sustainable.
Which is going to turn off some of your subscribers.
But guess what? They're going to the ad revenue model. So if you have a hit show that is either 6 episodes, 12 episodes, 22 episodes, hour long, half hour long, guess what? If you want ads on that, those advertisers have to buy the ad space. And if you want to make that show profitable, you sell it for what allows you to sustain the show. It's the simple rules, because again, he's basically looking at it. I spent so much money to make this product. Great. Will it sell? We don't know. That's why there's the trial period when it comes to television and film. That's why we have pilot season. And that is why they're getting away from the binge model, where they're producing these television shows all at once and then releasing them either all at once or week to week, as opposed to doing what is normally done, which is you have a pilot season. You film the pilot, you test it in front of an audience. The audience likes it, you give it a green light for the first 13. And if they don't like it, you go on to something else. And if they do like it and the first 13 do well, you order a back 9. That is the model and metric that you use. And if you don't understand that about the film business, don't talk about Hollywood economy, because you're completely uninformed.
Well, yeah, it's simple. It really is, actually. This is just, like I said, it's a business 101. Your profit margins, you want those to increase commensurate with your costs, at the very least. If you're trying to at least maintain a given profit margin, you need to adjust whatever that looks like, so that that is maintained as your costs increase. Because of inflation, costs are always going to increase, no matter what that is.
Negotiations of staff.
Exactly. But you need to figure out a way to keep your profit margins such that you can continue producing, you continue to, on net, not gross, on net, make money. And that's something that seems completely lost, which is wild to me. Because I mean, I don't have a master's or a PhD, right? I've got a bachelor's in business, but I understand this. I also had a really, really good economics and business professor in college.
Well, the other part too is that the only reason when you take a look at it on the streaming side of things is because the studios, when they did a streamer, were not looking at the distribution model the way that they should have. They were looking at, oh wow, if we get, say, millions of subscribers at $8 a month, that's a guaranteed set of like $80 million a month. That is more than what they would make on their average movie releases. So to them, that feels profitable. But did they counter in maintenance of that service? Did they count in and the fact that they have to retain those customers by having new content come out frequently. Did they take into account that, oh, if this is our baseline budget, how much can we actually spend on a show to retain those users? They did not, and that is why it's imploding. But network television is still 43% of Hollywood. It still makes a lot of money, and because now, I mean, the streaming services with regards to the studios, they are now 10 years behind the game, because all they had to do was copy exactly what they did for network and put it on and make it accessible through the internet, hence the streaming aspect, and they would have been rolling in money. And guess what? The writers would still be on strike because they wouldn't be getting a portion of that. But if they got the same deal that they got now, guess what? They'd be doing really well, because there's one thing in that agreement that nobody on the ideological side realized, and that was the residual-based performance, the performance-based residuals, which essentially is saying meritocracy rules now in the world of writing in Hollywood. Because if you can't make money, you don't get work. If we want that if we want a performance-based residual bonus, we are going to make sure we have the best writers in that room telling the best stories to ensure that outcome. And if you're not the best, kiss asphalt. That's it. And guess what? Hollywood Reporter, what did they say? Well, they went and interviewed a whole bunch of those woke Hollywood writers that are saying, wow, we can't get work. We're having such a hard time. I pitch shows for existing IPs and no one's returned my calls. That's because you suck, and they know they're not going to make any money off of you. And that is why I have been very fortunate to actually have people returning my emails and calls, because they know I actually have a potential to make them money. And sir, you know, it's a dicey area. I'm not expecting a gig overnight, but I have opportunities now that were completely ignored prior because there's a different mentality going on. And that was just the way it was. It's like, I can't find the writers I need to fill my room to make a good show. I have to hire a bunch of writers that fit the stupid DEI thing that the studios are imposing, because that's how they secure their funding. Now the studios are saying, you know what? We're not making enough money with those types of things. We're saying we're phasing that out slightly. And we're like, all we want to do is just sell a really good television show or movie. And in order for us to do that, we have to do something that brings audiences into the theaters, or turn on our show when it airs, or download it when it's streaming. And you can't do that with the previous model. So this next year, it's going to be very painful in Hollywood, but if you've got talent and you know you can make money for people, you will be fine. And one of the points that this guy says in his video is, which is absolutely true. He says the top 20% are going to do fine and be great. And I'm like, yes, that was the point of the deal. 80% of the writers that are here now are not real writers. They are either were potentially good, but fit into a diversity hire, which has then corrupted them and prevented them from being good writers, or they were hired for all the wrong reasons and they've now bloated the system, in which case the union, which you would think would protect them, actually said, screw them, they're not helping us, we're getting them out. The WGA, a union, did the one thing that the original foundation of what unions were supposed to do did, which is protect the integrity of the work by way of the employer. Or sorry, of the employee. It doesn't mean protect an incompetent employee. It means protect a competent employee. That's what a union was supposed to do. If you're a competent employee and you had a price, you collectively bargained to negotiate that price. And if you did the work and someone that you sold it to was trying to abuse it and sell it off to someone else for less without your cut, the union would help and defend you for that. But if you screwed up, if you burnt a bridge with an employer, or if you burnt a bridge with your colleague, the union would not protect you, because that was antithetical to the position of the job. And guess what? Now they're actually doing that. There's still a whole lot of other problems going on with the WGA. Don't get me wrong. And I mean, they're there. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to, in the next year or so, get on the WGA board and fix that, or at least push against to try and fix that. It's a very difficult thing to do, but I've got avenues to explore. But again, it's the one time where you're like, holy crap, a union did something that wasn't at the service of just a bunch of ideologues. They actually did something that was a service to the meritocracy of the job. That's pig. Look outside. Pigs might be flying somewhere because you'd never expect to believe that, but they did. And guess what? If the SAG-AFTRA does that too, where they put in a performance-based residual in regards to not getting replaced by AI, and also having actors, that talent that can bring in performances that bring in audiences again, that'll be good too. And you're not really going to get that for directors, because between directors on television and directors in film, directors are at their worst directing traffic as equated to directing traffic, and at their best, they're actually helping form a narrative, and they're working collaboratively with everyone else. So that's a whole nother route. I don't think any of the current unions would ever be able to fix the issues going on there. But you've got a win here that's going to be painful. And because this guy sees it as unsustainable in one area, I'm looking at it as like, no, this is a purge of getting rid of the untalented.
Mm-hmm.
And you would never go into the trade union. You think you'll ever get a purge of the untalented in the trade unions? The ones who are apprenticing and then don't do the job, and the other guys have to work harder to make up for them? No, that's not going to happen. Not anytime soon, I don't think. The fact that it happened in Hollywood and into a labor union where the labor is really just more brain labor as opposed to any physical labor, that's crazy. Never thought in a million years I'd ever see that. But here we are.
I had watched that whole video, and the guy spoke with such certainty that I think a lot of people are like, because he reminds me, not in personality or appearance, but you're listening to Max Landis talk, not about like crazy shit, but like earlier on, when he was talking about pro wrestling or stuff like that. This guy gave me that vibe. And now I'm not like, there's like a knock or a put down, but there's just something about, I got that feeling when I watched it. It almost felt a little produced, but not really produced. I watched it. I was fascinated by the economic point, but I had seen your comment and I thought, well, that would be an interesting thing to talk about in general. Then then the Star Wars thing came across the desk, so they kind of tied together. But do you really think like the title of the title card said about how it's the end of the world, or it seems like the end of Hollywood or the implosion or anything like that? So you think that's just too much severity added on for
it's
curb appeal?
hyperbole. It's
Hyperbole helps no one.
That's true. So, but that's why I would love to sit down with him, and I will go through the numbers with him, and I will teach him what he's got wrong. Because again, one of the brilliant aspects with regards to entertainment is that quality is the most profitable. So you can, again, Hollywood exists as a miracle because 99% of the stuff they put out is bad. It's that 1% that sustains the rest. And the 1% is the stuff that everyone on this panel, everyone listening, remembers.
Yeah.
Even the 80s was a strong decade for a lot of great movies. But when you look at all the stuff that's put out there, there's a lot more crap than you ever remembered. And most of it you probably haven't seen. And it's there because a lot of people invested in it. They took swings, but they couldn't compete with some of the greatest movies that came out in that decade. Same with the 70s. 60s overall, the frequency wasn't there, but again, the percentage is the same and it's across the board. That's how it is. There's a lot of movies that came out over the last 15 years that nobody has seen before that are absolutely fantastic. But again, they didn't have the financial backing or the advertisement to get it out there. So they're kind of lost to the weeds. It's really hard, but that's just the nature of the game. Hollywood's never going to implode. It's going to have a purge. It's going to have a renaissance. Ideally, it'll be a beneficial one. It's not going to be overnight. I predicted that this is the year where you will start to see the end of wokeness in the frequency that we got in previous years. You'll probably see a more profit-driven, greedy Hollywood that more people are familiar with over the next 3 to 5 years. And if that ends up re-solidifying the foundation, fantastic. Because I'd rather have a greedy Hollywood that makes crappy movies that don't have that type of agenda and basically veneer of fake veneer that they can hide under as a failure, such as woke. Like just because the movie's woke is not the only criticism against the film. Like that's the other part too. So if they can get rid of that to a point where you're able to criticize the film more so on the actual merits of its failure, that is a better position for Hollywood to be in than the one now where it's like, I only hate it because it's woke. It's like, that's not good enough, because once you solve woke, then you're still dealing with the problem that the movie still sucks. And Hollywood doesn't learn from that. And that's what got us into this situation right here. Right now, Warner Brothers is the first studio this year to cross $1 billion with their movies that they've released. And guess what?
Already in 2014 or 2024?
Yep. In 2024,
oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. The two movies that the Godzilla one and what was the other one that came out this year? The combined box office has allowed them to retain $1 billion gross from the box office, take into their the cut that they get from the theaters. I mean, it's still pretty good, but they're already way ahead of any of the other studios so far within the first business quarter. It's pretty good. Warner Brothers will most likely be leading the way of Hollywood, and they will have usurped Disney's influence by this year's end, and just in time for Superman to hit theaters and probably blow everyone away if it's good. Again, it's all up to James Gunn now whether they're going to go in that direction. I got my fingers crossed, as Andrew does here, and Jeff, but you never know. But I will say this: Warner Brothers last year dominated the box office.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, because not Oppenheimer. That was Barbie. Barbie was their big one.
Barbie did really well, even though they had 4 DC flops. Technically, one of them made a little bit of money, not much, but that was Aquaman 2.
Aquaman was profitable.
Barely, but some of the other ones, some smaller films made some money. Universal had a great year with Oppenheimer.
Mhm.
Disney didn't make any money last year.
No.
Paramount didn't make any money last year, sadly, even though they had Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. So
Makes me
Warner
so
Brothers
sad that
dominated
movie
last
ended.
year. They'll probably dominate this year. If they're the ones that lead Hollywood will be great, because unfortunately 20th Century Fox doesn't exist anymore. And 20th Century Fox
Disney
was
bought them, yeah.
was also a great leader with regards to keeping movies fun and ideologically neutral, where their messages were more abstract, broad space stuff that people actually grabbed onto, but they would make those smaller art house films that had the strong message, but they were appropriately budgeted and they worked for what they were supposed to be.
Mhm.
So it's going to be an interesting time, and I am looking forward to the exodus of the terrible writers in Hollywood, at least the ones that are there for the wrong reasons, as opposed to the terrible writers that got in through nepotism and the fact that they have a lot of money and are able to invest in stuff to get that writing credit. And those ones are fine because they're not preaching the stuff a lot of people hate. They're just trying to get a gig and suck at it. I'd rather take those types of hacks versus the other ones.
I agree, and it does feel like a change is coming. It does feel like the wokeness is in stuff. But it does feel like it's slowing down because everybody comments on how stupid it is, and now that we've reached like peak saturation, that everybody, like my cousin who barely watches TV or movies, knows what woke is or will talk about it. I'm just like, wow, it's trickled down that far. So let's get rid of it in terms of bad entertainment. It doesn't matter that or that. It's just going to be fascinating to see. Hopefully, like you said, the greedy movies, like if a greedy movie is another Godzilla movie and it's fun like the last one, okay, I'll drop money for that. If Warner Brothers gets into like more Matrix, I know they're doing a 5th one and I'm against it, but
Me too.
Why are they doing another one?
Because listen, they've got
Didn't
the
the
IP.
last one perform poorly?
It did. They're probably hiding behind some of the post-pandemic stuff and some other things. But right now, Zaslav, what I understand is he's exploring the IPs they have to see if there's potential in the future. And we're in a market space right now where we don't actually have the excuse of the pandemic to hurt the numbers. So now he's basically saying we've got a bit more of a flatlined, controlled atmosphere to measure whether or not these IPs can have potential. And you can't hide behind the other data. So if Warner Brothers makes a good Matrix movie, they will make more. If Warner Brothers makes a good Harry Potter series for Max and spinoffs for that on the film sides, they will
honestly, I think that's going to be the biggest performing thing on streaming once that
most
actually
likely,
drops.
yeah, I think so too. They are going through their archives of what they have, and they are going to test the waters. But at the same time, Warner Brothers is still taking pitches for original content. So they're looking for new IPs to make. Universal is also doing that as well. Sony, kind of, but it's Sony, so we'll have to wait and see. Paramount, they don't know what's going on over there, so I think they're just trying to survive. And then Disney never takes anything or makes anything original because that's not who they are. So we got basically Universal and Warner Brothers, possibly the only studios in town that are going to try and give us something new, even though they are also going to maintain giving us the remakes, reboots, derivatives, and stuff of their original IP, because again, those are the safety films that might sustain the risks, that might pay for the risks that they're going to take to generate new IP. And that's the traditional model of Hollywood. And it worked.
I was just reading some of the chat stuff, excuse me, but I really, I enjoyed the video, but I'm glad we get to talk about it because
It's a good video, though.
It is a good video, but you understand the nuance in talking about filmmaking in a way that most people don't. So I most of the time when you talk, I'll be honest, I feel like I'm watching a YouTube video because I'm just listening and I go, oh wait, I'm on camera, I gotta respond because So sometimes it's hard to go, wait, how do I respond to the thing you said 8 minutes ago? Because I'm still listening intently. It's like, oh shit. But no, I just wanted to talk about it because I like to talk about the bigger picture than, oh my God, it looks so cool or it looks like this. I like WCPS too. If you like to consume entertainment in any way, well, we like to talk about it in a way that'll at least keep you interested or get you involved in the conversation. That's what we really do, is to hang out with you guys and ladies each and every Tuesday night. So Andrew, I'll send you the video if you want to check it out. I'm sorry, I forgot to tag you in it. I just was like, oh shit, I didn't send it. So I apologize. But Script, is there anything else you'd like to talk about in terms of the economics of Hollywood or anything? Have you seen anybody get anything wrong on the internet that you want to talk about? Anything, man, just let me know.
Well, one last thing is, so Kirsten Dunst made a comment about her pay disparity when it comes to Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
The irony is that a lot of people are assuming that she's talking about how women are underpaid. But when you listen to the entire video, what she's actually saying is that she did not know what her value and quote was at the time when she was negotiating for Spider-Man. Mm-hmm. And what she's learned since she's carved out her career is that she was actually worth more as an actor at that time than the main
Tobey Maguire was. Yeah.
And so she is saying, don't repeat my mistake, learn your quote and negotiate a better deal. Because so many people are retweeting, the movie's called Spider-Man. Well, guess what? By that metric, William Dafoe should have been Spider-Man because he was paid more.
Well, look at Iron Man 1. Terrence Howard was paid more than RDJ was in that movie. The reason why he left for the sequel was because RDJ was going to then make more, because RDJ was then worth more.
Exactly. Jack Nicholson paid more than Michael Keaton. Gene Hackman paid more than Christopher Reeve. Margot Kidder and Christopher Reeve were originally going to be paid $100,000 each, but whatever happened with the negotiation process, Reeve got an extra $150,000, and Margot Kidder got, I think, $160,000 for the sequel, Superman 2, she got a bigger bonus for the sequel than she would have initially, but she made slightly less in Superman the movie. And then, of course, Marlon Brando famously got paid way more, plus points on the gross of that film. So
didn't he get like $2 million in the beginning?
Yeah. The thing is, it's not about the title character. It's about, is the talent a box office draw? And at that time, both Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst started the same year. Tobey Maguire was in like 31 productions since he started, and Kirsten Dunst was in like 47. And Kirsten Dunst was in more popular movies that performed better at the box office than Tobey Maguire. She was in Interview with the Vampire.
Mona Lisa Smile.
Mona Lisa Smile, I think, was after that. But Interview with the Vampire, Jumanji, and Bring It On. Mm-hmm. Tobey Maguire, Pleasantville, and The Cider House Rules.
Yeah.
You forgot Small Soldiers. Kirsten Dunst is the girl in that one too.
True, but that was also not as big of a movie. But to your point, yes, she
was.
Hey,
it was, if it would have been a bigger, like, it was geared up to be that summer's big one, and it
really was. But the thing is, she was technically worth more at the time, but her agents didn't let her know that. Mm-hmm. Sony was always going to lowball all the talent. That's what they do. Here's the fun fact. Do you remember that Tobey Maguire was not necessarily Sony's first choice for Spider-Man? Do you know who was?
Is it Gyllenhaal?
Yes. And guess what? When Spider-Man 2 happened and Tobey Maguire said, I want more money, and did the whole back injury stuff, Sony said, you know what? We'll go with Gyllenhaal. And then that's when they got to negotiation, and that's how Tobey came back for the sequel. But they were willing to do that. Kirsten Dunst would have been in the exact same position for that first movie. She says, I think I'm worth this. And if Sony could say yes or no, and that's her job to lose, right? And if she said no, you know what actor would come in? One that was worth less than Kirsten Dunst.
Yeah.
Simple as that. She's not wrong to say that she made a mistake in her youth and that there's pay disparity when it comes to that, because the pay disparity is not based on gender, even though a lot of people want to take that. It's based on what you negotiate. Mm-hmm. And that was it.
It's about your box office draw as well.
It's
that's
how
part
you
of that. That's
quote.
Part of that negotiation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of your quote. So Kirsten Dunst technically had a larger quote than Tobey Maguire, but Tobey's agents managed to negotiate a better deal. What does Kristen do? Well, she says, I didn't really have the best agents. I didn't know what was going on. I was 17 at the time. Don't fall for that, what I do, because again, studios will hide that information from you. They will hide what they think your value actually is because they don't want you to find out, because they don't want to have to pay more for you, because they have to control their costs. So that is why you have the negotiating process. That's why you have agents and managers that on your behalf are saying, no, I think my client is worth this much. And if you want her in your movie, or you want him in your movie to bring that box office draw in, you are going to pay them what I think they're worth. Now we have the whole new thing. Anthony Mackie made a great speech of it years ago saying it's no longer the movie star that draws in, it's the character. But it wasn't like that 22 years ago. I can assure you, a lot of the demographics that saw Spider-Man on the female side of things saw it because of Kirsten Dunst and not Tobey Maguire, because they didn't care about Tobey Maguire. And the people that did like Spider-Man didn't really care about Tobey Maguire.
Well, yeah, because that's not going to be the same
the Green
thing.
Goblin.
Yeah, that's not the same thing as like the female audience going to see Aquaman because of Jason Momoa, because you can't compare Tobey Maguire and Jason Momoa.
Exactly. Yes.
And I say that as being straighter than an arrow shot by Oliver Queen. So
But I Script, you're reminding me just exactly what it was like back then, because Spider-Man was also very much like an MTV like promoted movie. It was as much her as it was him, because Spider-Man was kind of either the guaranteed thing to bring people in, or it was a deterrent, because comic books were nerdy and lame in the early 2000s and people didn't like this shit. So they had to have like the it girl, and she really was the it girl of the time. It was like her or Christina Ricci were like cool and cute, and they were in everything.
And Gwyneth Paltrow was actually phasing out of the it girl because she was a little bit older, because she was really popular after Shakespeare in Love. Bryce Dallas Howard was close but hadn't gotten there yet. So Kirsten Dunst was the chick. And remember, all of my film friends at the time, they wanted to see Spider-Man not because of Tobey Maguire, but because of Willem Dafoe as the Green Goblin. That was the thing. They're like, that's the guy that's bringing people in. And they weren't wrong. And then Tobey Maguire won people over. But Kirsten Dunst got the MTV, that Spider-Man kiss thing. No guy cared about that, but all the girls did, because they liked Kirsten Dunst and they thought, oh, that's so romantic to do, and blah, blah, blah. MTV Awards, that's all women, girls.
And that's all that people talked about. Like when that movie came out, it was like it made a bunch of money and everybody went and saw it, but all they talked about was her or that kiss or the special effects, at least like in my sphere. And I didn't really hang out with kids that were watching this movie. It was more of like just talking to adults, or, you know, going on the internet, reading what people were saying back then, IMDb message boards. But yeah, Spider-Man's a really interesting success because it comes from an era where that kind of stuff wasn't really cool. I get it. X-Men came out and everyone's like, X-Men changed it. X-Men came out and was cool and then disappeared really quick because people were anticipating other stuff. Like it was kind of like it came out,
Same
it was
with Blade
cool.
to a degree.
So, yeah, Blade disappeared. Like that's the thing too. Without the way, like people, like even the internet's changed over the last 10 years to the point where it's like oddly obsessive over certain things, but none of this stuff was treated the way it is now. It's almost like the way we talk about superhero movies being more like hidden from the public eye. It's kind of like when you talk about those made for TV superhero movies, or the shit that existed before we were even born, like the 70s Captain America, Spider-Man, Hulk, Doctor Strange, like made for TV movies type of thing. Like these were obscurities. And I actually had a revelation yesterday. You know, this is more towards anybody that's a Spider-Man fan, but we might like to think that Spidey was this big deal always, right? But the other day I was watching the SNL superhero sketch, and I get it that certain things are going to be used for comedic effect. Don't get me wrong, like the Ant-Man bit. But like Spider-Man was really a background character to like the Superman and other things. And I just thought to myself, oh, Spider-Man may be like the big thing and like the modern day myth today, but like even in the 70s or to the 80s, really, it wasn't that. He was Marvel's
the
big
90s
Marvel,
is when he blew up.
Yeah, but it was weird. I never thought of Marvel as like as B-list as they were in the 80s, like in the 70s. Like I didn't think of it like that. It's like, wow, you know, their comic books are better than DC's books. They got the cool characters. It's like, no, they really were second rate. Only the Incredible Hulk, because of that TV show, was like a thing.
Yeah,
and
all the
DC
movies that
characters
followed it. Sorry, go ahead.
Trial of the Incredible. Oh no, I was gonna say like the Trial of the Incredible Hulk, the last one. Isn't Stan Lee in that one?
The one with Thor, that was great. Like they did a bunch. I've got them all. Listen, yes, Marvel was considered low grade for a while, and also they were in a lot of financial trouble, more so than Detective Comics, because Warner Brothers kind of swept in and saved the day. And what sustained Marvel and also DC to a large extent, especially over the late 70s, 80s, and through the 90s, was the merchandising. Comic books were just the commercial ads for all the other merchandising stuff, and it worked for them. But yeah. Spider-Man got a really nice boost in the 90s with that cartoon. And then it just rocketed off with that first movie from Sony.
Yep.
And that's what really got it to basically break the shell of nerdom and into, okay, everybody can like Spider-Man. It's cool now.
It was. Because I remember being on the cusp of it.
As weird as it is to say, Kirsten Dunst is technically a part of that.
Absolutely.
And she's also making a far better point compared to what was her name is from the other movie that I mentioned, All the Money in the World, who got upset that when she came back to reshoot, she didn't make as much money as Mark Wahlberg. Well, that's your agent screwing up for you. That has nothing to do with gender bias. And Kirsten Dunst makes the best advice. Now, she was directing it more to actresses because, again, they are exploited a bit more. But again, it goes back to know your quote, ask for what you want, and it's up to you to either accept it or reject it. You got to think about your career.
Yeah.
I don't think people piling on her because she wasn't the main character is good form for her argument of saying, listen, you're worth what you're worth for your job. I hate this idea of saying like, I can't negotiate my pay for employment. That's not right. This is not like me applying for a job at Walmart or Home Hardware where they have a base starting salary. Guess what? Even in I'm going to those jobs, I'm still going to say, well, oh, wait, you're going to offer me only $10 an hour? I think my skill set says I'm worth at least twice that. And now we're negotiating. And if you want me, cool. If you don't, I will find something else that will pay me what I think I deserve. And you compromise. That's it. There's nothing wrong with that. And it doesn't matter what political aisle you're on. If you think there is something wrong with that, you got to assess your value because you probably deserve more.
I'm glad you brought up the whole, it's just like the Kirsten Dunst stuff. The internet is the problem where they take things out of context and there's a whole, like, what is it? A lie gets around the world before the truth gets out of bed. Yeah. Well, the internet can't read. It's true. I just hope, I guess from our Spider-Man conversation today, for especially like Xavier to God out there, like hopefully folks, you remember what made that movie special, or how, at least how it was talked about in a way, and how like we're 23 years removed from it, or 22, excuse me. It really did change a lot. You know, The Matrix is the big game changer of that generation, but Spider-Man is right there making just as many changes in different genres and also universal acceptance for the shit we love. You know, they were
not
always
for the first Blade movie and that first Spider-Man movie. We don't have the MCU.
No, don't forget X-Men, because X-Men was such a hit that the following year we had X2, X-Men United, and they had a huge, I mean, X-Men's got more movies than Spider-Man at this point. None of them have made the money, but X-Men's always been there. Like we can't, I would argue the more I watch X-Men, like not even 97, just like any X-Men stuff, I've been reading a lot of the comics lately. I really do feel like we still haven't gotten the great X-Men film that we deserve. Like X2 X-Men United is awesome. That's my favorite one. And I love Days of Future Past. Logan's fine. Logan's good. What'd you say?
If we're counting the Wolverine movies, we have more X-Men films than we have Spider-Man films.
Yes, we do.
Easy.
But I think First Class is probably the closest you'd get to the most authentic X-Men, at least for the 63 time period. We haven't gotten that 1980s style X-Men team or movie. Even with, I mean, Days of the Future Past got close, but
So hear me out for a second, and I'm trying to remove my personal like opinion. I don't think I think X-Men 97 shows you that X-Men really had that big push from that cartoon, the Jim Lee era, that 90s thing. I don't know. I think we've seen it separate, but there's so much money in it. I don't think Disney's going to go to a team that's going to have Kitty Pryde and Colossus and all of these other X-Men that might be A-listers or big and popular like that are on my shelf. I think your next big X-Men thing, you're gonna get like a film version of that Jim Lee shit. And the reason I think is because everything is, remake this, that. They want safe bets. That X-Men is a safe bet, and you don't have to do too much stuff to kind of guarantee money. Like I don't not want that. What I basically want, I guess again I'm getting at is I want those great X-Men stories from the 80s just told like the cartoon in the design style of the 90s or a modern version. I don't think 80s X-Men would work on film, especially 70s X-Men where everything's based off S&M gear or pirate boots. Like that doesn't look good, even like on the page. Like Corsair, right. I love X-Men. The Starjammer shit's cool. That design's bad. Like it's so dated.
It looks like parody. Yeah.
Everything from I love Byrne. He's my favorite X-Men artist. Sorry, Jim Lee. But it's too dated. It's like trying to bring Dazzler to the screen. It's like you got to do something to update it. You can't have a role like a disco girl in 2024. It would just be kind of out there.
It'd be a little off. But the funny thing is that in the late 90s, you probably could have gotten away with a disco Dazzler because the 70s style was kind of on a trend to come back a little bit, but then it got side-tailed because people were like, oh, wait, this is where it went to after a couple of years. We don't want that. And then they just kind of got back onto course.
Dude, that 70s trend was huge. Like, yes, that 70s show was at the peak of that, but you had like that weird 70s album that came out that they kept running like infomercials for. I think Staying Alive got popular again in the 80s or the 90s, not the movie, but the song by the Bee Gees. There was a remake of it or a cover of the song. Like, yeah, there was that weird 70s resurgence. I liked it.
Come up. Jet debuted, and Jet was like old grunge 70s rock and roll back in the day, and then they were pulled away from that because they got a lot of money with a record deal. So
they were what was that? What was their big song?
Be My Girl and Cold
Be
Hard
My Girl.
Bitch
That's
were
it.
Two singles. And what's really funny is I saw them live at Times Square, right at their peak, and it was a good show.
I didn't realize he was saying "Cold Hearted Bitch" because I know that song, but I'm just like I couldn't even you hear it, you're like, oh, that's a catchy song. I don't know what he's saying, so now I know. But let's check in with the audience because I don't want to go 4 hours. Enrique Vasquez says to each of you, who is your favorite filmmaker? Script, I would want to hear your opinion first, or your favorite first, since you have you make films too.
Well, my favorite filmmaker was Richard Donner. Timeline was his worst movie, and that had less to do with him than anything else. He's fantastic. He did The Omen, obviously Superman. He did Lethal Weapon series. He did Goonies. He did Maverick, which is a great film.
It is.
He did 16 Blocks, which is fantastic. I think he's one of the best. A close second would be John Carpenter. So, yeah.
I'm just going to say it. Like, my answer is the same, like in the same way. So I don't want to sound repetitive, Enrique. So I'm sorry, but that's literally it. It's like Richard Donner's the patron saint of the channel, and John Carpenter's my favorite living filmmaker. So sorry to copy you, but Andrew?
No, that's okay, man.
Christopher McQuarrie and Steven Spielberg.
Very good choices.
Yeah. Dude, Spielberg, I was never a Spielberg kid. Like, I like Indiana Jones, but that was like the one I watched from him. But I'm getting like this weird, like retroactive 80s childhood with like watching E.T. in my 30s or Jurassic Park in my 20s. It's interesting because I understand why people would have loved those movies growing up. Like Hook, I saw Hook as a kid and didn't like it. Watched it again as an adult, kind of understood it. But I always felt weird with Spielberg movies. Like, I watch them like I watch like modern movies. Like, I enjoy them, they're cool, they're this. But I don't get that feeling that a lot of people get. And I almost feel like I'm left on the outside because when I hear his name, I go, oh, quality, maybe the best of all time. But like that feeling I'll get from like Richard Donner, I'm like, oh man, the Goonies, that's, that's my shit. I never get that from Spielberg. Because I give Indy as much credit to Lucas and Harrison Ford as I do Steven Spielberg. I don't think it's because George Lucas came up with it. Jim Steranko
wasn't a one-man
show.
Yeah, it wasn't a one-man show.
Like, if you would have got those, I don't think you would have got the same movies from another director. I'm not trying to minimize his work, but I also feel like
it was a collaborative effort.
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort. Maybe you got something different, but you could have still had something cool. But I don't want to take away Steven Spielberg's quality because love him to death. And he produced my favorite movies. He may not have directed them, but he produced Back to the Future. And there's a shelf of that shit right there. So, TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much. He says, why another Toy Story? Was Toy Story 4 not bad enough? I didn't watch it. They have to make one worse to finish putting dirt in the coffin. Toy Story 4 made money because of 3.
Yep.
I still haven't even seen 3. Like
3 was great. It's the last
I
one
heard it was
saw.
good, but I've only
Same.
seen the first 2.
Haven't seen 4.
Okay.
Not
Stripped.
interested.
My only complaint, and this is a personal complaint with Toy Story 3, is it ends with the message you need to give up your childhood to grow up and be an adult. You know, these things are supposed to be passed on. And I went, Andy is kind of shitty because if you have that attachment to your stuff, you don't give it away. That was, to me, that felt like the most fake part of any of these messages about like growing up or childhood, because you don't have to give up everything. You can retain a part of that. And this little kid means nothing to me. I thought it would have been a much better impactful story if like Andy grew up but kept Buzz and Woody and they just kind of lived there, because it's more realistic to what other people do. It seems more like if all these movies like Inside Out want to talk about, you know, human emotions and this and that and family and this and all these things, I don't feel like either they didn't tell a story where you forced to grow up, therefore Andy gave it away. Andy like put it on himself, and I think that's antithetical to what Toy Story kind of was with a lot of that. So
yeah, they missed the point, because what would have been, I mean, I like the idea that yes, as you grow up, you kind of have to leave some of your childhood aspects to the past, but you don't necessarily have to abandon them. And what would have been better is if basically he kept the toys and then you jump to the point where Andy's got his own kids and he unboxes those toys and gives them to his kid, because that's how Andy got Woody. He got Woody from his mom and possibly dad, who is, I don't know what happened to him, but that's what you do.
Disney, and Dad's not in the picture.
Some of the toys that I grew up with were my dad's toys. I've got tons of toys, which if I am fortunate to have children, my kids are going to play with them. I've got duplicates for playing with and others for display. And guess what? Those displays are definitely going to my children when they grow up, because they're going to value what the displays are for. But the playing ones, go at it. That's what they're there for. And you know what's really funny? One of my buddies, the guy who made the Power Rangers thing for you, he noticed that there's a market gap online with regards to the Wolverine face mask ring for one of the old Toy Biz figures.
I had that toy.
80s. He's making duplicates of that to sell on eBay for dirt cheap.
Yeah, I'm probably going to buy one from him, because it's the brown suit Wolverine with the pop out claws, and it's a fuck ugly figure, folks. It's really bad. It's from 1990, and it's Toy Biz's first X-Men wave. I had one. There was a Magneto that had magnetic hands, but they literally glued magnets into his hands, so his hands were this, and he had this really giant helmet. But I thought Wolverine's mask was the first thing lost, because it was cool. They were trying to sell you brown suit Wolverine with a katana, and you could take it off and make it Logan. It was like the first Spider-Man movie. They only had one shot to do it right, so they put everything into it. This first X-Men wave of figures was like, X-Men's kind of popular, but we're going to throw everything we got into it. And they got it right, and then literally 65 waves later, they stopped. But sorry, that was a random-ass tangent about that Wolverine ring, but I will buy one for sure. And I'll tweet about it too. So people that are a collector that are missing out on their Wolverine duplicate mask ring can get one, because it's like the first thing you lose.
Yeah.
And why was it a good idea to sell boys a ring? It's fucking Wolverine. That's like the Punisher dick gun. It doesn't really fit with Wolverine. So why? Sorry, I had the toy. I thought about these things.
Yep.
Thank you, TLJ Screwjob. Thank you to Dragonblade for becoming a member tonight. And thank you for your super chat. He says, thanks for the conversation, fellas. You're saying a lot of what I'm thinking. Well, we enjoy what we do, and we found to be the voice for that for a lot of people. So I'm glad you found us. We're glad to have you, and we hope we see you every week. TLJ Screwjob says, Josh Peck has a YouTube channel, 3 million subs, but only uploads podcast episodes, 3,000 to 5,000 views at most. Because of the algorithm of podcasts and long form stuff. That's why he gets the views he does. It's not that, and also too, the YouTube algorithm will punish you or penalize you. And he just uses it for, let's be honest, Josh Peck doesn't need a YouTube channel. He was in Oppenheimer. It's like a curiosity to him. So, I had never listened to his show. I like Jake and Josh, and I'm happy to see him in these, grown up movies, but I've never listened to his show, and I wouldn't find it interesting. I don't think. I don't know, but I always wish everybody well. Xavier DeGott says Drake Bell was Spider-Man in Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes and Ultimate Spider-Man show. That was a good episode of Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Too bad Ultimate Spider-Man was a shit cartoon.
It was, and even with Paul Dini writing it, he couldn't save it.
It's that fourth wall Family Guy shit.
It's that part, and it's also the fact that Paul Dini's not as hungry of a creative as he was 30 years ago when he was doing He-Man and Batman. Like, he had to prove himself. Now he's got that reputation. He doesn't have to prove himself as much anymore, and that's what also concerns me with Bruce Timm. It's like he's solidified his place in there, and the new Batman cartoon that's going to be on Amazon coming up soon. That's his thing.
I forgot about that.
And I'll
give it the old once over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna watch it to see what he's got, but it's never gonna capture that magic. And
I don't think anything.
There are
magic of
producers and writers out there hungry enough to give you guys the stuff that you're desiring to recapture what you saw with that animated series for the first time. They're out there. Whether or not they'll have the connections or get the opportunities to do it, yet to be seen. But they're out there, and if you're lucky enough to find them and see the original stuff that they do, you will be really happy with it. But it's few and far between these days.
I am in a weird place because I don't want more Batman the Animated Series, but I didn't want more X-Men. But I don't think X-Men's going to end well. I feel like the other shoe, like every week, folks, in my mind, there are two shoes.
And it's about to drop, yeah.
And I'm waiting, and they're always in a state of flux. And I'm literally waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like every single week when I turn on that show, I go, okay, this is the one probably. And then I watch it and I go, oh shit, this happened. And I don't want to spoil it for the people that aren't watching it, or just watch our videos, folks. We'll give you the whole show. And
they're good videos too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I always watch your take after I see the episode because I'm like, yeah, these are pretty spot on. The one thing I'm dreading is if Disney decides to do a Spider-Man revival, because that's not the Spider-Man I want revived.
No. And here's the thing. I yelled once. I was like, look, the show ends where he leaves his universe and enters our universe and meets Stan Lee, and it kind of just ends there. And it's like, there's nowhere else to go. And I know you brought up Spider-Man Unlimited and everything, but that show sucked. Like, you're continuing this show, and if it ends there, fine. But like, I grew up in that era. Like, here I am. Here's my, my childhood thing. I liked it as a kid, but I also liked the character. That show kind of sucks when you go back to watch it. And I know people are like, oh, Jeff, how can you like Spider-Man and not like the show? I don't dislike it, but it's not as good as you remember. It's first off, like, after the second
season,
season,
aged really bad.
It's mostly reused footage of the same shots over and over again. And it's gimmicky crap. Like, I love watching Spider-Man swing around and jump and shit, but when it's like Spider-Man's fighting the Kingpin in his lair, and then all of a sudden Spider-Man's on the wall, but he's in a sewer, and then all of a sudden he's over here in front of, because it's the same, it's like, really, and you're thinking, but
it's a lot of reused footage.
And then people want to say
it's more reused footage than an entire season of Dragon Ball.
Dude, it's like watching Power Rangers. It's like, oh, here they go. It's the same footage of, Power Dagger, Power Lance, Power Sword. Even though I love that part. I want the Spectacular Spider-Man. If you're going to redo that shit or continue the one that got cut too good. Or find a way to break the universe and tie that version in. I don't give a shit. But like, Christopher Daniel Barnes coming back could be cool. But the show, like, the only version of the characters that are like they've never been topped is like the Kingpin. You can argue other characters, but it's like the Scorpion. The Scorpion's like the Shocker. He's just kind of a goon in a suit. He's not iconic. He's iconic for how he looks. But can you tell me his character traits? Not really, because I'll scrape the bottom of the barrel to tell you they're the same shitty hoods. One's got an inferiority complex, and the other one's name is Herman Schultz. Like, that's about it. That show should never be touched
right?
again.
So like,
yeah.
That
like he becomes Venom at some point. Like Matt Gargan's a whatever character who's voiced by Martin Landau in that cartoon, and it's cool. But I don't know, man. Like, I want new stuff, but I'm also willing to watch a new Spider-Man cartoon. Like, that's not really a problem. It's just that cartoon. Like, here, I have an idea, Disney. If you want to pull at our heartstrings, because I'm that kid that you should be selling this to. I should be going on Twitter and geeking out. Give us a new Spider-Man cartoon, put the old fucking theme song in it, and get the old voice actor, and then everybody's fine. Like, don't tie it in. Don't give us a because it sucked. Like, Neogenic Nightmare is a shitty fucking season. Like, the Punisher, it's the Punisher is blue or green. Go back and watch that show with your modern superhero knowledge, or just without nostalgia, and you'll go, this show's okay. It makes sense. It's cogent, but like, it's not peak Spidey. Like, there's like 5 jokes that are great. Other than
The
that,
best thing about it is the voice cast.
Absolutely.
That's it. The best thing about it is the voice cast. But Greg Weisman, what he did over with Spectacular Spider-Man, that I felt was the most authentic you're gonna get.
Absolutely.
And
it
reconciled some of the retcons of the character, especially with his relationship to Eddie Brock a little bit, but it made it work.
See, that's why I love that show, because Sony has like a rule book that they play by, and I guarantee you rule 3 is get Venom in there as quick as possible because he sells merchandise. And that's fine from that business standpoint, but 2 things. One, if you're a Spider-Man fan like we are, you know that for 26 years, there's no Venom. So there's a lot of stories to tell before you get to Venom. And then once Venom is introduced, it all changes. You can only tell certain Spider-Man stories before Venom. Luckily, this show figured out a way to tell those mob-based, crime-based, science-based, other types of stories with Venom, but then wipe out Venom, because he's not the be-all, end-all fucking Spider-Man villain. Like, again,
No, he's not.
I'm the right age to be like wowed by this crap. And I don't want to present myself as, hey, my opinions are better than anyone's, but I'm of the age group that this shit is supposed to hit. It's supposed to be like, oh man, I see that. Let me open my fucking wallet and buy Venom shit. I look at Venom as, oh, Spider-Man, this series is about to end, because once you introduce Venom, there's no further point. Venom is the shark that Spider-Man has to jump, because then you introduce it and it's symbiote this, symbiote that, and every movie dies. Okay? Venom 3, is that going to be a thing? Probably, but Carnage sucked in part 2. Spider-Man 3, Venom sucked. There we go. Like, where do you go? And that cartoon is more of that shit too. You're going to, like, people want, they want to see Spider-Man and Venom team up. How about this? Give us a fucking 90-minute animated feature of Maximum Carnage with the Spider-Man animated voice series cast and the fucking theme song and all that shit you remember, and that's it. Like, that's what Disney should do. If they're going to touch it, do animated movies of Spider-Man comic book strips with that voice cast, with that style, and you'll make your money, and then you can continue it that way. Nobody cares about the continuity. What people care about is the colorful shit and the music that they had as a kid. They really like, and I'm talking about the normal audience that's going to be the majority of the people, not the people here on this channel. We care about the story. We care about the characters. We care about the design, the action. We care about every layer, because we're fans of entertainment and we want to be entertained. And let's be honest, it's not about being fans. It's about, we're an audience that is of a higher intelligence. We pay attention to these things. That's what it is. We're aware of a bad story. We're aware of an agenda. We're aware about this. Are some people too hypersensitive? Of course. But on the average, most people, the people that are here, get it. And so I appreciate that. And that has been my TED Talk on why Spider-Man 1994 should never be revised. And I've gone on way longer than I planned. And I want to go to sleep because I want to get up for X-Men. And I swear to God, if I'm up for 2 more hours, I'm just going to watch and review X-Men tonight, but I don't want to do that. Wanderer, thank you for your super chat. He says, 1 year for Christmas, I got 3 different Spider-Man action figures. One had a removable rubber mask and zip line. Second had a wall mount. And third had a motorbike.
Sick. I think I remember that motorbike Spider-Man action figure.
I do too, because it had
I
training
can
wheels
like
on the
picture
motorbike.
it in the back of my mind right now.
Well, that was the
That's
thing.
cool.
Everybody had a motorbike toy in the 90s. Like, even if a superhero didn't ever drive a bike, like, they had it. So,
And every action figure shot a missile. No, I get it. I had Batman action figures that did that. Where he shot the missile from? Hell if I know.
yeah.
But he did it.
Action figure Batman is the most okay. You know how they do like Into the Spider-Verse, or they'll do Lego Batman where it's like hyper aware. They should do a version of called action figure Batman, and the entire joke is, why would you wear bright green camouflage why would you wear neon green outfits at night, or this or that? Like, the whole joke is like, why would you dress as a white Arctic this? You never leave Gotham City. And it would just be like a whole joke of Batman opening his closet and showing like, I got this and this and this and this, but he never fucking uses it.
I think
these that
Batman
would be
action figures growing up that had like this metallic chrome armor that he was wearing. I had a blue one. I had a silver
the
one.
gold armor one.
The silver
I had
one.
the gold one.
he had this freaking big old sword. But he also had this really cool Batmobile that he came with, and I had that. And
I think I had almost every Kenner Batman toy. Like, I didn't have every Kenner toy from Forever and Batman and Robin, but I had every Kenner toy from the first Batman and most Batman Return toys, including Catwoman. Like, I loved, like, Batman was my first toy line that I really was into.
It's on my counter. It's on my shelf right now. Because
I can see my
last
Bruce
year,
Wayne.
you guys told me which ones were the Batman Returns action figure with the what was like the Crime Attack Batman and the Iron Winch one. And I went out and I found them in the original boxes plus a couple of unopened ones, and I got them all. Now they're up on display, and I've got my complete Batman Returns action figure set along with the Toy Biz Batman stuff as well.
I love that. I got that over there.
And I've got that Toy Biz Joker, and I got the DC Superpowers stuff. In fact, when I get my paycheck stuff sorted out, I am buying the one of the last villains I need, which is the Harvey Dent one.
Oh,
the Harvey Dent Two-Face Toy Biz.
I don't know how deep your interest in collecting goes, but I know everybody loves a good deal. Walmart, McFarlane Toys has remade the Superpower line, and I know they're not as good, but Walmart is clearancing out like a Brainiac ship for $1. So if you're up at a Walmart, I don't know like how Walmart in Canada works, but just be on the lookout because they're like trying to move that. So if you're looking for like little accessories or extra things to add to your collection just for fun, I don't know if you're in box or not on these ones, but like they make shit in scale for it again. And like, you may not like the figures, like I don't like them, but the vehicles are pretty cool. And they're like a nice modernization of some of that stuff. Like they went and made Wonder Woman's invisible jet. The joke would have been an empty box, but there's a little plastic airplane inside.
Well, I mean, one of the benefits I have is one of my best friends, the guy who I mentioned earlier, he's making a 2-scale Batmobile from Batman Returns, Batman and Batman Returns for those figures, a 2-seater. The original one was a single-seater. It's a little bit, it's the right length, but it's not the right width, that original toy. But if you remember the 1989 Toy Biz Batmobile, the one with no top on it,
open canopy,
those are the right dimensions, and he's building me one of those for my figures for me, which is actually pretty cool.
Okay, stop making me jealous. Because I'm gonna have to like go out and buy the Hot Toy Batmobile just to make myself feel bad. I was joking. I have the McFarlane one up here. It's the best looking Batmobile. I can't name a. Can you name a better looking one? Like I know opinions are subjective, but that
I really do like the 66.
Did a great job with the mold.
Because that's
the
cool
future
one.
is awesome.
Yeah, but no, I can't think of a better. I mean, the two Batman the Animated Series Batmobiles were pretty cool.
Yes,
not
they
as
were.
good as
Both
that
of
movie
them.
one. Yeah.
Did I tell you I was friends with the guy that did the actual like specific drawings of the Batmobile and the Batwing that are in the animated cells? Like, because the opening was produced differently, but it was cool because he worked on Star Wars and other shit, and I didn't care once I found out he worked on Batman. There's like something about that show and that design of that car that like, everybody looks at like, ooh, because the Keaton one's perfect. But that Art Deco one, that like weird long one, that is such a cool design. I'd love to have like a real version of that car too. Like where do you, obviously you're Batman, but like, could you imagine driving a car with a nose that long on it? And like I keep looking back, folks, because I have them sitting here. That's why what I'm looking at is.
I'm a pretty decent driver, but I'd be a much better driver if I had a nose that long because it's the way my peripherals work. I need to be able to see the edge of the hood in order for me to not bump into anything. And some cars now where the hood slips so shallow, you don't know exactly where it is. So you kind of have to, and the way that my height is and the orientation and getting the seat just right to get all that, it's not easy. So that's why I like driving like trucks and vans and longer nose cars than the typical ones that you get like the Mazdas.
Are you going to get an A-Team van for yourself after you make your billionth dollar?
Probably, yeah. I love those vans. Those are great.
I watched a guy make one out of toothpicks the other day on Facebook, so I love the A-Team van. Moving on, Xavier to God says, Jeff, you should check out the best Sonic show, Sonic X. I've seen it. I'm pretty sure it was on like 0304 because I may have been in high school like a freshman, but I still watched cartoons on a Saturday morning, whatever. I didn't really watch that one as much, or the Kirby show. Like Sonic X, Kirby right back at you, and Ultimate Muscle and F-Zero. I think those were all on at the same time. And I kind of
Mhm.
put them
Oh,
on
I
and
totally
then like
forgot about the animated F-Zero show.
yeah, a lot of people did, but I liked Captain Falcon. Actually, he's my favorite racer. I still play. I like F-Zero. I know one of our listeners is a huge fan, and he has posted in our groups about how he'd love to see a remake. I'd buy a remake or at least like a remastering. I still play F-Zero with X on the N64. That was a good one. Cross, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Cross says, the last film I saw that was projected from a film reel and not a digital file was Captain America, the First Avenger, since it showed the white dots you mostly see in unclean film footage.
Oh, cool.
God,
Nice.
2011. I remember seeing that movie opening day because
Yeah,
that
me
was
too.
the
I saw
last
the midnight
one
release.
Dude, that was the last one before the Avengers. And I'll never forget, like, I was happy to watch all of these movies, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, get me to the Avengers. I got to see what a superhero crossover is going to be like. And finally, once Captain America ended in that the end credit sequence was just clips of the Avengers, I was like, yeah, it's time. And so that build from Captain America to the first Avengers, I don't think my anticipation's been that high for a superhero movie since the first Spider-Man. There you go, Xavier to God. That's the theme of the stream. Whatever we talked about, and Jeff waxes nostalgic on Spider-Man. I don't want pictures of him, just Spider-Man. Anyway, moving
There
on.
it is.
Cross, that was a fun film. And I can't tell you the last film I saw on film. It might have. Okay, so obviously I'm guilty of seeing the pop culture equivalent of fast food films, but I also do enjoy going to the highest end theaters out there. It doesn't matter if I want to see an artsy film. I want to see the biggest screen, the luxury seats. I'll pay. I don't care. I like the movie theaters. I can't tell you the last one that would have been non-digital. Maybe The Disaster Artist was on film at the... Why am I going to say the theater name like you're going to know it? Anyway, there's a local small theater by me that gets artsier films, and they'll show smaller stuff. And I think they may show film there. So maybe The Disaster Artist, but I couldn't tell you for sure what my last film on film was.
Dune 2
I'll tell you
for
the
me.
first. Oh, you saw that on film? Oh,
Yeah,
IMAX,
they
right?
had these. They had the IMAX 70 millimeter at the theater, local theater, and that's what I got to see. I was surprised they had it.
Nice.
How'd it look?
Fantastic. Like the sad part is that you can get, like, if you the technology you have of our home theater, if you got a regular projector that could do film and you hooked it up to your Dolby Atmos surround sound and all that stuff at home, you would have the exact same visual picture quality at home. All you need is the expensive projector for it. And the digital stuff is pretty good, but it's not as well. It's not the quality, the sharpness is not quite there, and I don't think it'll ever be 100% be there. But that is a movie that really took advantage of that format. And part of me suspects one day if they can find a way to develop manufacture film cheaper than the digital stuff, you might start getting that again. But it's really hard.
That'd be kind of
digital
cool.
Digital just has the convenience of the fact that you can do longer takes without it costing any additional money.
I love, that's why I'm such a 4K enthusiast on certain things, because if it's shot on film, you can tell, and it just, I don't know. I feel like I'm there.
Yeah.
Like there's a scene in Beverly Hills Cop after he wrecks the buffet at the Harrow Club, or ruins it, according to the one guy, because they say it twice. Yes, I know that movie by heart. The shot of him talking to Victor Maitland, it feels like you're the third person at the table. I'll never forget when I turned around, I was like, wow, I feel like I'm there. I had never seen the movie so clear. And every time I watch a movie on film that's restored the right way, I get that feeling, and I feel like I'm watching it with fresh eyes, and then I want to watch that movie again because it feels new. I could tell you every line of dialogue from Beverly Hills Cop, but when I see it in that crystal clear, it feels like, hey, I got to watch it 20 more times again. So I don't know. All I guess I'm getting at is I like film. Let's preserve this shit. By the way, folks, thank you for sticking with us. I know it's late. We're trying to go, but more people keep rolling in, so thank you. Xavier to God says, when I saw Spider-Man, the bone saw husband joke was left in, and I heard that Henry seeing Spidey putting his sad on the couch was a deleted scene. It was in. No. So Spidey, when he puts Norman Osborn on the bed, you may have thought like there's an extended or different version in Spider-Man 2 or 3. Like they show a flashback at a later movie. I don't remember exactly which one it is. But yeah, that scene has always been in. I actually always liked that shot because it's a Walther PPK that he pulls out of the desk.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm a Bond fan. In 2002, you got Spider-Man and James Bond in 1 year. That was cool to me. I think No Way Home and No Time to Die came out at the same time, but one of those movies is fine and the other one's shit. So that is what it is. Wanderer, thank you very much. He says, fun fact, the colossal squid doesn't have suction cups. It has claws that rotate 360 degrees. I love the sea in spite of the hell spawns that lurk in the deep. Yeah, I'm more interested to see like what we would find at the the floor of the ocean than we would in outer space. I'm not saying there's nothing out there. The truth is out there. But I do think there are some crazy creatures that we have not cataloged zoologically speaking that I'd like to see. Because who knows how interesting they could look.
So much more dangerous to explore the bottom of the ocean than it is space.
Is it the pressure alone?
Yep.
Yeah.
One crack and you are the size of a eraser head.
And not to sound morbid, but we saw what happens last year when people go under the sea and they're not prepared. Wasn't it a Logitech gaming pad that was used to control that sub?
Yes, actually, the technology to control it was not the problem. It was what it was built out of. It was essentially carbon fiber.
My desk is made of carbon fiber. Well, it has a carbon fiber wrap. But either way, like, that's stupid. Do you think there are some things man shouldn't do?
Yeah.
I wouldn't fuck around with that. But RIP those people. I know you're rich, but we care. It is a tragedy. I mean, we can joke, but yeah, it's terrible. Taylor Swift, greater than Disney Star Wars, sends in $1 super chat and a message. Thank you very much. Xavier God says, I hope Wolverine has a cowl in Deadpool 3. How do you guys feel about the cowl? Do you want to see Wolverine in his mask?
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if it's only briefly. Like, let's just do it. Like, we're at this point. You've played the role this many years. Just give us the damn cowl. You're already doing the yellow spandex now. Or it's more armored than anything, actually, now that I think about it. But just do it. Like, if you're going to do it, do it. If you're going to do the yellow and blue suit, do it. And that includes the damn cowl with the big old ears.
Yeah, and don't give me, like, because I'm looking at my Wolverine, so sorry, folks. I don't mean to not pay attention to you guys. I want to see the costume. I almost feel like a short-cowled, more modern Wolverine would look better on film. I understand about wanting to be iconic, but I don't think everything translates one-to-one. Like,
no, not everything translates well one-to-one. It's true.
I don't think Spider-Man's armpit webs, like in that one scene, it made sense. But if he walked around like in the Ditko books where they just hung down, and you're just like, because my first time reading a Ditko Spider-Man comic wasn't a positive thing because I saw one of the earlier images from the like maybe second or third book where his arms are just out. It was the Doc Ock cover, so issue 4 or 3. It was 4.
Yeah.
3. Anyway, that picture made me laugh because I'm like, why does Spider-Man look like he has like a dress on? That just didn't look right. And so I'm so glad they got rid of it because like Romita's version where it's like 3 lines, that looks cool, like right in the armpit. It's like a neat little thing. But then you're like, it used to serve a purpose. So we got rid of it. So I just want to keep that in mind. Like I'm a super diehard fan like you guys. I like it pure to the book. If we could get a fucking cartoon that had the ink work of Joe Sinnott, like sign me up. I'm there. But I don't want it to look stupid because if it looks stupid, people won't go see it and that'll hurt the movie.
Yeah.
Power Rangers 2017 was a shitty movie. Oh, sorry, let me rephrase that. Power Rangers 17 was a badish movie that wasn't as bad as people think, but the designs were so god awful, people just don't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Right.
If it had better suits, that might be the best Power Rangers movie because outside of nostalgia, that 95 one isn't good. And I'm saying that from like 1995 to today. I watch it as a curiosity, something from my childhood, but I felt disappointed in the Power Rangers movie as a kid. I was sold. I thought I was going to get the show as a movie, and I got a weird copyright safe version from Saban that is nothing like Power Rangers, and it was really stupid. So.
And takes place in another universe, technically.
Yeah, and the CGI robots, like,
no, those are rough.
Come on, like,
you know what's sad? Those artists were really proud of those bots, but when they realized that the render they did on computers did not match what they were expecting it to be on screen, they got really embarrassed.
I would too, because I mean they're adapting that design from Sentai footage. And the Sentai footage of people in costumes and giant model work looked better. I'll never forget when I went and saw the Power Rangers movie as a kid. Is the last point I'll make. I watched it. I didn't like it. And then I went home and I watched the show, and I didn't think about the movie. And then I was given it as a gift on Christmas or at Christmas time, I was given the gift of the tape. And so I watched it because, like, oh, maybe I'll like it more. And it was like something that kind of pushed me out of Power Rangers. It was 95. I was into Star Wars the next year. I think what it was is that I thought that the show was going to become like the movie. And so then they turned to Zeo and I just gave up. So
I really like the actress that played Dulcia. Seeing her in basically the leather scraps.
Do you know who the original Dulcia was?
Yes. Yeah, she was actually another very beautiful woman who I think broke a limb.
No, it was Mariska Hargitay.
Right.
From Law and Order. That's her. Yeah. I just think they just recast her because they wanted a different look.
No, they shot some parts of it, but I think she had a health issue, and then they had to go back and reshoot. I heard it was like a broken limb, but it might have been something else. But yeah, they got maybe I think 2 scenes with her, and then that happened, and then the other lady, the other equally beautiful woman, came in and redid those scenes and did the other ones.
How do you? Real quick aside, I promise I won't drag this one up, but how do you feel like if Sean Young, when they got injured on the pre-horse riding for Batman, you think that movie would have shaken out to be the same big hit that it was with Kim Basinger? I guess what I'm asking is Vicky Vale important to the success of Batman?
That's
because we talked about how Kirsten Dunst added a lot to Spider-Man and her star power and appeal, but like I wasn't alive. I was alive in '89, but I was also like 6 months old when Batman came out, so I don't remember it.
Sean Young was still really attractive at that point in time, and was
I agree
pretty decent star. Kim Basinger also very good. It would have been a slightly different performance, but I don't think it would have negatively impacted Batman overall.
Now, knowing Tim Burton and how he's like Tim Burtoniness, I feel like Sean Young would have fit more into his world than Kim Basinger. Like Sean Young, I'm not saying she should have been Catwoman because Michelle, I almost said Michelle Trachtenberg, then Michelle Michelle Pfeiffer was perfect. But like, I do see a world where she could fit into. She's just weird. I liked her from Blade Runner and other movies. I do think she's good looking. Nowadays, she looks
would have known how to play because again, what's funny and not many people talk about this part of Batman is a lot of the characters aren't wearing makeup for a majority of that film because of what Joker is doing in it. And Kim Basinger looks still pretty good without the makeup when that's happening. But I think Sean Young would have been able to pull it off more convincingly because she has a look about her where if she doesn't wear makeup, she's still attractive, but it doesn't look like she can pull off like the slumming it type of appearance a bit more as a photojournalist that travels the world going into war zones, where Kim Basinger, I don't think quite nailed it.
No, she looked like she would be somebody that was be photographed, not, but I do understand why the Joker becomes obsessed with her. Like Kim Basinger doesn't take away from the movie. She's fine. She's cool. When I learned that she would like go to do charity for sick kids as Vicky Vale and be like, Batman's outside with the car type of thing. Like that's cool. It made me like her as a person more, but I just like these what ifs. So
me too. They're good.
Xavier to God, thank you. He says Spider-Man the animated series, Unlimited and Spectacular, all had Venom in their first season. Also, I noticed that all the good Spider-Man shows I like got canceled. The good die young, man. Spectacular Spider-Man, RIP, 2 seasons. Got the Blu-ray set. Was happy to buy. That was what I bought the first day I graduated from college. I was like, wait, I got all this graduation money, and as an adult out of college, I bought 2 things. Spectacular Spider-Man on Blu-ray and I bought Spider-Man 2. Sorry, Amazing Spider-Man 2, the video game, Andrew. I bought that.
I'm sorry.
Jokes on everybody else. That game's worth like $200. I think I saw it go as high as 500 at one point. It's like a super rare PS4 game. I didn't realize it was in demand. It's a piece of shit and broken, but
it's not a good game. It kind of bridges the gap in between the first 2 movies, and then it's worthless beyond that.
So I know I like to dump and dunk on your Amazing Spider-Man franchise, but I gotta say the Amazing Spider-Man 1 video game is still one of the better Spider-Man games to this day. And my buddy Joel hooked me up. Shout out to Joel. I had this weird thing where I hate that costume, but he had the DLC code for the Tobey Maguire suit. So he's like, I'll give it to you. So I went out and bought a copy of that game. Joel texted me the code, and I got to play that as Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. So that is why I have such a positive memory of it. But There we go. 2 more messages from our audience, both from TLJ Screwjob. Thank you very much to everybody, including you, TLJ Screwjob. Why is The Incredibles the best Fantastic Four film, Incredibles 2 or Fantastic? Why is The Incredibles the best Fantastic Four film, and Incredibles 2 or Fantastic? Okay, sorry. I understand.
Right.
Okay, so okay, I'm making sure. Look, when you're typing on your phone, I get it. I loved in 2. They undid the ending of 1 by having a kids not help. Oh, so I had a listener send me The Incredibles 2 on 4K to our PO box, and yes, it's coming back. Don't worry. Sorry, like I explained it on the podcast, but I never watched it. So thanks for spoiling the movie, TLJ Screwjob. All joking aside, though, The Incredibles is a great movie because it's like a family story, and yes, the Fantastic Four is that, but it also Fantastic Four was trying to come out after Spider-Man, where it was trying to be sexy. That's what we don't talk about anymore in these superhero movies, but what we used to talk about was the sex appeal. They wanted everything to be sleek and sexy and refined and black and shiny and this and that. And everything had to fit into this post-Matrix mold. It didn't matter what it was. If it was genre entertainment, look, I could be wrong about how they thought about it on the inside, but what we got was everything was kind of like the Matrix in a certain way. It was like that Matrix aesthetic melted into every goddamn thing. X-Men, Spider-Man, Fantastic Four, James Bond, you name it. If it came out after the Matrix, for 10 years, it wanted to be the Matrix, and that's fine. But that doesn't work for Fantastic Four when it's a bright orange guy and a guy that stretches and a girl that's invisible and her flaming brother. Like, it's a different type of story. You better catch the tone. And The Incredibles captured the tone. The Incredibles 2 remember, the Fantastic Four are adventurers and scientists, and you don't show the Fantastic Four going on adventures in the first movie. They're in New York the whole time, and I get it, they're coming to terms with their powers, but it's a very underwhelming movie. And then when you get the second one, where they're like these like celebrities and stuff, they're working with the government, and it's kind of boring. It's never been done right. Also, too, the Fantastic Four has decades of things to adapt. The Incredibles is its own unique original story that, while it may have things to borrow from the Fantastic Four thematically, it doesn't hold itself hostage to any of the things that make the Fantastic Four the Fantastic Four. So it can be anything it wants to be, and it won't be scrutinized because there's nothing that comes before it to be, analyzed. So that's my long roundabout way of saying The Incredibles is better than the Fantastic Four movies. Just, anything else you guys want to add?
No,
You're good.
TLJ Screwjob also said, worst CGI, 95 Mortal Kombat Reptile or Power Rangers 95 Megazord?
Ooh.
Megazord. We saw more of it
Okay.
longer. Reptile, the cloaking part of it was fine. It's when it reappeared that sucked.
So if I'm going to answer the same thing, but I'm going to also add an extra answer. I would argue that the only thing that holds back Mortal Kombat from being accessible by today's audience is its terrible, 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 terrible CGI, because it's just Enter the Dragon. The fighting's solid. The acting is solid. Like, the guy that plays Liu Kang's great. Like, I'm not going to back down from saying he was awesome, because Liu Kang isn't this deep character. He's just a ripoff of Bruce Lee and a couple other martial arts characters for a video game. But I believed his story of trying to save his brother. I was invested. The guy that played Shang Tsung was awesome. Like, I'm on board. It's just the bad CGI. So I guess I'm trying to say that Mortal Kombat's an awesome movie with bad CGI. Power Rangers is a shit movie. If you changed Mortal Kombat CGI and updated it, you could show it to people as the definitive version of what the first generation of Mortal Kombat was. You can't do anything with Power Rangers to save it. So I'm going Mortal Kombat CGI is worse because it hurts a good movie.
That's an acceptable answer. I'm here for it.
Thank you. At 1:30 in the morning, that's all I got left in me.
That's all any of us have got left.
I want to thank you guys for being, Andrew and Script personally, for sticking with me, guys. I appreciate you guys each and every week. I want to thank all of our new people that have been joining us.
Yeah.
We've been doing, the three of us have been streaming together for a while, but we're reaching way more people now thanks to the Twitter change and other people out there. It's nice to be streaming with people like the Side Scrollers, Craig and Blabs have been awesome. I'm thankful to them for having us on as much. We've been growing because of that. WrestleLamia sharing stuff. So what I'm trying to say is it's a good time to be in WCBS. We're growing, we're having fun, and I want to thank everybody that's been spreading the word. Folks, you too can be one of those people to help spread the word. All we ask is that you give a thumbs up and share this as much as you can. Hell, even just retweeting what we're doing on X, or copying and pasting the link and retweeting that or tweeting that out. That helps because it tells the computer that you're hungry for more. I know you're here. We're going to always be here for you, but we want to spread the word because what we're doing is fun and a lot of people enjoy it. TLJ Screwjob enjoys it as well. And TLJ Screwjob, you can say thanks to us for the great show, but thanks for the great questions because that helped us entertain everybody out there. So thank you to everyone who joined us tonight. Script Doctor, is there anything that you'd like to tell the audience? Like, where can we find you, and tell us about your Patreon?
Sure. So you can find me on youtube.com/scriptdoctor, where every Saturday I do my Scripts on Saturday show, where we review screenplays currently circulating around Hollywood looking for production. And some of them actually, I think, are going into production. So be on the lookout for that. The Patreon also features certain exclusives with that regards, in addition to some of my musings as well. And it allows you to be a participant of the show. So if you sign up to Patreon, not only do you get find out what script we're reading that Saturday, but if you leave a comment, it's read out live on the show as well. I am currently working on a bunch of other things, so my posts outside of the show on my Patreon are a little bit slim, but you still have access to me, so you can always ask me questions and get writing advice and tips. I'm always happy to help out, and you can also contact me on Twitter at ScriptDoctorPhD, or Twitter X at that. So there we go. That's my plug.
Twix.
That was my favorite candy bar as a kid, so I think I'm going to copy that, man. Twix. But Script, thank you as always, man. I always tell you, like, hey, thanks for coming on, like, you're a guest, but you're also just like part of the show, and you've been on here more than like most people. Like, I think you've had more episodes than some previous co-hosts, so thank you. It's always fun, man. Yeah, dude, seriously, seriously though, it's been a blast. I always ask you to come on, but I'm like, oh, come on, be free this week, because we're always it's a fun time, man. So I'm enjoying it. I hope you're having a great time. The audience loves it. Andrew, where can we find you on the internet, my friend?
I don't do much on the internet. My favorite place to be is here on Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. for the High Council. But you can find me over on Twitter if you want. I don't actually tend to be as active on there anymore as I used to be, because I've got too many fingers in creative projects over the Rippaverse, of which I am the creative manager for, one of the lead editors, and the social media manager. So look forward to the projects that we got coming down the pipeline. Our upcoming Rippaverse magazine is going to be a ton of fun. That project is something very near and dear to my heart as somebody who grew up reading Wizard magazine. So I hope a lot of people find some legitimate enjoyment out of that, as well as the actual books that we got coming out.
I love, dude, magazines were the best part of growing up in the 90s because
fanzines were great, man.
Look, Nintendo Power is the greatest commercial of all time because you got me to buy shit that was garbage. This book got me to buy so much. Like, Nintendo owes a thank you to every person that has ever worked at that magazine, because they sold us. You made us garbage games. They sold us them as gold, and we bought in. I thought you made me believe that Jet Force Gemini was going to change my life. You made me believe that Donkey Kong 64 was going to make me a better person. And I bought in on day one for both, but I left disappointed. So thank you, Nintendo Power.
I love both of those games. I like Donkey Kong Country 2 way more than DK64, though.
I like Donkey Kong Country. So I like Donkey Kong the character, but Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3 don't have Donkey Kong. It's Diddy and Trixie, and I don't like them as much. So,
fair enough.
Let me talk about Heavy Metal magazine. Yeah, rock on, dude. Heavy Metal is one of my favorite comic magazines ever. I know some call it Metal Hurlant because they're French, but I love Heavy Metal. And Den is one of my favorite stories, and Arzak's great. And I would love to one day collect a good enough quality of every book of the original Heavy Metal run, and that's a lot to collect. But to me, it's worth it. It goes alongside with Spider-Man and a few other periodicals and books that I think are worth owning every copy. So Nintendo Power is one of them. One day I'll get the whole collection of Nintendo Power. It's going to be great. But I never got to achieve my goal, guys, having a letter printed in Nintendo Power. So if they ever come back, that'll be my childhood dream. Maybe it'll come true. But folks, thank you for watching. Be on the lookout for Wokebusters. It'll be launching at the end of the month, which is just a couple days. Book's done. There's nothing else to draw or write or change. I'm just working on trailer. Things take a little longer than I planned, especially since my animator and I are still talking about stuff. But that's it. That's really what I'm waiting for, is to do that, to do another little launch on Kickstarter, change the world, and then we'll talk. But Wokebusters will be here. It's done. There's nothing else to do. So be on the lookout for that. I'll do toy releases. I'll do all kinds of cool stuff. I'm going to get you pumped for that. But folks, I'll be back next time with more. In the meantime, we got a super chat from our friend Mac Millies, who says, keep up the great work, gentlemen. WCB. Thank you very much. Like I said, guys, I pick up on the energy from you guys too. And so I'm seeing more. We're doing more. We're going to keep on rolling to 1 million. I want the gold, sucker. And like Hulk Hogan, well, we're coming for you. But until then, folks, be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.
Did you see that guy accidentally hit that moose with his car?
No.
Holy shit, Jamie.